Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Hello, everybody. My name is Creative, and welcome to the Web3 Leaders Summit. We have an action-packed day today full of workshops, panel sessions, networking opportunities for you guys here today. If you're joining us in the metaverse, welcome. If you're joining us live on the stream, welcome. If you're watching the recording, I hope you're going to enjoy today's summit. I am very excited to be hosting this with an amazing group of talented creators in this space. We have a full agenda today. I'll run it through with you guys here today. We've got some opening remarks from Dave Swinbank here today. We've got the future of Web3 trends and innovations that I'll speak about here today at 9:15. At 10 o'clock, we'll have our first workshop, Situational Leadership with Meta Coach. We will then have our sponsor session by Newman Games. Our panel session at 1 p.m. talking about Web3 emerging markets. Workshop number 2, how to create a smart contract with Third Web. Another networking sessions where we'll take a break so you guys can stretch and walk around, get to meet some of the artists. If you're inside the metaverse, check out some of the booths. Then will be followed up by another panel session, community building in Web3, and a workshop number 3 around Web3 security with Wallet Guard. Another break session at 4 p.m. Some closing remarks here today, and then we're going to have an amazing virtual after party up on the rooftop with Mr. Dope Stilo. Very excited to be here today, but none of this could have been happening without some of my team members, Era Labs, Dave Swinbank, Vanessa from Women in Tech, Tang Poco, Dope Stilo, and then also Chris Webster. These are the creators here today that was able to accommodate this and put this amazing event together here today. So if you guys are ready, throw some 100s if you're watching the live stream, or go ahead and make some noise and clap if you're inside the metaverse here today. Let's begin. Let's see if I can get this. Let me see if I can get Dave's video to play. Okay, give me a second. And we're going to first start off with our opening remarks here with Dave Swinbank. I'm going to just share my screen so you guys get to see this.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone, and welcome. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone, and welcome to the Web3 Leaders Summit. We're thrilled to have you all here, whether you're joining us in Spatial, on X, or via YouTube. This is the second iteration of our event, and it's shaping up to be...
Let me share this one more time so you guys can hear.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone, and welcome to the... Good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone, and welcome to the Web3 Leaders Summit. We're thrilled to have you all here, whether you're joining us in Spatial, on X or via YouTube. This is the second iteration of our event and it's shaping up to be even more impactful than the last. I want to start by extending a heartfelt thank you to you and to our hosts. Without their dedication and support, this event would not have been possible. Your hosts for the 2024 Web3 Leader Summit are Creative Owls, who is a Web3 entrepreneur helping brands and content creators grow and scale their online presence in Web3. He's a metaverse builder who hosts some of the biggest digital networking events, including this one. He hosts a weekly Spaces, a podcast, and he's building out his community, building the future. New on the cards for Creative Hours is a Web3 social app coming out in 2025. Era, founder of Era X Lab Design Studio. She specialises in 3D spatial design and virtual environments like the iRule metaverse game. She has over 20 years of experience in fashion, design and the arts, and she brings them all to this space with aplomb. Tang Poco is a leading figure in the digital world, known for creating the influential Baby Dolls Dollhouse brand, where she champions inclusivity and empowerment. Her work seamlessly blends art, music and fashion, creating vibrant digital experiences that resonate across cultures. Now as a partner at Limitless, she continues to blend physical and digital worlds to craft unforgettable brand experiences. Vanessa is an international digital AI artist and an AI engineering student at UAT Edu, combining creativity with technology. She's also a photographer and a dedicated mental health leader at Polygon Alliance, serving as a curator and a co-founder at Women in Tech Museum. She's the founder of ArtVise AI, which brings art and AI innovation to the digital world of art. Stilo is an artist and tech enthusiast on a mission to merge music and technology in groundbreaking ways. He's a creative force behind Stilo World, a weekly concert series that's been running for over 140 weeks, bringing people together through immersive virtual experiences in the metaverse. Driven by a passion for pushing the envelope with digital concerts and community-powered events, Stilo is redefining how we connect in the digital age. K-Bot, Chris, is a blockchain educator, a digital creator and an events producer. And finally myself, Dave Swinbank. I'm the founder of Polygon Alliance. We support creators and host an annual charity event. As well as that, I host one of the longest running NFT spaces on X. This is not a shill. I'm a podcaster with Voice Notes Suck, a blogger, a writer and a Web3 commentator. We're also deeply grateful to our sponsors, Newman Games, Imaginus VR, LM Designs, Limitless and Stand with Crypto for their partnership and belief in the power of Web3 to transform the future. The Web3 Leader Summit is more than just a conference. It's a collaborative space designed to empower and inspire. Our goal is to bring together creators, innovators and leaders in the Web3 community to network, to share knowledge and to continue our mission of building the future. Throughout the day, we have an exciting lineup prepared for you. You can explore our virtual booths, attend keynote addresses from visionary leaders, participate in workshops designed to enhance your skills, and engage in panel sessions where we'll dive deep into the most pressing topics in Web3. Don't miss out on the digital networking aspects where you can connect with other creators, innovators and business leaders. Finally, make sure you stay for Stilo's VR concert at the end of the day. Events like the Web3 Leaders Summit are vital because they break down the barriers of geography and access. In this virtual space, you don't need to attend a specific school or even travel halfway across the world to learn, collaborate or innovate. We've made it possible for you to do all of that from wherever you are, with a community that's just as passionate and driven as you are. As someone who has had the privilege of leading in the Web3 space, primarily with Polygon Alliance and my spaces, I can tell you that it's a constantly evolving landscape full of opportunities and challenges. Leading my community has taught me the importance of security, collaboration and open communication. It's crucial for us as leaders to share our experiences, to learn from one another and to work together to build a secure and inclusive Web3 environment. Some of the things that I believe are vital to leadership is why I'm particularly excited about today's panel sessions. They're not just about discussing trends, they're about setting the direction for where we want to go as a community. whether it's about security, leadership, or collaboration. The insights that we gain today can help shape the future of Web3. Before we dive in, there's just a few quick housekeeping notes for you all. It's easy to lose track of time when attending digital events, so please take breaks, keep an eye on your posture and stay hydrated. When our speakers are on stage, please ensure your mic is muted to avoid any interruptions. You need to make sure you find Creative Owl's avatar and help us explore the mechanics of play to learn in the metaverse. Finally, don't underestimate the power of shares, comments and likes. They make a significant difference in spreading the word and growing our community. You can throw a heart on this spatial environment and you can share our event on your social media platforms to help make this event a success. Thank you once again for being here, for your enthusiasm and for your commitment to the Web3 revolution. Let's make this summit one to remember.
Thank you, Mr. Dave Swingbank. And good morning, everybody. I am Creative Owls. Let's make some noise real quick. If you're inside the metaverse, happy to have everybody here. Make sure you guys are enjoying today's conversation. Before I start, question, if everybody can put inside the chat, where are you guys from? Where are you guys tuning in today? Are you guys from the UK? Are you guys from Africa? Are you guys in New York? Are you guys in California? Where are you guys tuning in here today? I just want to get a feel of the room of where everybody is here today. We've got some people from Canada, Portugal, Spain, California, Los Angeles, Japan, Germany, Amsterdam, Ohio. You guys see, we are all very diverse here. And this type of event allows us to be able to come together. It is so hard nowadays to travel. It costs a lot of money to go through, to travel across the world, to buy a ticket, to participate in some of these events. So our goal here today is to collaborate, innovate with everybody all around the world. We understand that the metaverse and Web3 is very diverse, and it's obviously it's a global platform, right? So to accommodate those global platforms, we need to have global events, and this is what the Web3 Leadership Summit is all about. As you guys heard from Dave, we're going to be diving on a wide range of topics and panel sessions today throughout all day, and it's a great opportunity to also network, to figure out who's building in this space, who's innovating in this space, and connect and build your online presence to build also your community. Today's session, I'm going to give you guys a quick walkthrough of what's currently happening right now. We are currently in this phase called the Web3 phase, right? In the very beginning, we had something which we call the Web 1, which was the static web, right around the 1980s to the 20s, where we basically had pages that were static, right? Everything was centralized. Everything is housed on a server. Example of this was like Yahoo, AOL, and people just had personal blogs within this era of Web 1. We're now getting into this, then we moved into this new area called the Web 2, right? This is the read and write era, right? This is where you can generate your own content and publish it on the web, still using centralized platforms like Facebook, Google, and Twitter, and some of the platforms that we use every single day, right? And now there's a new era of the web, right? The decentralized web, right? This is where we're getting into blockchain, not only being able to read, write, but also own your own data. If you guys understand, the big tech companies own our data. This is an opportunity for us to break out from the big techs and create a way to monetize for our platforms, our content, and also our businesses as well too. This allows users to have more of an ownership of their digital data, their assets, their identity, their crypto currency, their NFTs, and their smart contracts as well too, and be able to create trusted process again within the blockchain. Examples of this, you can obviously use Ethereum, IPFS, decentralized, or DeFi applications in Web3. And these are some of the things that we're starting to roll out. Tie that also into the metaverse, having a decentralized environment or community where people can actually grow and create building for the future. Now, right now, we're in the very early stages of Web3, and getting it to be mainstream is currently the challenge. And the challenge right now is really about security, protection of our assets. People are coming into this environment trying to learn how to do these things, and sometimes they could fall victim of scams and so forth. So as a community, I want to embrace the importance of onboarding folks, but also onboarding them the right way, and also letting them know about how important security is from the very beginning of Web3. Our community can't grow unless we have a safe community in Web3. There's a lot of challenges that we're obviously dealing with, and also getting more people to join within those matrix. The other part is scalability, how fast we can scale our contract, how small we can regulate or educate users along the way. So everybody here that's listening, and you're part of this, you're a leader here today. And your job is to help onboard more users into Web3. And today we're going to be giving you some tools, some data, some information to help you become a better leader in this new era, this new space of Web3, right? It's up to us to be able to talk about these challenges and educate and start building for the future. The future is developing, basically focusing on creating seamless interactions in Web3, right? Just like you guys have Web 2 applications, smart apps, and so forth, having that streamlined process. Us as innovators, we have to create that new technology. We have to also create the new experiences. So hosting the Web3 Leader Summit is going to give everybody an opportunity to actually learn, network, and actually create. I encourage you guys that are here, that are listening today, to take some time and write down some of your goals as we go through this Web3 Leader Summit, and ask yourself, what am I going to do tomorrow? How am I going to make an impact based off what I learned here today? And then how can I base my new networks and enhance my product and my services moving forward? We have some amazing speakers that are going to be here today that are going to be sharing their insights. And these speakers are from all over the world with all different background and all different educational. So we're going to get a wide range of thoughts, thought leadership, innovation, insights that we need to have within a community. The other part too is that we also have some amazing artists that are also in here in the house. We have some digital artists from the women in tech environment. I also want to give them a big shout out for submitting their artwork. You'll see their artwork around the entire environment. Digital art is something that we're seeing more inside the Web3 space. People love to express themselves and share their thoughts and how they create and so forth through artwork and paint. And usually it would be traditional, but putting it on a digital canvas has allowed us to grow our creativity, has allowed us to grow our learning. And now tools with like AI, digital tools like Adobe, and so forth has allowed us to express ourselves. Some of the artists here have wide range of expertise within art, within communication. So it's amazing to see them be here today. We also have our sponsors, Summit. These are brands right now in the Web3 that are trying to innovate. We have some brands here that are educators and teachers. We have some brands here that are trying to work with accessibility with the web. We have some brands here that are trying to enhance the music scene inside Web3 as well. We have brands here that are also in digital fashion. We have brands that are also that have the omni chain of communications as they're exploring different metaverses and different platforms as they move forward. So a lot of great diversity here today within the summit, and these people are the ones that are leading the way and have become leaders, and that's why they are here today. I encourage you guys that are listening, definitely take some time during the networking sessions or the networking breaks to explore the booth. Definitely select their hyperlinks. Check out these websites that these brands have and these sponsorships have. Make sure that you guys, if you're inside the environment, make sure that you guys are friending everybody as much as possible and becoming a part of a network. And then take these conversations outside of this leadership summit. Reach out to them through their socials or through the website. And here's my challenge for everybody here that's listening. Try to figure out, try to find someone here today that you can see yourself collaborating with, and figure out how you guys can collaborate in Web3. If it's creating a digital art project, is it creating an application, is it hosting an event, is it trying to figure out how you can host your own panel sessions, trying to figure out how you guys can obviously collaborate here today. And that will be the most impactful thing that we can have here today, is to learn, educate, and to collaborate as we move forward. So I want to say thank you guys for being here today. Definitely make some noise as we move forward here today. We have, again, a full agenda here today. Our next session, which we're going to start here, is going to be at 10 a.m., which is in about 20 minutes. We will have Meta Coach will be up here. He'll be talking about situational leadership. So this is a great time for you guys to take a break that are inside the metaverse, go explore, go communicate, and then we will rehuddle here in about 20 minutes. Again, network as much as possible. Thank you guys, and enjoy today's environment. Are you guys able to hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Loud and clear.
I can hear you. Well, welcome everybody. We really want to get some of these networking sessions kicked off here today, and then also have an opportunity to network. So if you guys haven't done so, if you see anybody that you want to connect with, just say hello, pull them to the side. Feel free to share out the environment. I'm going to just be talking around some of these stations as we move forward, to you guys get an overview of them. First, we have Meta Coach. He's here today. There's Meta. Meta, say hello, man. Tell us a little bit of what you got going on here with your product.
Wow, Stilo, backflip.
Hi, I'm Pablo from Newman Games, and if anyone wants to contact me, just send me like an invitation. And also, we are on the left bar down there is our logotype. That's gonna take you all straight to our Discord. So just let me if someone's interested on what we're doing, I will be around the whole day and yeah, ready to have fun.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Pablo.
Sounds cool, Pablo.
Yeah.
Definitely check it out.
Have you created any games on spatial, Pablo?
We are doing them on different platforms. Spatial, it was one of our first ones, but we are now building on Hyperfi and basically on Cyber. But we are going to be building pretty much on every platform. We want to be cross-platform because the metaverse is going to be like, open.
I look forward to seeing something of yours on spatial as well.
Thank you.
Hey, Tang. Tang, come over here for a second. See if I can see everybody.
Networking sessions. Love it.
I met you. Hi, Tang.
Hey, Tang. Hey, Elizabeth. So here in this session, we have
Cheers.
Polygon Alliance.
Oh,
If you guys are familiar with it, we also have the Meta Coach station. We have the Avatar Conventional Center station here. We have the Dollhouse. We have Web3 builders that are in the house. We have Moody Designs that are also in here as well. I'm going to just kind of walk around as everybody's kind of networking and connecting, show you guys some of the different booths and the different environments. We have the Web3 Social. This is a new platform, guys. Everybody listening, this is a new platform for content creators that's going to be coming out January 2025. I encourage you guys to check this out. This is going to be an amazing application for content creators. We also have Stand with Crypto also in the house. We also have LM Designs that's also here as well. We have Magnus VR that's also here today. And then we also have our gold sponsor, which is Newman Games, that's also in here. So if you guys haven't checked them out, definitely check out Newman Games. They're doing some amazing things. We'll hear from them today at 10:30. We have Yolanta's the website mentor. She is going to be talking today about accessibility. I'm very excited about her session. I know she definitely took some time today to put together a great presentation. In our next session, we have Web3 AI Metaverse with lawyer and mediator Mitch Jackson. Guys, if you guys don't know who Mitch Jackson, you guys definitely need to check out this guy. He is here today. He's going to be a part of one of our panel sessions, and I think it's fantastic for you guys that are tapping into definitely network with some of these people. Mitch is probably one of the best speakers and creators and innovators that I've met in Web3. Extremely educated. If you're building assets, if you're building a brand in Web3 and you're looking for educational resources, or you need some trying to figure out how to take your product to the next brand professionally, definitely check out Mitch Jackson. Go to mitch-jackson.com. This guy is an amazing. He's got some AI tools. He's got a great newsletter as well for you guys to check out. We also have Hype3 Where. They're bridging the style between digital assets and physical assets right now. They are leading the way right now within their fashion and what they're doing. I think they're based out of California. Rick the Ruler has done an amazing job with this product and this brand, bringing it together. And it's awesome to get more of the digital fashion more into Web3. So it's incredible to see him here. The next booth I'll talk about is Mr. Dope Stilo. If you guys don't know who Dope Stilo, this is one of the top Web3 artists in the world. He hosts one of the best networking concerts inside spatial.io. He's currently right now almost working on the world record right now of most consistent concerts. He does a concert every single Wednesday inside Spatial. So if you're listening and if you're like, hey, how do I attend some of these events that are happening in the metaverse? definitely follow Dope Steelo. He does it every single Wednesday. One of the most consistent digital artists here in the space. You guys don't want to miss out what he's building and what he's creating. We also have LMTIS, Limitless Agency. This is a new agency that has recently been established in the Web3. Tang Poco and some of her team are working how to innovate AR, VR, and metaverse solutions to big brands, to big products. These are one of these companies that are going to be on the lookout for heading into end of 2024 and to 2025 with their skill sets, what they're working within collaborations. If you guys don't know, Tang Poco has been one of the best moderators here in the metaverse and the Web3. Her leadership with Limitless Agency is going to be something that we're going to be looking out for heading into 2025 and so forth. Next, we have our Women in Tech Museum, led by Vance Crypto Mom. Women in Tech Museum is it's really a community of women that have come together as digital artists, as a community that have put together their skill sets to collaborate. And what they do is that they put on these virtual events, not only inside the metaverse, but also on X and so forth, to highlight what these women are working on, to recognize what leadership they're establishing, and also to uplift themselves to what they're working towards in the future. An amazing community. I know they've had a running event for over 3 years. The community of women there are extremely strong. The Web3 community is not a bro community. I want to be very transparent right now. It's actually led by a lot of amazing women, and a lot of these women in the Tech Museum are leading the way. Make NFT is a digital artist in our space. He hosts his Fridays sessions live inside the metaverse, where he actually DJs Decentraland Spatial, one of the artists that are probably well communicated. He's actually helping an organization called what is it called? Something called Kit. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna forget this. He's actually onboarding a huge community of NFT into the metaverse. So you're seeing that first diverse, a kid called Beast. Sorry guys, everybody's listening. A kid called Beast. Community. He's helping them bring their community not only from the blockchain, but also into the metaverse, and start some of this diversion moving forward. So it's incredible to see those type of things. Inside our environment, we actually have digital art from our amazing community of artists that are here today. It's incredible what these artists are creating within their applications, within their digital art. And this is something that I love doing. I love seeing artwork, how people express themselves and passionate, not only using their application, their tools, but they've been starting to use integrations like AI and so forth. And that's been something incredible to see that we weren't be able to see before previously. So some of these artists that are here, that are showcasing their skill set is incredible, of what they're building, how they're developing, and how they're actually monetizing, right? It's one thing being an artist, but putting it on the blockchain and selling your art used to be very difficult. You'd either have to have a trade show or so forth, but places like Marketplace, you can actually make a name for yourself and start creating art and start selling it. And that's one of the most amazing things, again, about Web3, the opportunity to monetize. Some of the artists that we've had some of the artists that are here today are well-known artists that have been featured in NFT NYC. Teresa here, you can see her painting has been around for the long times. And Web3, it's not just for the grown and the tech savvy. It's also an environment for starting to rise for our younger generation that's creating and innovating and leading in this space. Teresa has been one of those artists that has been leading the way since I can remember. I know she's been featured many times in NFT NYC. You've probably seen her in Times Square, in her artwork been displayed there many times. So another artist to check out as well. And then hold on, this is a special one. I know who this is. This is Rainbow Mosho. If you guys don't know, Rainbow Mosho is one of the most skilled younger generation Web3 artists that we have in our entire community. Amazing what she has done for her brand, her product, her design, how she's an outspoken leader, and how she continues to innovate in this Web3 space. Not only did in this Web3 Leadership Summit did we want to highlight some of our panel speakers and so forth, but I think our digital artists that are leading the way, that are creating new opportunities, and we also want to help recognize the younger generation, right? For us to grow into this new era of blockchain, we have to also support our younger generation, and I think our young generation is starting to make a lot of noise, and through their artwork, through the leadership skills, you're seeing more and more of that as we move forward. And then obviously on this side, I'll go through it one more time. We have our meta coach, which we'll hear in about 9 minutes, our next panel session, which I'm very excited for this panel session. I heard this guy and I was like, I definitely need to get this guy at the Web3 Leaders Summit. He's going to be talking about situational leadership. Polygon Alliance, the number one Polygon community. This is the OG community that started everything within the Polygon community, the Polygon Alliance. They have been around since the get-go. Cynthia, you've got Dave, you've got John, you got the Taco, you got myself, you got a lot of OGs that started building in this space thanks to this first community, Polygon Alliance, and they're doing something very special here. Come September, they're doing their F Cancer charity event. This will be their third F Cancer charity event where they raise money for cancer awareness. It's an amazing cause. It's an amazing thing that they have done, led by Cynthia and Dave. Also, hi CC, and then also CJ events. So they're doing some amazing things. You'll get an opportunity to hear from them a little bit later here today, and so forth. So really excited to tap into them. Then we have Avatar Conventional Center led by Chris Webster. This is a voxel community that Chris is innovating, trying to establish a community over there, is working on creating an amazing community over there within his artwork. I know he's doing some IRL things as well with his puppets and trying to interact and trying to onboard as many people. Chris is definitely someone that you need to be on the lookout for as well. And let's check out the Dollhouse. If you are in Decentraland, or if you've ever heard of Decentraland, you have 100% have heard of the Dollhouse. The Dollhouse is led by Tang Poco. This community is one of the most electrifying fun communities to be a part of here in Web3. The Dollhouse puts on events, puts on concerts, works with big brands to onboard them, and has continuously been consistent on onboarding more people into Decentraland, into Web3. Next, we have 3x Builds. This is one of the best, I think one of the best smart contract builders out there. They're a young team right now that are building smart contracts, dApps, and creating Web3 applications. Not only are we highlighting artists and brands, but I also want to highlight the builders. Maybe the builders don't get enough love, but the builders that are building these new applications are really helping us along the way. And having people or having an organization like 3x Build, it's definitely top notch. So if you're listening and you are trying to build a new application, or maybe you have an old application that you want to revamp, right? Or maybe you're not too tech savvy and you just have a great idea, reach out to these guys. Tell them Creative sent you, by the way. Definitely reach out to these guys, follow them on the social media, then you'll be able to tap into these type of things. These are things that I want to encourage you guys to do within our leadership summit is definitely explore. we have so many great sponsors here and so many great booths. Take advantage of what these people are doing. Go check out their skill set. Go see what they're building, and they're innovative. These are the people that are trying to build the future. These are the people that are working hard every single day to innovate, and doing it on a consistent level. Integrating blockchain, integrating new applications, integrating new securities is tough at times, right? We need people to step up and create and innovate. So having people like this is something that that is fantastic to have. We are about 4 minutes away from our next panel session. Sorry, not panel session, our first workshop session, which is called Situational Leadership with MetaCoach. So we're going to start that. If you guys are enjoying the stream so far, please share, tell a friend. If you didn't get a ticket, go get your ticket before it ends, or it might have ended already.
Isn't this an amazing venue?
The one question I'm wondering.
They've set up to create.
Uh-oh. We're going to tap in back into the environment, and then we'll see everybody in the booth in just a second. All right, let me get back into the environment. I'm going to bring everybody back real quick, so everybody has an opportunity to come back to the front. Again, we've got 38 people in here. I know we've got much more people that are coming in here throughout the day. We've got more workshops, more panel sessions, full house here today. So if you guys are watching, just thank you guys for tuning in. I think it's great that you guys are they're watching this, and hopefully you guys are enjoying today's show. Again, our next panel session, our next workshop is going to start here in about 3 minutes, so stay tuned to that.
I think that to me is one of the most.
I can hear you now. Creative, you're so sparkly.
We will get the one and only MetaCoach up here.
Want me up here with you?
Yep. The stage is yours. I'll invite you. Let me get everybody to join me real quick.
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you get everything fixed up?
Is it okay? I'm on a I'm on a different computer.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for them to check. I'm just here.
You
This
sound
computer is different
great.
computer.
Yeah, you sound great.
Oh, okay.
No,
good,
you're
good.
perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to be. I hope I didn't miss too much, guys. I'm like so sorry. It was just that. Gosh.
You're good.
No,
People from
I'm
all over the
sitting
world.
on
That's
the-
not
the
at
key.
all. Not at all.
You're good. Hey guys, if everybody
yeah,
if everybody can hear me,
That's right around the corner.
Yep.
sorry to
yeah, there's already a company that rolled out 2 weeks ago that allows you to do that on Zoom.
Hey, do you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. If everybody can just take
There
a
we go. I
moment.
heard somebody.
Oh, okay.
If everybody
Oh,
can just take a
sorry, I just
moment
wanted to make sure my
and
mic was working. It wouldn't work for the longest time. Sorry,
make
guys, for interrupting.
No,
No,
it's
you're
cool.
good.
Oh, no. That's what we're doing is we're all testing out our equipment right now. So
if everybody can please make their way
Yeah.
over to the
And
stage.
it's always a little bit weird to
that's why.
interact like
My
with
mic was
audio
off.
because you have to wait and see. You don't want to interrupt anyone.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
I still can't see Mariana though. Where are you, Mariana?
Awesome.
Yeah,
Can
right
everybody
in front of you.
can everybody please make their way over to the stage? We're going to start our first workshop session. If you guys can please make your way over to the stage.
Yeah.
I don't want to drag everybody here. Hope everybody enjoyed the first networking session. It looks like there were some great conversations that were going on, and this is exactly what I want. I want you guys to interact, connect. If you guys are watching the stream and you guys want to hop inside the metaverse, go get your ticket so you can actually join in here and see what we're building. We've got live quests. We've got gamifications in here as well too. You have an opportunity to network, and we've got some workshops, and we're going to actually be kicking off our very first workshop with MetaCoach. I want to give everybody, if everybody can give a round of applause to MetaCoach, as he's going to be talking about situational leadership. MetaCoach, the stage is yours, sir.
Yeah, Hello, Coach. Everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah,
excellent.
Coach,
well, welcome everybody, and I take great pleasure in taking this opportunity to just share some thoughts around situational leadership. And I'm excited to see so many innovative and creative people here. And so that means for me, when I look out here, I see that the future of Web3 in this environment is bright because the thought leaders are here, the innovators are here, the people who are motivated to move this thing forward are here, and I'm excited about that. And I want to talk about situational leadership, not just from the standpoint of leadership, but also from the standpoint of influence. Regardless of where you are in your role, whatever you do in life, whether it's in your work, your family, just your daily life with your friends, you're influencing. And I think we are at a place to where on one hand, there's a serious gap in leadership. I don't think we have to look too far to look at politics everywhere. We see that there's a real gap in leadership. Gap is not so much from the standpoint of lack of motivation. I think a lot of it stems from the fact that many leaders don't understand how to lead situationally. And I say that because people in our world need different types of leadership and different types of motivation. So during this talk, I'd like to just kind of categorize what situational leadership is, what it looks like in day-to-day interaction, can benefit your influencer, your leader, to kind of talk about. And I want to start with the basics of where leadership. And I think when we look at people in our world who need guidance, they need instruction, they need focus, there's a certain level of leadership that is necessary. And all of us at one time or another situationally fall into one of four buckets that I'm going to lay out. The first bucket would be somebody who is highly motivated, but lacking in the prerequisite skills to perform a task at a high level. So I call that person basically a D1 person, and the D stands for developmental type person. So that person has the motivation, but they lack the skills. So the way that you would work with a person like that would be totally different than a person that's at a D4 level. A D4 level is a person who is highly competent, highly motivated. And I think most people in workshops, friendships, relationships, like that D1 person, because you don't have to spend a whole lot of time motivating them or teaching them. You get a lot of functionality out of that person. But many of us run across people, particularly in the metaverse environment. And I know all of us have had that opportunity where we've tried to explain the metaverse to somebody. This is why I show of hands or emojis. How many have had that recently within the last 2 weeks trying to explain to someone what the metaverse is? And it happens. I spend a lot of time trying to encourage people to come in the metaverse and give it a try. And to many of them, it's either a toy or they can't conceive of it. So I find myself trying to explain to people at their level of understanding what the metaverse is, how it can benefit them, how they can grow with it, and what it's useful for them. But in a group like this, you all would be considered D4. You're here. You're at this metaverse conference. You have a headset. Many of you already have certain things that you're doing. You're taking advantage of it. You're motivated. So I could have an all-day conversation with people in here about the future. What's next? How do we get to that next plateau? But that's the person that's at the D4 level. Highly competent, highly motivated. But on the other hand, that person that's what I call the D1 level, the developmental level, the conversations that I would have with that person will be more educational, academic, especially if they're motivated, because they're gonna want to know what I'm talking about. They want to know, they want to grow, they want to show that they are able to do what's required to become proficient. And I love taking new people in my real world private practice as a life coach. I have many people who are looking to change careers, and some of them come with an idea of what they want to do. But I have many people that have no clue what's next, what they want to do next. They just know that they don't want to continue to do what they're doing. So a person like that, I have to spend a lot of time exposing them to different opportunities, asking certain questions, getting them to the point to where they begin to think more forward focused. They begin to think more openly and more broad about what the part. And so, but on the other hand, I have clients that come in highly motivated, high skilled at what they're doing, but they've plateaued. They're at a point to where they know that they need to do something different. So situationally, I would motivate the D1 person far differently than I would the D4 person. But there's a huge, huge bucket of people that fall into the other two categories, which is developmental level 2 and developmental level 3. Now, the person at developmental level 2, for me, tends to be the most difficult person to work with because they're low motivation, low skill, or variable skills. And these are people that tend to not really put their best at lack of motivation, but they're frustrated because of the lack of skills. So situationally, my influence with that person is going to be very time consuming, very taxing, because I'm working on two levels. I'm working on the motivation and I'm working on the skills. So when you bring that into your world, especially here in the Web3 metaverse environment, when we're trying to bring teams together, when we're trying to get people to work together, when we're trying to move a product or a process forward, one size doesn't fit all. And if you are a leader, a business owner, a coach, any type of role where you're trying to move people forward, your success and failure depends on understanding the levels of development and the levels of motivation that a person has. And like I said, the D2 person for me is the most time-consuming, most taxing, and many times the most frustrating because you're working on two spectrums, motivation and you're working on competence. The second most frustrating person is that person that's at the D3 level. This is a person that tends to be very competent, but low motivation. And in my jobs in the corporate world as a leader, I would be very frustrated with my D3s because they could do it, but they weren't motivated to do it. So as a coach, as a leader, as a manager, as a developer, I had to meet that person where they're at. And so on the flip side of the D1 level, there's the supervisory level, as we call it in situational leadership. Now, for that person that's at the D1 level, highly motivated, but lacking in skill, my approach to that person is going to be a lot of teaching and training because they're motivated. So my role is going to be to educate that person, spending a lot of time helping them to understand the skills that are there, helping them to stay motivated because in any kind of environment where a person is trying to learn, there's certain frustrations. And so that level under situational leadership is called directing. So basically, I'm not asking a lot of questions of that person. I'm actually directing them on task. I'm actually influencing them. I'm actually telling them what to do as opposed to asking them. So it's a high tail, low ask type situation. And I call that the S1, which is supervisory level. And it's basically titled as I'm directing this person directly in that situation. So let's bring that into the place of the metaverse, being a team leader. You get people that come to you and they want to learn about Web3. They want to learn about the metaverse. They want to learn how to operate in this environment. They want to run a business. They have no clue of what it takes, but they're highly motivated. So if you're that person that happens to be fortunate enough, and I use the word fortunate because it is so cool to take a person from unknown and move that person to known. It's so cool to see that person come in as a novice and be motivated and look further down the line and see that person is taken off and become a creative leader in this space. And you can give yourself a pat on the back and say, I was the one that influenced, directed, led that person to become the person that they're becoming. So the D1 developmental level requires what we call an S1 supervisory level, which is directing. The next one, like I said, the D2 is that person is low motivation, low skills, and as I said, they're the most frustrating one. That's where coaching comes in. Now I want to give the definition of coaching. Too often we look at coaching as that person that's kind of rah-rah, demanding and pushing a person forward. And sometimes it's that. But it's very directive. But there's also a certain level of support. And what I mean by support, there's that level of passion, understanding, trying to get that person to become motivated, trying to find out what makes them tick inside. Say, yeah, I want to do this. Or I can second require a lot of coaching because you're taking a person that has some skills, some motivation, and you're trying them to that next level. Which brings us over to our D, which requires what I call the supervisory level 3, which is supporting. When you have a person that's highly skilled but low motivation, your goal now is to influence and support that person, to help that person begin to realize the potential that they have, realize the capabilities that they have, and also give them the vision of their future self. And I think that's one of the things that helps people. When I begin to get a vision of my future self, it changes motivation level, especially if I'm putting things in place to be successful. So when I have that person that's at the developmental level 3, highly skilled but low motivation, my role tends to be to influence them, to help them see the beauty of their future, see the beauty of their future, the power of their future, the hope of their future. And those are sometimes some of the best people that you actually turn around and use them to help develop people at the lower level, because sometimes for them to turn around and be able to share their knowledge gives them a certain level of esteem, a certain level of internal motivation, because now they're responsible for helping someone else learn, helping someone else develop, helping someone else learn how to build in Unity or build in Blender, helping somebody learn how to set up their world, how to become an entrepreneur, how to understand some of the other things that are in place. And so you could take that person that's at that level and they can become a powerful advocate for your organization. That last level person, that person that's at the D4 level, highly motivated, highly skilled, that person doesn't require a lot of coaching, nor do they require a lot of support. What that person needs is delegation. That's the person that you begin to give more responsibility to, more leadership opportunities, more autonomy, because they're motivated and they're skilled. And how many of you are familiar with the term micromanage? How many of you love to be micromanaged? I have yet to meet somebody and the people that you can frustrate the most is that person that's highly motivated, highly skilled. You can quickly squash that person and bring them down to a D3 level because they're being micromanaged. And so I'm saying that to say, regardless of where a person is at in their developmental level, whether they're, like I said, that highly motivated, low skilled, low motivation, low skill, high skill, low motivation, or the high skill, high motivation people, things can change. Things can change very quickly. You micromanage a D4, high skill, they become a D3 very quickly. Highly skilled, but low motivation. And that's a dangerous place to be when you're dependent on that person to help carry your organization or your program or your thoughts forward. So one of the things that's very important at all these levels, and if you notice at the beginning of my talk, I said situational leadership actually is situational influence. We live in a time and a culture where information is so readily available to people that it's hard to be the smartest person in the room. Because all it takes is one AI search, one Google search, and somebody has some information you don't have. But the influence part becomes when I'm able to take that person who's able to get more information, more knowledge, but influence them to move in a certain direction, to influence them to continue to grow their capabilities, to influence them to stay highly motivated, highly skilled, highly competent, and begin to take what they have and pour back into the goals, the organization, or whatever we have going. We want that person to be able to do what they need to do. Now, on the other hand, that person that's at the D1 level, highly motivated, but low skill, if we don't give that person the level of training, support, guidance, and information, that person becomes low skilled, low motivation, and those are the kind of people that typically leave organizations or they stick around and become problem childs because they don't have the skills nor the motivation. So when you are a leader, an influencer, you really need to be able to read the room and understand what do my people need when it comes to leadership. Do they need me to be a delegator, giving them autonomy, freedom to be creative? Do they need just my support? They have the skills, they just need support to stay motivated. Or do they need both? Do they need motivation and support? Or do they just need to be told what to do and they know how to do it themselves? So if you're tracking with what I'm saying right now about situational leadership, throw some emojis in the air. I want to make sure that you're following me where I'm going with this. Because one of the things that I hope to accomplish through this talk is that every person out here is able to take this and be able to improve their environment, be able to be an influencer in their realm, in their sphere, in their place. And if you're a business owner and you have employees, how to get the most out of those people, how to keep those people productive and happy and supportive of the team, supportive of what you do. And that is so important. And as I look, and I'm kind of new into the spatial environment. I've been active for a few months, and I've been totally embraced, and I feel so much a part of this community. So I came in here as kind of like a novice, that S1, highly motivated but low skilled when it came to operating within spatial. But a very supportive group of people have gathered around me, have kept me motivated, have supported me, and are helping me to move into a higher level of development. Now, I would say in most cases, I'm highly motivated because of what I do in here, but I'm still developing my skills. And this group of people are always there to answer my questions. They may not realize how much they motivate me, but they do. So sometimes your influence and your motivation to the people around you happens organically. It happens because you're there. It happens because you care, and it happens because you dare to make a difference. It happens because you understand the situation, you're able to read the room, you're able to see what your people need, and you're able to move the thing forward. So can you imagine if we have a world of influencers, a world of leaders who are able to operate situationally? I think that we could eliminate a lot of the people problems that we have in this world because people are getting their needs met at their place of need. And what I mean by that, we all need certain levels of support, certain levels of guidance, and for somebody to meet me at that level is motivating. It's powerful, but it's so necessary to make things go around. When Creative Alex introduced his team, you could kind of hear the pride that he had, and this person does this, and then as he walked around and shared the different booths, you feel that there's this level of pride and support, because these are people who've come in, took their role, and moved on with it. They operated at the D4 level. And that is so powerful. So when you look at doing some of the things that we want to do in the metaverse, I encourage you to learn to meet people where they're at. Now, this talk is just basically a thumbnail of situational leadership. This is from something that I do in the real world. It's actually a 16-hour course. And one of the things that I intend to do sometime in the fall is actually do a full-blown situational leadership course here in the metaverse. And because I want to grow and help people grow and develop their skills. As a life coach and as a motivational coach, I really want to see people live to their full potential. One thing that I take great pride in is when I see that person that comes in that's highly motivated, and I see them later on, and they've taken off, and they're doing something with it. And there's an individual, I wish she was here this morning because I always like to give her props. My very first exposure to the metaverse was a disaster. I went into a place called Altspace. I don't know if many of you are familiar with Altspace. And when I walked into Altspace, I was immediately assaulted with kids flying around with airplanes and bubbles in my face and throwing confetti. Oh, this is a kid's world. So I put my headset, and then all of a sudden we get hit with the COVID lockdown. And one day I was bored, and I picked my headset up, and I just said, okay, let me go back into the Altspace again. I went to this place called Campfire, and I saw people flying around. And I was wondering, how do people fly in here? So I asked this avatar that was standing next to me, I said, how do people do that? And she says, oh, you do this. So she showed me how to go in and learn how to fly around the world in there. And she says, you must be very new here. I said, I am. Well, for almost 2 weeks, for about a half hour a day, this person met me and walked me through the metaverse, showed me how to world hop, introduced me to people, put me on track with the right people. She asked me questions about what my vision was of the metaverse. I didn't have a vision at that time, but as she began to ask me certain questions, I began to develop a vision of what I wanted to do. That was 2.5 years ago. Here I am today on a stage talking to some of the most creative people in the metaverse right now, in the thought leaders, the people who are going to move this thing forward. So I want to encourage you, situationally, learn to meet people where they're at. Learn to be influencers. Learn to read your people, because it's going to make a massive difference. Because this is the future of so many aspects of our lives. And we are the ones that are here laying the foundation. And the goal is to lay it right, to practice situational leadership and influence people. Are you tracking with me? Does this make sense to you? Outstanding. So I encourage you to follow me on Instagram. It's meta_coach VR, because I'm going to be announcing my next talk in Talk with Coach in my Meta Garden. And I'm going to be doing my next talk. And I think you're going to find it very interesting. And I'm going to be talking about some things that are very important to what we need to be doing. It's called critical thinking. And I think critical thinking is a vital skill for anybody who wants to be a thought leader, who wants to be a creative, who wants to market themselves, who wants to be an influencer. Because if you're able to think critically, you're able to eliminate a lot of the obstacles that hold people down. And folks, I want to say thank you. I appreciate you coming out. And that's my talk on situational leadership. I'll be at my booth later on if you want to ask questions and talk further about this. So thank you for allowing me to come up here and do this, Creative Al. I'll turn it back over to you.
Man, an amazing workshop. Thank you, Meta Coach. Meta, can you get back on stage real quick if you wouldn't mind?
Sure.
And if everybody can just run on stage, on the top stage, let's take a group photo with Meta Coach real quick. If everybody can just hop on here on the stage with me real quick, if you guys can. We're going to take our first group photo. Everybody just make your way over to the stage. Wow, there's so many people in here. Oh my gosh. There you go, guys. And awesome. And then Meta Coach, come up a little bit forward in the front. And I want you to just take this in, Meta. Look how many people you were able to influence, and how much they're going to take your message also to the next level. So thank you so much, Meta Coach. You guys take some photos. This is a great opportunity.
Awesome.
And great job, Meta Coach. I really appreciate everything that you did here today. Fantastic job. Wow, what a great session, everybody. This is fantastic fantastic way to kick off our Web3 Leadership Summit by talking about leadership and trying to figure out where you guys stand here today. And then we'll have another networking break session as well next coming up, where we'll have an opportunity to, maybe if you guys want to ask Meta Coach a question, or if you're watching the live stream, if you have any questions, feel free to time in. Make sure you guys are following everybody. But we were just getting started here today, guys. This is going to be a very exciting day. Our next section that we have is our sponsor session by Newman Games. We're going to start that here in about 5 minutes, guys. So we'll give you guys just a quick little break, and then we will start here in about 5 minutes, which will be our next session, which will be our sponsor session, talking with Newman Games. So thank you so much. I'm going to turn spatial audio on for about 5 minutes, and then we'll get everybody back in their seats so we can kick it off. So great job, everybody. Your spatial audio is on. Wow, what a jam-packed kickoff to today's show. Meta Coach is one of those fantastic people that you want to have in your community, educating us around leadership and what we're building. Is such an amazing thing. So many things to take back from this conversation. I'm happy it's also being recorded so we can always go back. The fact that he's got an entire workshop that he's working to build and create is really impressive. The fact that he took the time to put this thing out, layered it, is exactly what we're trying to do here, right? We need help building our leaders, but also how do we empower other people that are actually in this space that are trying to take a leadership role, right? And how do we interact with people that want to become leaders? How do we support them, right? We talked about micromanage and things like that, right? Nobody wants to be like that, right? So you have to figure out a way, how do we empower people? And not everybody wants to be a leader. It's not. There's some people that want to step up, some people that want to. So you have to, like he said, you got to figure out where people are, where they're at, and meet them there. Understanding that is a big part of teamwork, collaboration, and leadership. And I think MetaCoach did a fantastic job with that. That's something that I'm so happy we kicked off the show like this. I'm really excited to see what what comes of this as we move forward. We've got a pretty fun section next. We're going to be having Newman Gaines is going to be coming up here in about 4 minutes. They're going to go ahead and present to us what they're working on. This is our gold sponsorship package. They are our primary sponsor, and I'm excited to tap in, connecting with Plabo and his team, and taking iteration of what we're going to be building here today. If you guys are enjoying the stream so far, go ahead and share it. Let me know what you guys think. Go ahead and tweet about this. If you guys haven't done so, use hashtag Web3 Leader Summit. Great opportunity here today. We're just getting started, right? If you haven't done so, grab your copy and get ready for another action-packed panel session that we're going to be starting here in about 2 minutes. So stay tuned, and then I will be right back.
Things in different backgrounds, and I can draw up on those experiences and kind of put them in a bucket to present them.
This is your first talk with your new white shirt as well.
Oh yeah. Well, thanks to this lady right here. She makes me shine.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, I don't think. Okay, Kevin is gonna be the one leading the talk, and then I will be also answering some questions. 1 second, 1 minute.
Computer battery died. I sent it to the shop. I'm on a different computer. Like open, so a little bit slower. Sorry. It's good. It's good. Yeah, I'm just. Oh. Yes, everything is great.
If everybody can please make your way if everybody can please make your way to the main stage, I'm going to introduce Newman Games. Go ahead and grab a seat real quick. Guys, this is our gold sponsor of our Web3 Leader Summit, Newman Games. I'm going to introduce them here in a second. They're going to take the stage. I'm going to have a PowerPoint presentation on the back for you guys to explore. Please be respectful. If you have questions, just put them inside the chat, and then we'll be able to facilitate the conversation as we move forward. So I'm going to share my screen, and then Pablo, once my screen is up, I'm going to let you take it away. But if you guys are not speaking, if you guys wouldn't mind just please muting your mics, that would be great. Creative? Refresh or hit M. You might have to hit M to unmute yourself. No, I'm talking about Kevin. All right. Yes. We can hear you. Make your way over to the stage, and then make yourself over to the stage, and then this. Okay. We're doing great.
The hardest thing to do is really to teach people who you are, what you can do, and what kind of value you can bring into their lives. And that's that's a little bit about me. Pablo, do you want to share a little bit about yourself as well?
Yeah, sure. I'm Pablo. I've been surrounded by art all my life. I've been working, my first entrepreneurship was about having a home studio and recording bands. So we have a music background, both of us. And later on, I did recording of movies and everything related with sound design. And then I moved into the trading oil industry, where I was working there for over 10 years on operations, moving vessels from one side to the other to the of the world. And I've been always working on technology and having fun with video games and role game plays. I'm a big believer that we learn through playing. And I think the internet on 3D is already here and is going to be like super, super cool to be part of it, because we have created a different path happening on Web2, and I'm super glad to be here. And yeah, I think it would be a little bit of that. And just contact me. You can hit on the left bar down there. You have the logotype of Newman Games and Numinia, and there it will take you to our Discord, and you can DM me, and I will be the whole day around and talking with you, all of you, and interested in understanding what you are building, because I think that most of you are builders. So go.
Awesome. Hold on, I pressed the button. My guy started busting a move right here. Hold on. There we go. We can go back to the first slide real quick, because that's just a little bit of an intro. My guy's just going to dance around. I'm going to let him do that because apparently, that's just how he wants to express himself.
If you clap, it'll take it away.
How do you clap? Is there?
With C.
Usually I'm
C.
in C. Okay, great. So, I recently joined Newman Games. It's been a great opportunity to work with leaders in the space, some of the most amazing builders I've had the pleasure to work with. And one thing that I've boiled down what we can accomplish here is essentially asking other people the question, is your team ready for an impossible challenge? How does one prepare for that? And what does it exactly mean to be ready for an impossible challenge? How do we even know? Well, at Newman Games, I think we pride ourselves on building experiences which uncover hidden opportunities within teams and preparing new team members to join in a company culture faster, more efficiently, and at a better cost than they would through traditional onboarding and training methods. You can go on to the next slide. So I want to know from people, feel free to let me know in chat. How do you prepare your team? Because growing a global team means introducing new members to complex concepts without slowing down progress. I ran my first tech startup was a digital health startup, and we were bringing on new developers, design leaders, and one of the hardest things was ensuring that new developers were really understanding of the vision. If they don't understand the vision, then new ideas in those first couple months can be potentially leading us down the wrong route. This can lead to a lot of really one of the biggest challenges that in the 5 years that I've been building and working with some of the leading brands in Web3 and using virtual world environments, making sure that we can educate new team members and even new community members is hands down some of the most tedious work that you can do, but some of the most important work that you can do. Some of the people who I've worked with here in the audience definitely know that if you don't educate people to your mission effectively, it becomes a never-ending cycle as new people enter your community, as new people enter the Web3 space, the metaverse space, and they need to understand, how do we understand this? How is it exactly that we can make sure that they can learn in a way that gets them in alignment with our vision and our goals as an organization, so that we can really collaborate effectively and produce the outcomes that we wish? Because if you don't, I can tell you some horror stories of what could go wrong. But let's move on to the next slide. So what is the gold standard? Well, elite professionals like surgeons, pilots, aren't they using simulations to prepare for any situation? Why shouldn't your team have the same level of preparation? I like how Pablo said, we play to learn. And a lot of times when you're learning something that's super complex, whether it be an instrument, whether it be a new craft, a new skill, applying gamification has proven to keep people engaged throughout the learning process. You can go on to the next slide. According to a study, and I can share these slides with everybody so they can see our reference links and everything, we are driven by data. At Newman Games, it's not simply an experience that we're delivering, but an outcome. We want to make sure that your organization is moving as cost effectively as possible to grow as fast as possible. One of the interesting points that we found is that the average cost of onboarding a new employee is around $4,125 per person. That's not to say it's any different whether they're a part-time or full-time employee. So if you're a grassroots company, then every dollar matters. If you're bringing on an intern, if you're bringing on a part-time employee, you will need everybody locked in to their role. This cost has no mercy. And it can increase depending on that complexity. So if you're bringing on somebody who is going to be taking on a full-time leadership position, that can cost even more than $4,000. We can go on to the next slide. Painfully enough, Gallup research found that it takes an average of 8 months for a new hire to reach full productivity. Absolutely. Mariana makes a great point. Imagine in larger companies that are doing, imagine how global companies, how a company like Creative Owls has, how much money they've saved on training just by bringing their employees and their team members into a space like this. Oh, I'm streaming this actually on Twitch, and I appreciate, I guess somebody just, so I think our message here is resonating with people, which is awesome. We can go on to the next slide here. Another study here found that employees who had negative onboarding experiences are twice as likely to seek new opportunities within the year. Inconsistent onboarding can result in disengaged employees, leading to higher turnover rates and additional costs. Business leaders, if you're here, I know this message resonates with you. Absolutely. This is some of the most important lessons that I've learned as an entrepreneur, as a business leader. I raised over $1 million in capital for my first startup, which was a digital health startup. We worked with developing motion capture software that collected data for doctors through gamified music experiences. And there's nothing more painful than bringing on a team member, and whether it be an intern or a full-time team member, and just not having your company vision resonate. If that team member leaves, those 3 or 4 months that you spent onboarding them have become a serious cost to your business. And if you're working on a 6-month time frame, maybe a $200,000, $300,000 budget, that for $8,000, $12,000, well, that's 10% of your budget. 20% of your budget starts to go to employees or team members who turned over. That becomes a serious issue. I've always felt like the most important and critical step in building any business is hiring and training the right people. Now, you can choose the right person, but if you do not retain them and train them effectively, you will not keep them. Why? Because they will be having a hard time at being successful understanding how to embed themselves into the culture, this becomes a big strain to the business. We can go to the next slide. Now, what if I told you that 58% of organizations report that their onboarding programs are focusing on the process and paperwork rather than people and culture? Of course, this leads to inconsistent information and a fragmented training process. So maybe your first employees or your second employees are locked in with your culture, but what happens when you're bringing on 4, 8, 12, 20 new people into your organization, and you have 3 different people conducting training? The biggest risk that any company has, and I'm loving seeing these comments in chat, I love that people are resonating with this. The biggest challenge that a company has isn't when it's starting, it's when it's growing. It's that fast growth stage. And having that consistency from your first hires to your 10th to your 100th hire in your culture, that's what's going to carry the value in your pioneering vision as a founder through to that growth stage. We can go to the next slide. I'm all about data, absolutely. I think that without data, we're just making guesses, but we need to make educated guesses. Digital onboarding platform experienced a 60% reduction in paperwork errors, 50% increase in process completion speed. All of this information points us to a key truth. We can go on to the next slide. That as a leader, the decisions that you make building and preparing your team will define your legacy. These preparations create the framework for where your company will ultimately be. We can go to the next slide. At Newman Games, we believe in simulating workflows in a fully immersive virtual space. AI-driven training for every team member to receive that personalized growth. Imagine that every member of your team could have 24/7 guidance tailored to the pace of their needs. We want to automate onboarding and continuous skill development and integrate that seamlessly into company operations, elevating their team's performance to new heights. We really believe in breaking down the exact experiences that go from understanding company culture, embedding yourself with a digital team, all the way to what does code red look like in your organization? What are examples of creating those workflows? I love that question. One of the clients we're talking to is a healthcare organization that's eager to find ways to help their newest employees find the best routes for they can't afford to send out VR headsets to every single client. So instead, before they even step foot into their organization, they see this as the best way for them to get their employees comfortable with what those routes are going to look like. Another one is understanding maybe the values and culture of your city. We're talking to the city of Phoenix about creating an experience that talks about what is it like to move into the city of Phoenix. Can we get people comfortable with that? Or what about universities that want to show students what does a certain track look like by studying a certain degree? All of these different different organizations? No, please, please. I want to be in tune with the curiosity that strikes you. So anything that comes to mind, please throw it in chat. All of these different experiences, some of the things that you see on board are also team building experiences. So things like, how do we get comfortable? What are the sort of communication challenges, communication channels that our company should be using given different scenarios, whether it be a team meeting, whether it be a code red situation, or whether we're trying to work through a puzzle. Sometimes things don't have to be so serious. Sometimes they can just be game-like experiences, branded escape room experiences, things like that can definitely keep your employees, especially your digital community, fully engaged with your company and seeing how they can fully express themselves in that company culture. We can go on to the next slide. So we want to help you prepare for that impossible challenge. Is that impossible challenge getting in front of new customers? I know for me, I ran a sales team, and one of the hardest part was teaching my new sales reps about the channels in which we build relationships with our customers. And maybe that impossible challenge is worthwhile for the very first way, so you can really build your team members to success. We want to know what that is. We've worked with a lot of great organizations. We can go on to the next slide. So one of the organizations I'm personally working with right now is the Phoenix Bioscience Corps. They are leaders in the space. They here based in Phoenix, where I am, they're a bioscience company. And working with them, I've built a health literacy experience, which teaches people about the latest research around how to stay healthy, how health can be actually wealth, and as well as organizations like FMF, which is an official partner of Unreal Engine based in Vegas. And we did trainings with them to show them how to build their IRL meetups into virtual experiences to connect their organization, much like we're doing right here, but to their own specific tailored avenue, because it's not one size fits all. It's really, it's really amazing how we see this shift go from this generalized experience to a more tailored story. I think we can all say, hey, that makes a lot of sense. Especially with AI, things are less and less about a general assumption of what people's needs are to being more directly, what exactly do we need to accomplish here? And just quickly, before we go on to the next slide, I just only want to mention that, that's something that is really where value exists. It's no longer about having a general experience that fits everybody. It's really about understanding the itemized workflows that make people successful. What are the direct actions, and what are the exact skills, and how can we use virtual 3D environments to allow people to learn those skills and that culture faster than they would through a piece of paper, through a video that maybe they can disengage from. All that to say, allow us to help you achieve those outcomes. We can go on to the next slide. I'm streaming this on LinkedIn. I'm streaming this on X. I'm streaming this on Twitch right now. So for everybody who's been tuned in there, so much love, so much appreciation. You can reach us and our team on LinkedIn, on Twitter, Kevin on Earth 999. We just want to help you achieve your goals, your success. The future doesn't have to be. So take the first steps towards ensuring their success. Work with us at Newman Games. I hope to hear from you. We have a impossible challenge audit. If you reach out to us, we'll put you through a free impossible challenge, and we'll pump out a report that shows you how ready your team is across 5 different sections of skills and readiness to see how ready your team is for an impossible challenge. Let us help you see that and achieve that so you're ready for what comes next. Thank you so much. I would love to answer any questions. Thank you so much. And thank you, Pablo.
Thank you, Kevin. We are going to be around. The time is come. Thank you very much. Let's play. Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Hear this. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. If everybody who's actually inside the metaverse or they're watching, if they can do me a favor, on the left hand side of your menu, you guys see it. There's the Newman Games logo at the bottom left. If everybody can just do me one favor, if you guys enjoyed that presentation and you want to support them, click on that link and then join their Discord today, guys. If there's one thing that, if you did enjoy this, if you can do one thing here today, on the left hand side, there's the Newman Games logo. Click on that. That will take you directly right to their Discord. Everybody take 2 minutes real quick before we go to our panel session. And please go ahead and join their Discord. We're going to kick off our next panel session, Web3 and emerging markets. But again, let's give them a round of applause. Great job, Kevin, Pablo, and Newman Games for being here, breaking everything down. Awesome to get those status. So if everybody can just give them a round of applause for what they're doing. I really appreciate what you guys are coming in here in this space. And guys, we're still getting started. Newman Games just came up and presented. Awesome to hear from them, the capabilities. Really bunch of smart people that are coming together trying to solve a hard problem. And you can see where the challenges are, right? Within organizations, big and small, that are out there, and how are they going to scale? How are they going to produce better? And as a business owner, as someone who's looking for growth, these are challenges that we face every single day. So figuring out new solutions is what Newman Games is doing, and what they're going to bring on as we move forward. So great job, team, for presenting. If you're part of our next panel session, please make your way over to the stage and go ahead and sit down. I'm just going to set up the environment. If you guys are listening and if you guys are enjoying this so far, go ahead and share it on your social media. Use hashtag Web3 Leaders Summit. Take some time to share it, what you guys are doing. So far, we've had some fantastic sessions and workshops talking about leadership and what's happening, what are the challenges. We're still going to get started, and we're going to kick off our first panel session that's coming up next. So if you are a speaker or if you're a part of this conversation, please make your way over to the stage. If you haven't done so, please mute your mic. We're going to be diving into our next section. I'm going to actually find the description for it, put it back here, and I'm going to place it back here. So if you're part of this session, please go ahead. I think Tang Poco is going to lead this conversation around emerging markets. So I'm going to just blow this up. Awesome. Let me get to this. Awesome. There we go. I think I did a good job. Well, maybe Ira can help me place this better than I can. Let me put it right. There we go. All right. Well, guys, I'm going to turn the mic over to the one and only. Hold on, let me get you a seat, Tang Poco. I apologize. Nope. Let me take care of this for you. Oh, it looks like my chair failed. Hold on. Furniture. Give me a second. Let me.
You're doing that? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great about she's more than welcome. Grab my seat.
Oh, I'm trying to bring in a seat, so just give me 1 second. There we go. There we go. Go ahead, Tang. You can sit down as well, and we will kick it off. Tang, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the seat. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I want to thank Newman Games and MetaCoach already. What a great day it has been so far. Thank you all for coming out today. I am super excited to kick off the session on a topic that is both timely and critical for anyone involved in the Web3 space, emerging technologies in Web3. Now, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Tang Poco. I've had the pleasure of working in the Web3 space for some time now. I've dived into everything from digital identities to immersive English. I am thrilled to be here today, moderating my very first panel, actually, with an amazing group of guests. Now, as we all know, this space moves at lightning speed, but we have never seen anything like the current acceleration of new technologies, especially with the rise of AI. While the technology is still evolving, the convergence is creating unprecedented opportunities and challenges. So today we're going to dive into the horizon of how these innovations are shaping the future of Web3. So before we begin, just a quick reminder to please be respectful of our speakers and your fellow attendees, and keep your mics muted while others are talking so we can all enjoy a smooth and engaging discussion. I'd like to start out by briefly introducing our panelists. I'll start with Corey Comnitz on the far end. Corey launches and grows successful ventures in the fields of digital media and blockchain. He's currently a partner at Limitless, where he works on bridging the gap between physical and digital experiences. We also have Carmen Villadar. She's a trailblazer in digital inclusivity, particularly for women in underrepresented groups. She's the founder of Digital Femme, a platform dedicated to empowering these communities, Web3. On the couch next to me is Mitch Jackson. He's a seasoned trial attorney and mediator. Mitch is at the forefront of integrating Web3 and AI into legal practices. He's a leading voice in how these technologies can transform everything from dispute resolution to business operations. And finally, we have Marika Feenstra. She is the creative force behind Paladin Punks, an NFT project that I'm sure you're all familiar with. It celebrates diversity within the Web3 community. She's passionate about using digital art to build strong, supportive communities. Thank you all so much for being here today. I want to jump right into our first question. With so many new technologies emerging, it's a really exciting time to be involved in Web3. But with all this innovation, I want to know what's really on the verge of taking off. So, Marika, let's start with you. What are some of the most promising new technologies or use cases in the Web3 space that you have seen?
Thank you, and thank you for the nice introduction. And hi, everyone in the audience. I first want to congratulate Creative Owls and the entire team, Vanessa, for this amazing day, because you really are bringing people into the metaverse. And with that information, I know how hard it is to bring people in, because I've been building metaverses now for 2 years together with OX Wolfgang. And what I wanted to do when I started the Paladin Punks, which is a project that I modeled punks after real women in Web3 in the bear market. So when I saw all these people still showing up, many of you know the PFP that Vanessa is using. She's a Paladin Punk, and I just wanted to honor all the people that are still building. And I think everyone that's here today, a lot of you I know, because I've been around and I've been to all these different events. And I think what I try to do is make use of the technologies that are already there. So there is a lot of technology. There is a lot of things that we can do, and I try to combine that. And I think all of you guys in here do that as well. But I think where where it sort of goes wrong, so to speak, is that there is a lot of tech and we're all trying to use it at the same time. So I think it's there. It's just like being able to combine all the different technology and making use of everything as much as we all like to do, because most of us are all very tech savvy to even be in here. So I think it's there. And of course a lot of new things are coming. A lot of hardware, the VR glasses, anything that creates the mixed media. So it's there. It's coming. We're just very at the beginning of it. So I hope that answers your question a little bit. Okay, are you there?
Hello. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I like what you were saying about we're kind of using the technologies that already exist, but sort of elevating them as well, combining them and doing them in new ways. Corey, I'd love to hear your insights on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're using the same. I mean, I think it's the same use cases we've been toting for a bunch of years now. I think the space has definitely matured, and I think there's different organizations that have found ways to commercialize the services and the tech stack. Sadly, I think it's the Web2 adoption and like the big consultancies implementing this stuff at enterprise level that's kind of moved the needle a little bit for some of the adoption. I think specifically in the fintech space, that seems to be where a lot of the focus is. But some of the emerging technologies in 3D are really exciting. WebXR, WebGPU, and like moving away from WebGL and stuff like that. And I think people are building more and more robust experiences, and a lot of the speculation in the space has kind of disappeared. So I think we're left with people who really want to build something. So I mean, I think the space is maturing. I think an event like this with 50 attendees is a good example of that. So I'm really excited about gaming specifically, right? Like that's kind of the vertical I'm focused on, and I think I think Web3 is an obvious fit for the gaming market, and we're seeing things getting released on Epic Games and mainstream kind of distribution platforms, which is really exciting. We're hiding the infrastructure that might be like NFTs and block cryptocurrency. Like those things are implemented, but they're not affecting the user experience, right? So people are having a more frictionless interactions with blockchain without even knowing it, which I think was the goal. So yeah, I'm really excited about how this space is evolving. Yeah.
Thank you. Mitch, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Oh, fantastic. It's good to be here. Is my audio coming in okay?
You're good.
All right, we're good. Listen, this is such an important time. This is such an important venue and event. I'm so happy to be a part of it. I've watched so much change over the last 30 plus years in the legal and business space, entrepreneurship, representing creatives, entrepreneurs, and I've never seen more opportunity than we see today. Addressing this specific question, I think what's really important is I want everyone here to know that as lawyers, we're seeing things 6 to 12 months ahead of time before they ever roll out publicly on your wallet or in these spaces. And what I wanted to share with everyone is the emphasis we're seeing right now, whether you're a creator, an entrepreneur, whatever it may be, is to reduce friction and encourage the use of digital wallets. So everything you see in the background, the NFTs, the Bitcoin ordinals, whatever it may be here in this venue, whatever transactions we're interacting with our clients, with our customers, with our purchasers of our artwork, what we're seeing happen is doubling down on digital wallet use. Okay, whatever that may mean to you. When you look at Department of Motor Vehicles across the country, in California, New Jersey, they're starting to put this technology on our phones. 17 other cases, states around the 17 other states around the country are also migrating identification to digital wallets. And what that tells me is that if governments, if states, if municipalities are doing this, then from a creator standpoint, we want to double down on using our digital wallets too. Along with that, if we're transacting business here in the metaverse, guess what? How do we transact business? How do we pay or purchase for services? Well, it's with digital currency. Once again, digital wallets are part of digital currency. And so what we're seeing happen is technology moving forward that embraces and incorporates our digital wallets, not only to give us access to, behind the screen, behind the curtain services, but also allowing us to do easy and friction-free transactions. That's what we see our clients working on right now. That's where we see everything that's happening in the metaverse becoming faster and better with less friction because of some type of digital key or wallet that allows for all the above. And my initial statements, that's exactly what we're watching everyone focus on. And this is an exciting time. So it's good to be here.
Thank you for that. Oh, welcome back to the stage, Carmen. We lost you for a second. I'd love to know your thoughts on emerging technologies. What are you seeing in the space?
Hey, Tampoco. Wow, what a way to make an entrance. So my battery ran out on my mobile. I'm glad I got to come back. Can everyone hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, perfect. You know what? It's really hard to tell. I mean, we're seeing so many layer 2 scaling solutions. DeFi is really creating like a place for itself in Web3. We're seeing the rise of DAOs and I mean, like non-fungible tokens. It's not just about art anymore. People are using it for connecting to real-world assets and tokenizing them. But I've always been a believer of cross-chain interoperability. I believe the first speaker had kind of like mentioned that if there was just, I think once platforms begin to seamlessly integrate, then that will become a much more better user experience, not just for B2B, but also B2C. And I'm really hoping that cross-chain interoperability will just continue to grow as more protocols develop, keeping in mind security, of course. That's it.
Amazing. Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that the technology is evolving, that as it evolves, it's going to almost become less forward-facing and just more of a general background. Digital wallets are going to be the key driver in mainstream adoption. But I think what I want to know is, I think that people are still a little bit scared of emerging technology still. How do we get it more mainstream? What strategies can we use for people to accept it more? Who would like to jump in? Marika?
Yes, I'll jump in. Sorry, Mitch, did you want to say something?
No, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so the way we can get people in, it's very hard because I spoke in Estonia at the banana conference there, and there was a room full of people, and I asked, like, who has ever been in the metaverse? And these were people that had wallets, that know about crypto, that even know about NFTs, everything. 5 people in the entire room. So I'm like shocked. I'm like, I've been in there like for 2 years, and it is the same people. I mean, we are seeing each other here now. So it is like hard to get people in. And the reason is because people think they need VR glasses, but you don't. You know, you could just click on a link and you're in. And even if you tell people, you know, it's just a domain name, you click on it and you're in, they're still reluctant to go in because they just, maybe it's the wording, I don't know. They just think it's going to be a place where they don't know how to move. And some, you know, don't, but in 5 minutes, everyone knows how to move. I also think the whole gaming, I understand, Grizz, that you're very interested in that part of Web3. But I think for businesses, it can feel very gamey, like it's too gamified maybe for like serious business. So how do you like take that friction away of people not wanting to go in? So one example of what we did was during the Amsterdam Dance event, which is mainly young people going to this huge event where there's like 500,000 people visiting Amsterdam. I'm from Amsterdam, our team is from Amsterdam. And we had billboards in the metro station all around Amsterdam and all around Amsterdam. And we had a little video of an avatar dancing. Really cool little avatar with a hoodie and with a backpack that we were actually selling during Amsterdam Dance event. And so they see this little avatar, and at the end of the video, there's a QR code. Now, of course, QR codes have been around for a while, and people haven't used them for years and years. And now it's starting to become a little bit more mainstream to use a QR code. So then people can use this QR code with their phone, and then the next thing you know they're inside the metaverse, looking like this little avatar. And we created this entire experience where we had live DJs in Amsterdam broadcasting them inside the metaverse. So there were people in the metaverse, people in real life who were able to come in. So I think it's going to happen slowly, where you mix these experiences. So there's something in real life, there's something in the metaverse where it adds some value to the in real life situation or event. And then the other way around, there we had an event where there was an AR augmented reality exhibition in Munich. So people were in Munich in a park looking at AR, and then they were able to go inside the metaverse where you could also see this exhibition. I work a lot with artists, so we really try to look at this from an artist perspective, because artists also, are very willing to try stuff out. So that's how I think slowly it will happen. But I think the biggest problem is perception and friction with VR, or friction with phones or internet connections or computers. Yeah, so that's how I see it, and I think we have a long way to go. That's until we have some mass adoption here. I think it's going to be a little bit longer than we all hope in here.
Absolutely. That
It's
spot on.
Sorry, please, Rich, go ahead. Go, please.
No, I was going to
continue.
say spot on. It's all about trust, and people don't trust what they don't understand. We need to make Web3 as simple as sending a text, right? I just got back from Chicago. I was on the AI Web3 panel speaking in front of, a room full of lawyers. We had 5,000 to 7,000 people at the event. And the biggest concern I had is we're preaching to the choir right now. Everyone here is all in, but we're less than 1% of 1% of all users of this technology. This is brand new. And so what I think is going to happen is Web3 is like a rocket ship. It's getting ready to launch, but most people are still trying to figure out how to fasten their seatbelts. And what we've got to do is get them comfortable with understanding this technology. And for me, what happens is when I'm talking to business owners, when I'm talking to other professionals, when I'm talking to artists and creators, once they understand that this is simply another campfire, another opportunity to communicate, to use metaphors when we're interacting in the metaverse, to expand our communities, not only local, but across the world into global communities, global customers, global clients, with AI coming in and allowing for real-time immediate translation, which allows us to communicate. I think what happens is we start finding that trust. And with that trust comes understanding, and with that understanding comes adoption. And so those are the hurdles, but I do feel that we're moving forward at a very fast pace. I think that's self-explanatory. And frankly, by this time next year, especially with AI being layered into everything we're doing, a lot of these challenges are going to be, for the most part, resolved. And your everyday artist, your everyday creator, entrepreneur, business person will be able to just tap, swipe, or click and really leverage all of the technology that we're enjoying today. The struggles you're experiencing today, clicking in, not remembering to unmute your mic, right? And not being able to connect, these things are going to be going away. And once they're reduced or eliminated, use is going to substantially increase. And those of you that are here now, early in these spaces, and we're still early, are going to be the ones that have the foundation to really leverage this technology for whatever you want to do with it.
So it sounds like education is really the key here. One of the things that you said that really stood out was that people don't trust things that they don't understand. So education is huge. Carmen, I'd love to hear your insight on this.
Yeah, thanks, Tampoco. Absolutely, education is number one, or education and use cases. So I'm listening to people. Okay, so I've been around metaverses since 2005 in Second Life, and I'm kind of like seeing a deja vu, because what's happening now in spatial, other metaverses like Decentraland and whatnot, are these types of networking, collaboration, and like these, what do you call it, like round table discussions on what are we doing here, how do we get more people to go, where are we going. I really think when you're talking about the biggest hurdles of technologies like in mainstream, sometimes I think we are thinking idealistic. Sometimes because we're in it, we feel like this is the place to be and this is where the future is going. Now, I love gaming, and this whole gamification of things or entities has been around for like at least 15 years. And why hasn't why hasn't mainstream adopted that yet? So here's a thought. I have friends who have children who have grown up with Roblox and Fortnite and Minecraft. And you would think that, okay, for sure, there's a demographic that easily will adapt to these technologies. However, will that younger demographic who is so built into gaming and who are used to like playing in the digital economy and monetizing like their avatars or whatever tools they have in gaming, are they actually going to be all adapting to whatever we expect these Web3 technologies to be? I don't think so. You know why I say that? Because I have a number of friends from all across the board, and either their children are deep in tech, and you can tell that they're going to be like the next Steve Jobs or whatever it is. And yet, like perfect example, I grew up, there's a little girl I knew since she was 3. She's 16 now. She's all about Roblox and Minecraft, and yet she does not want to spend so much time on Minecraft and online. You know what she does? She'd rather spend time with her goats and horses. So it's almost like it is what it is. It'll attract the right people who it will attract. I'm sure people who are listening now, they have friends, whatever age group you are, they have friends that still have the flip phone or don't ever want to be on the internet. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's an evolution. I think we expect a lot from ourselves, which is great. That's how we push forward. That's how we innovate. But I think, or I feel that our expectations in mainstream adoption kind of like is a little bit idealistic, because it's not for everyone. And maybe, who knows, in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, a decade, I mean, like century, I don't know, but it's really like evolution. Like, will the older generation die off? Obviously, and then will a new generation emerge because they are already handed out organically Web3 tools, and by then all the technologies have matured for them to seamlessly use it. If we think about how the internet first came on when it became mainstream, 94, 93, I mean, I was there. I was literally in a boardroom in Toronto talking to, not me, but sitting in a meeting with AOL Canada. So the Virginia HQ people came to Toronto to talk about like what can we do to advance AOL Canada. And I'm just thinking like it's just like an evolution. And you know what? Let's have fun. Let's create and let's see where it goes, honestly. I know I said so much. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to go off on a
No, don't be
soapbox.
sorry. It's
That
fascinating.
that stuff was
Sorry,
I
Grizz,
really
go
think.
ahead. Did you have something to say? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think we need to also stop looking at it as like Web3 market. It's kind of like, Web3 is a set of technology tools that can be applied to specific use cases, So I think that's really how it is being incorporated into the mainstream. Like if we're talking, like there's a whole suite of technologies that we kind of, Web3 is a big umbrella that, now has blockchain and NFTs and metaverse and XR stuff, right? So it's kind of like how are those tech pieces of the tech stack being applied? And I think builders that are in this room that are trying to commercialize products leveraging some of those technologies is how it gets into the main. Thinking about some more enterprise use cases. My focus in the last 5 years was on industrial metaverse applications, and I think we were really shocked to see that the net promoter score of those types of products, even with the older demographic, was very, very high. Like people who we thought wouldn't really like the technology, if it's applied to a use case that makes sense to them, like learning something for work, how to operate an injection molding machine or fight fires in British Columbia. I always thought of the metaverse as a move from websites to web spaces. It's really just we have 3D now, deployed through a browser. So the accessibility of that is huge. So we've been focused on building things out for like the government. They do all of their training and learning through that. So I think that's the kind of use cases that are emerging, and like you could make an argument that that's like mainstream adoption of Web3 technology, but it's really, like I said, it's just the tool set. So I think we kind of need to decouple the ethos of like decentralization from what the tech stack is. So I think mainstream is adopting it, and I think it's actually kind of unfortunate for what the initial movement was, which was decentralization. All right, like the traditional industries, governments, that's actually centralizing a lot of the power back into those entities, right? I think we are seeing mainstream adoption, BlackRock ETFs, like all of this stuff, centralized. CBDC scared the bejesus out of me, like so. I think again we need to kind of decouple the technology from those and realize that actually it is all over the place. Anyway, just my 2 cents.
I think Grizz is spot on. Grizz, you're spot on. I mean, what we're seeing is Web3 is going from a playground for tech geeks to the backbone of how all of us are living our digital lives. I think soon it's going to be something that we talk about and that we do every day online. It's just going to be part of doing business. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, great insights, Corey. Thank you so much. I want to throw a question to both Marika and Carmen. There's a lot of overlap in what you both do in terms of using the technology to help the voices of women and other underrepresented groups be heard. Where do you see this technology in the future helping your causes in particular?
I'll start, Carmen. Yeah, where do I see this help our cause? So basically, I started this because I saw that there were way less females and underrepresented groups in Web3 and women when I started in 2021. So I haven't been in there as long as Carmen has, but I did see that there was a lot of male talk in the rooms, in the Clubhouse rooms, in the Twitter rooms. And I felt, they needed to be heard more. And of course, Women in Tech Museum with Vanessa, she is looking at that same demographic. I'm a little bit different in my project where I think it needs to be both male, female, working together to get this done. So what I try to do is show where the women are in Web3 and then work together with the men in Web3 to really give it sort of an even out. Because if you start like with the entire Web3 population, it will be like 80% male, maybe 20% female. But if you start with the females and you add the males, then it will be a more balanced start. And I think we just have this opportunity to show young girls like, hey, you know, look at all these women building here. They will feel more represented in this space if we show them where we are. So that's a little bit how I use it, just to show like, hey, there is women here and this is where they can be found. Just make it easier to find them. Handing it over to Carmen.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree with everything she said. Actually, I'm not a founder of Digital Femme. That's just, you know what? It's because I didn't put my bio. I didn't give you guys my bio. So I love that you guys created one for me. I really appreciate that. Since the question does revolve around like women in Web3, it's exactly what she said. It's just being represented. It's just showing my face in different circles. And I don't like seeing things like in terms of men and women. But I get that there are, what do you call it? Like there are examples of maybe inequalities. I don't even want to talk about that. I just want to be able to be who I am, connect with the right people, whether it's male or female, and just be part of the evolution and the collaboration of like whatever we are building for the future.
Yeah, that's always
That's
an
all.
interesting discussion to me, actually, because when I first came into Web3, I was very much thinking the same, that we kind of go beyond a male and female thing, and we enter the metaverse just our minds. You know, it's very equal, it's very fair. And later on, after talking to a lot of other people, I understand the need for underrepresented voices to sort of help shape the future. So I kind of go back and forth on the fence of whether I want to talk about the differences between men and women in different genders or different experiences, or also kind of coming to the table with a blank slate, everybody exactly the same. Do you know what I mean? It's a little bit hard to articulate right now, but those are great insights, and you guys have both done so well with your communities. I want to bring this back to Mitch for a second. What do you see with your background, with your legal background? What do you see as the biggest legal challenges or regulatory challenges that could inhibit the growth of Web3 moving forward?
Well, you know, it's complicated, but I think an argument can be made that in order for Web3 to move forward, we actually need to have a set of ground rules that we can all play by and that we can all understand, believe it or not. The reality of the situation is that there are, for a lot of us in the Web3 world, especially when it comes to digital currency, when it comes to starting new businesses, it can feel like the Wild West. The advantages of decentralization and not necessarily having to disclose who you are to be a part of a DAO or to be a part of a transaction is exciting, and I get it. But at the same time, from a business and legal standpoint, who are you doing business with? Are you going to be putting your brand and your reputation on the line down the road if possibly somebody in your decentralized Web3 business creative efforts, whether you're an artist or an entrepreneur, ends up making the news for all the wrong reasons? And so I think what's really important is for everyone to do your due diligence, figure out who are you doing business with, what type of business arrangements are you making subject to state, federal, and frankly, international law. Pay attention to what's happening in the news, sit around the right campfires and follow the right news feeds and go into the right metaverse venues and discords and spaces on X. But pay attention and then take a step back before doing anything and think to yourself, is what I just read, listened to, or heard accurate? Does that really make sense? Is that what the laws are? And I think what I found, just wrapping this up, is that business owners in the Web3 environments, and I mean everybody here, everybody I'm looking at right now in the audience, everybody that's watching live on the internet through the live video feed, I want you to ask yourselves, is what I'm doing the right thing? Is what I'm doing smart for both the short and long-term business purposes of why I'm here in the first place? And so I think once all of us here in the room, those people that aren't involved in Web3 but will be getting involved in Web3, and the reality is legislators and politicians, once they figure out what's that set of ground rules that dictate everything that we're going to be doing, then, for example, I can counsel my clients what's the appropriate next step. What do they need to be careful about? But it comes down to due diligence, I think, when it's all said and done. Do the right thing, do what feels good, do what's ethical, and 9 times out of 10, that's going to keep you and your business safe and sound moving forward.
Amazing answer, and something that we all need to listen to. Corey, can I ask you one last question? As a business leader in the space, how is Web3 transforming business models and revenue streams moving forward? Do you see a difference from traditional industries?
I mean, I guess it depends on the use case for sure. Yeah, like again, like through my own lens in gaming, I think right now getting a piece of the secondary market on in-game assets makes a lot of sense for gaming companies and for the gamers that they service. People. So I think there is potential in a lot of different sectors, but yeah, again, it's kind of like it's really just a protocol or a technology suite. It's kind of like saying PayPal, has it opened up? Well, yeah, you can transact through PayPal now, which is great. Like for instance, one of my biggest hurdles, and you and I have had this problem, is wire transfers, right? Like how do we? It's a real pain in the ass, the fintech space having the ability to send somebody money instantly across borders, like pretty handy dandy thing to have. So I mean, I think it depends on use cases, and I'm sure that people will find interesting and novel business models that incorporate this tech for sure.
I think so. And Mitch, you talked earlier about how people are bringing in digital wallets, and companies and governments are bringing in digital wallets. And I think that transactions and making it easier for people to transact is going to be huge for mainstream adoption. On top of that will be more in the gaming and entertainment industries. But first of all, it's got to benefit people quickly in their everyday lives, right?
Absolutely. When it all comes down to is, are you adding value to your clients and your customers? Are you simplifying and fixing problems? When it comes to communication, are we working together as a community? And whether we call it a digital wallet, whether we call it a new app on our phone or on our AI meta glasses or in our headsets, whatever that digital item or asset is that connects us in a friction-free environment, and it's going to be probably 10x that, 10x easier over the next 18 to 24 months based upon what I'm seeing my clients do. I can tell everyone without any hesitation whatsoever, this is where you want to be. We're early. Everybody here is early, even those of us that were on, some of the early platforms 10 years ago. We're just getting started. And what's going to happen is, whether you like AI or not, what's going to happen is AI is going to close that gap. It's going to allow us to do things that we've talked about today, whether it's from a security standpoint, whether it's from a building standpoint, whether it's from a communication standpoint, that is going to have a greater impact on all of us than the printing press, the telegraph, the Pony Express, and the internet combined. This is next level stuff, and that's why it's so exciting to be a part of it and be up here on stage today with all of you. This has just been wonderful.
Thank you so much. And looking ahead towards the future, to build on that, I'm going to ask everybody our final question, which is, where do you envision Web3 taking us in the next few years? What exciting possibilities do you see on the horizon that is going to help us reshape how we connect, create, and experience the digital world? Carmen, would you like to start?
Oh my gosh, I was hoping I wouldn't be asked that question first. That's a loaded question. I mean, can you just repeat the first part, please?
I mean, basically, I'm asking what your vision of the future of Web3 is.
Wow, I'm gonna go into metaphysics here, and I don't want to. I really don't. And somebody's clapping, so woohoo. The future of Web3. You know what? We are not addressing the elephant in the room, which is AI. I believe Mitch had mentioned it, or it could have been Corey, but we don't even know what AI will do to each of these emerging and technologies that are still to be had. Like, we don't know. So I would like to say, I don't know what I don't know, but what I do know is that anything related to any platform that gives people a voice, where people can get together and collaborate and create, that is an amazing thing. And regardless of whether there is mainstream adoption, and we're talking mainstream, I mean, I know Corey had mentioned like business use cases, and there are like corporations out there that are understanding and moving into the blockchain and crypto and making it easier for like Web 2 people. You know what? I really don't like these labels, but for people to come on board. But I really feel that the future of Web3 is just a more connected society, especially in terms of collaboratively creating together and building something that is for the better of everyone. That's all.
I love that. What a hopeful answer.
Right?
I would say. Mitch, would you like to build on that?
Well, 100%. You know, I think right now, Web3 is like a spark in a dry forest. I think what we're going to see is it's just a flicker, and this flicker is going to ignite a wildfire of innovation that's going to spread quickly. And I think creators that embrace it now, that understand what will be happening with AI, is look at this beautiful space that Creative Owls put together along with his team. I mean, this is amazing. I don't have the ability to do this, neither does my team. But in a couple of years, what's going to happen is you're going to just hop on and say, create a conference venue. I want a sunset in the background, and I'd like to be able to translate instantly in 19 various languages, because these are the attendees that have signed up. I would also like to do X, Y, and Z. And AI is going to take care of all of this in the background, including follow-up interactions and communications. And so we're just getting started. I really would just like everyone to understand you're building a foundation right now in these spaces. And the more you learn, the more you engage, the more people we meet, I think the better we're positioning all of us to move forward. And if we can bring in one client at a time and hold their hand and share with them our excitement and share with them how beautiful these spaces are, especially when you've got a headset on, I think that's what the future has in store for Web3. So it's fun to be a very small part of it.
Thank you so much. I love your vision. I want to hear from Corey next, and then we'll end off with Marika.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see more use cases get out there, and you know, as far as how do I think it's going to evolve, I actually think the narrative of Web3 is going to fade a little bit, and we're just going to realize that it's already integrated all over the place, and yeah, it'll just be ubiquitous, right? And I think a lot of the jargon may fall away, but I think, you know, there's use cases aplenty out there, so I'm just excited to see more of it. Yeah.
Me too. Marika.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I want to say that you're an amazing host. You asked us really good questions before I get my answer. But yeah, I think I agree with Carmen. It's about connection. So where is Web3 going? I don't think is maybe the right question to ask. It should be like, where are we all going? Like, where is this connection going? And I see we as as different communities working together, and we're very early. If we can take this to the next level without like pushing it, I don't think it makes sense to try to shove this down anyone's throat. There needs to be like a use case where people feel, hey, this is really helping me. And that could be hidden. Before I came into Web3 and before I became a photographer and an artist, I did startups for big fashion companies like Levi's, Seven for All Mankind. And we were trying to, with the technology that was there at the time, for example, create a retail experience. So we wanted to have fitting rooms with certain lighting, or you could just press a button on an iPad and someone would come to you with a different size, or you were able to pay for whatever you wanted, like right next wherever a salesperson was. So that took so much work at that time with that technology, that like with SAP and all these different programs. So when I saw the blockchain technology, that's when I realized, hey, we can start building, and everyone can build a little piece of this modular system, and that is what's happening. And of course we have different blockchains and we have different metaverses, but there's way more very specific building on a specific needs. And right now everyone's doing their little bits. If that starts like really becoming interchangeable and modular, we say, okay, here I have my metaverse, here I have my avatar, here I have DeFi. I'm also advising a project in the DeFi space, actually doing all this legal stuff because we're in Europe. So Mika is coming, so I'm sure you've heard of that, Mitch. So it's like, so we all need to be people. We are very flexible people in here, because we don't know where this huge ship is going and how all these AI is going to change things, and people, building are going to change things. So we don't know where it's going, but we do know here is that we all make artists. And I think the new people coming in, that could be, I think a lot of people are going to come in through Coinbase, because that's where a lot of wallets are, and the whole base system is really doing well with creating apps that people can just use on their phone. So we don't know where it's going, but I do know everyone that's here is very early and wants to be part of what is being built. And I think if we can do that together and we can have a say in what we're building, just by showing up every day and doing our little part, then I think we're going to a good space. So I don't know where we're going, but I think we're going to a good place if we all keep building together. So yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Amazing, guys. Such a positive and insightful conversation. I just want to repeat one thing that Mitch said, which is that we are the spark that ignites the wildfire of innovation. That's something that really resonates with me, and I know it's going to resonate with a lot of you here too. Thank you to our panelists, Corey, Carmen, Marika, and Mitch, for sharing your knowledge and your too. Everyone here, please follow our panelists on social media to stay connected and keep up with them. And that's it. We've got more panels and workshops lined up, so stick around and continue exploring the space. Thank you all so much again.
Yeah, let's give these
all right,
folks,
thank you. Great job.
Let's give everybody another round of applause for our speakers. If everybody can. That's watching or inside the event, to share this out within your community. We're here trying to share knowledge and innovate and help people grow within their community. And it all starts from us, right? What you heard here today is extremely important. How technologies or these type of technologies are shaping, but it has to be with trust. It has to be with innovators, and it has to be with people that are taking out the forefront. And everybody here that's on stage, you guys are doing that. You guys are taking the initiative to being here. So I want to give a shout out. If everybody can just hit C on their keyboard or clap, let's do a big clap, and we'll take some photos as well too, if you guys can do that. An incredible event, guys. Keep doing what you guys are doing. Look at all this. This looks crazy. An amazing job. We're going to give everybody a quick break, and then we were going to pick it up in about 5 minutes. Go ahead and stretch. I'm going to turn spatial audio on so you guys can actually walk around, collaborate, and then I'll start the next session in about 10 minutes. All right. So I'll give everybody a 10-minute. We'll start at 12:05. Our next section is going to be another workshop session of creating a smart contract with Third Web. So I'll see everybody here at 12:05. I'm going to turn spatial audio on so you guys can have some conversations, and then we'll be back in just a moment. So thank you guys. Great session. What do you think of this?
Great job, Eric. Hey, am I back on at 12:30?
Yes.
My time?
Yep.
Your time?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna make some calls and I'll be back then. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it.
Awesome. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I will be back at 12:10. So I'll be back, everybody.
So my audio was off for a minute there.
Yeah, I had some little issues with audio too.
Definitely. And this is encouraging to me to see this kind of
What's up, guys? What's up? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Yeah.
going through the chain of leadership. And there's a lot of karmic, like I said, the things that made somebody. And then when the success gets carnage gets overlooked and swept underneath the carpet, but you can only do that so long before you run out of people, or you create such a toxic environment that everything you built caves in.
Mm-hmm.
And I've worked with organizations like that that were so profit driven that they sacrifice their people on the altar of bucks.
Exactly. Then you end up with you and the success alone, right? With no people, and that's a void.
and then you don't have what you need to sustain that success because you destroy everything on the way up.
1000%.
Mm-hmm. It reminds me of people that go to these drag cars. They'll go 300 miles an hour for a quarter mile, but the engines sometimes are trashed after that. They might have won the race, but now they got to go back and rebuild that engine. They throw everything at it at that moment, and that's what happens too often in business. They throw everything at the goal, And then once it's there, they don't have what it takes to sustain and maintain, but they destroyed everything to that goal on the way to that goal. Learning to do things situationally, you can take care of people along the way to the top and bring them along with you.
Having a vision as to what it is that you want to do as a founder, and for your audience and stuff too. I think we find that a lot of times in Web3, we are so enamored by the aspect of technology and what we can do, what we can provide, and people that we miss the between that technology and our audience. You know what I'm saying? Like as a founder, as a creative lead or whatever you want to call yourself, it's important to have that kind of understanding of who you're sharing your your ecosystem with, right? What's the value of your audience? What's the what is your audience value? You know what I mean? So love what you guys are talking about. Yeah.
That's you're right on point with that. Because in reality, once it's all said and done, it's the people that matter. Like we can get excited about the technology, but if we don't bring the people along, the technology just becomes that technology.
Just dead technology, right? Exactly. And I've been doing this a lot with my community as well, trying to find that balance of course, as a project lead, you want to take your own vision and fulfill that, but I've also been learning like it's more than just that. The people who engage with me, the people who interact with my my ecosystem, those people matter, right? What they want matter. So I take the time to research, right? I ask those questions. What do you guys like? What do you guys do? How do you guys spend your free time, right? Because
there we go. I hope everybody's enjoying the Web3 Leader Summit. Man, what it's been such an amazing day so far, tapping into some of these great discussions. We kicked off today's show with our situational leadership with MetaCoach. An amazing sponsoring sessions by Newman Games. And then we just wrapped up our first panel session with Web3 and emerging markets. I'm learning a lot. It's great to get everybody's insights from different perspectives, from different views, and what everybody's building and creating. Everybody here has different perspectives. Everybody here has different values that they're bringing in today. Growing this space as we move forward, it's going to have to take all of us to come together. It's going to have these conversations that are hard to have and to be transparent, but also share what's working and also what's not working for people. As we are building and innovating in the space, we've got to continue working with each other, keep collaborating. Events like this, that what you're seeing here today is the reason why this market is going in the right direction. We're getting ready to dive into our next section, which is our second workshop, which is around creating Web3 smart contracts and third web. You've got a business idea, right? But some of the things that you need to figure out is how you can put it on the blockchain, right? And what applications are out there for us. One of our sponsors is Third Web, and they're going to be talking about their open source application and their tools. Open source is the way to go. From my perspective as a developer, open source is a way that you can share code, share data, and have other people in a community build it together, share repositories, share their insights, and figuring out what solution or what capability is going to work for you. As you're building big applications or small applications, being a part of a community or an open source community allows you to dive in to figure out which little nuggets do I want to take in, right? Do I need this full application? Do I need a little bit of code? Or the best part about an open source community is that when you're having an issue and you're struggling on building your application and you're trying to figure out how I can scale my application, you're probably not alone. And other people have actually have had the same issue. So having an open source community allows you to tap into these forums, documentations to help you build out your application. One of the things that we want to do here is not recreate the wheel over and over again, right? Let's take what we've learned. Let's take templates and samples and automate the processes and making it better for us. We're going to head over to the main stage now one more time. I have a video presentation from one of our sponsors, which is Third Web. It's a 15-minute session talking about their capability and their services. And what this video is to entice you, to get you guys excited to see what Third Web is building, and then what they're going to be bringing on in the future. And if you're someone that's like building an application, or you're just starting off, right, and you don't know where to start, tapping into Third Web will give you an ability for you to create a smart contract. One of the things that I do want to just, when you are part of these marketplaces and then you're using their smart contracts, that smart contract is not yours. You do not own it, right? Building your own application, building your own Third Web contract will allow you to have those ownership moving forward, right? You want to own it. You want to have the personalization to customize it, and also for your peers or people that are buying into your product and services. It's also going to be very important for them to know that you have ownership of your contract. And the last thing I'll say about Third Web before we head over to the stage and we begin it is developing smart contracts is challenging. You're going to have to learn a certain amount of code and so forth. Thanks to Third Web and these applications out there like low code, no code, where you can just easily drag and drop and create a smart contract without knowing much code, is what's allowing people to start diving into Web3 or creating on the blockchain, right? Just getting them giving them the right tools for them to build and scale. Right now, for us to grow is also having the right tools. And I think Third Web has done an amazing job being able to do those things and allowing us to grow and to start figuring out where we want to take our application or our business next. So if you guys can hear me, please make your way over to the main stage one more time. Make sure you grab your seats because I'm going to go ahead and present everybody the next workshop for you guys to check out. So stay with me in just a second, guys. I'm going to go set up the stage. So if you guys want to, head over there and I'll meet everybody there right now. It's awesome to see so many people here that are joining our sessions of what we're doing and what we're building. It's really remarkable of where we're going with applications like this, and I think this spatial platform, or the metaverse, you want to call it, is definitely going to be something that's going to help us here in the future. So I'm going to share my screen real quick, and then we will just begin in just a second. All right, if you guys can hear me, throw some 100s inside the chat if you guys can hear me real quick. We just want to get a scale. Just throw some 100s in the chat real quick if you guys can.
Cool, thank you.
If you guys can hear me. This is a 14-minute presentation that I'll share with you guys so you guys get to see it. We have Joe from Third Web, who's one of my friends that took some time out to record this for us and put this together. So I'm really excited to share with you guys this presentation. So give me a second. I'm going to bring it up here on the board so you guys can actually see the presentation. He's going to go and give you guys a higher overview and give you an idea of how you can build your application using Third Web. So give me a second. And share screen. Oop. All right. If you guys can give me just a second real quick. I'm just going to put this here and then I'm going to blow this up and then I'll put the video on here. So give me just a moment. It's too big. Ira, can you help me put this up on the top a little bit bigger for me, please, Ira? If you can hear me, or Tang Poco, if anybody can just, or there we go. I think this is good. I'll go ahead and start the demo so you guys can actually see. So give me a second, and I will put it here so you guys can all see. All right, let's begin.
Cool. Thank you very much. Quick thank you to everyone at the event today for letting us showcase a little bit about ThirdWeb. I am Joe. I am a solutions engineer here at ThirdWeb, and it is my job to help you guys build out your applications quickly and easily. So let me go ahead and share my screen with you all here. You know, ThirdWeb, we here are our development tool platform, and we're going to go through a little bit about what it takes to use ThirdWeb. You know, the flow, what are some of the benefits of our tooling, and how it can help you build some of the best Web3 apps in the industry. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, quick off, what is ThirdWeb? So for those of us who don't know, ThirdWeb is the full stack open source Web3 development platform. What does that mean? That means that we are your one-stop shop for everything front end, back end, and on-chain development. This means that you guys don't have to go through 3 or 4 different providers for your front end components, for your contracts, and even any back end processing that you might be going through. So what exactly comprises our front end, on-chain, and back end elements? So front end, you can think of it as anything that the user interfaces with and looks at. These are going to be your wallet connection.
I'm going to stop the video. Can you guys not see my... Oh, okay. Got it. Yep. Give me a second. Let me share one more time. Give me just a second. Let me share one more time. I apologize for that. Let me share my screen. Thank you guys for letting me know in the chat real quick. Awesome. Okay. If Dope Stealer or Eric, can you grab this screen and put it on the back for me, please? And then just hang it up for me real quick. Someone can do that for me. Thank you. Appreciate it. And then I will bring up the video for you guys can see, and I will start it from the top.
Cool. Thank you very much.
If you guys can hear it, let me know.
Quick thank you to everyone at the event today for letting us showcase a little bit about ThirdWeb. I am Joe. I am a solutions engineer here at ThirdWeb, and it is my job to help you guys build out your applications quickly and easily. So let me go ahead and share my screen with you all here. You know, ThirdWeb, we here are our development tool platform, and we're going to go through a little bit about what it takes to use ThirdWeb. You know, the flow, what are some of the benefits of our tooling, and how it can help you build some of the best Web3 apps in the industry. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, quick off, what is ThirdWeb? So for those of us who don't know, ThirdWeb is the full stack open source Web3 development platform. What does that mean? That means that we are your one-stop shop for everything front end, back end, and on-chain development. This means that you guys don't have to go through 3 or 4 different providers for your front end components, for your contracts, and even any back end processing that you might be going through. So what exactly comprises our front end, on-chain, and back end elements? So front end, you can think of it as anything that the user interfaces with and looks at. These are going to be your wallet connections, in-app wallets, SDKs to interact with your contracts. We have our recently released payment fiat on-ramper, as well as ecosystem wallets. For on-chain, right, this is anything that you guys are interacting with blockchain-wise. These include contracts and deployment tools that you guys can use to get your projects going and make these contracts that actually create the rules that govern your collections. So finally, backend. This is a really neat kind of area that we can talk about it through, especially through something called Third Web Engine. If you are not familiar with Engine, buckle up. We'll go through it a little bit here in this presentation as well. These allow you to do things like gasless transactions, right? User experience and Web2 onboarding is going to be all about gasless transactions and making that experience even more seamless for Web2 users. We can do things like backend wallets that are secure to handle transaction throughput, and we can even do some really nice management through gas and nonce management for Engine. So this is our core offering and what ThirdWeb is really, really good at. It's what comprises our full stack solution, right? Again, you're not going through 4 or 5 different providers for any of this. This is all within ThirdWeb. It's all a part of our free and open source tooling that you guys can use for front end and on chain. Engine is another add-on that you can add for this platform, but it's free to get started. If you haven't already, go to thirdweb.com, click on get started. You can create your account and get started with our SDKs and contracts for free. So what does it look like on the front end, right? So connect, we were talking about wallet connections. We know that every application is going to need some way to connect a user's wallet to your application so you can start interacting with it. And here's a little bit of what that looks like, right? This is a fully customizable component. We support social logins through in-app wallets. So if you have logins like Gmail, Apple, we recently added, I believe, Telegram, Barcaster, and Discord as well through social logins. So if you have a community that lives on any of these platforms, they can also onboard onto the Connect wallet super seamlessly with very little amount of code, which I can go through and show you in a little bit later on in this presentation. What does the Connect aim to solve, right? We need a way to onboard our users, especially Web2 users who might not be familiar with EOA wallets, but we still need to cater them as well. We need a way for people to interact with smart accounts, right? If you are in the blockchain and Web3 space, you know about smart accounts and the benefits that they offer in terms of, in contrast to EOA wallets, right? Where we can set different rules and different kind of setups around these accounts and provide things like gas sponsorship or smart accounts. And then finally, we need to provide a user experience that not only fits your brand, but also help users navigate through your app, right? It is not very friendly user experience wise when you have to remember seed phrases and log in through signing messages that pop up every single time you want to do a transaction, right? These are kind of the pitfalls and pain points that we're trying to solve with our Connect component that is out and freely available to use to you all right now. So the solution is our Connect SDK, where we have a wide range of SDKs for use. These go through different platforms such as TypeScript and React. We have a Unity SDK for gaming. So anyone out there who are building games, you can feel free to build your game and then add on the Unity SDK on top for that Web3 connectivity. Super easy to do, and we'll go through it a little bit here as well. Another aspect of Connect is our pay modal. This is something that is relatively new, and if you are looking for a fiat on-ramper or give the option for your users to use credit cards to make purchases, do swaps, to top off on cryptocurrency, this is going to be a great solution for you. Again, this is part of our free and open source tooling for chains. What happens is the user, your developer yourself, can actually set this up, and we have a very cool rev share model around this. So for crypto swaps, right, anything crypto to crypto, we take a 1% transaction fee and we share 70% of that fee back to the developer. So not only are you giving your users a way to use credit cards, to use these transactions and crypto to crypto swaps within your app. They don't have to leave your app. They're not going over to MoonPay, opening up a different window. It's all within your app, all within your connect button. You know, it's a more seamless user experience. So not only you're providing that kind of UX, but you're also now able to monetize your users on a different method, right? So now not only is it just straight through the sell, but it's also through any kind of crypto to crypto swaps that happen through this on ramper. So Really great and really neat way for you guys to get started and start earning money really quickly for your apps. After Connect, right, we talked a little bit about our full stack solution. So we had our front end and now we have our on-chain stuff. And with it comes these idea of contracts. We have a whole host of pre-built contracts if you're not familiar with it already. These contracts are audited. These contracts are already deployed on the majority of chains. And so what happens is through these pre-builts, you're actually able to choose what kind of contract you want to deploy, whether it's anything ERC 721 through NFT drops. Maybe you're looking for addition drops, which would be your 1155 tokens, marketplaces. We have it all, and it's all available for you for free through our contract explorer page, rather, on Third Web. So if you guys are looking to deploy contracts, these are the best and easiest ways to get started super quickly. You're not writing Solidity code. We have a very friendly UI front end that you guys can use for this. You can deploy these contracts, load up your NFT metadata, load up your tokens, load up your items for your games through these collections as well. And we have, as you can see, we have a huge variety of them. Pick and choose, do multiple deployments of a single type, do one of every type. It really is up to you on how you want to deploy these and use them. So these are available on test nets. These are available on mainnets. If you're working on an EVM chain, there's a really good chance we support it. You can see which chains we support at our chainlist page, thirdweb.com/chainlist. And you can look through all of our chains that we support. So if it's just remember, if it's EVM, there's a good chance that we support it. And if not, feel free to reach out and we'd love to get it added. Not only can you do contracts through our nice GUI UI, but you can also do it through your CLI. So if you have custom contracts that you want to build out, we support you. We have a very friendly package manager and SDK for it as well. And it runs simply with a npx thirdweb deploy command on your CLI, and you can deploy any custom contract. Now on our backend, right, we went through front end, on chain, and now we have our backend service. So here is where we're going to see some really neat tech in the case of Engine. It is a cloud hosted service, and you no longer have to worry about any sort of learning SDKs. If you can make a fetch request, you can do blockchain interaction with Engine. So Engine is kind of where we can do all of these backend services, where we talked about with backend wallets, where we can do automatic nonce and gas management. We can have a very high throughput. Some of the applications using the Engine are doing thousands of transactions a second through this service. You can host it yourself. You can do cloud hosting with ThirdWeb as the provider, where we handle all of the updates. We handle all of the management for your Engine instance, and you don't have to worry about anything. All you need to do is focus on the endpoint that we see here on this code snippet with Engine URL /backend wallet /chain /backend wallet address /get balance. If you can make a fetch request, you can do blockchain interaction for your applications. So some of the SDK platforms that we support currently on our ThirdWeb SDKs is TypeScript, React, React Native, Unity for those gaming people, Solidity if you're making your own contracts, and recently we've added .NET support. This means that if you're using Godot instead of Unity to build games, you can actually use our .NET SDK. If you're making Windows applications, you can use our .NET SDK, right? So we are truly the full stack solution, not only in terms of what you need to build Web3 apps, but also the platforms you can build Web3 apps on as well. And so here, I want to talk a little bit about our Unity SDK. So what you see on the left-hand side is a fully functional game that is out already, and it was built by one individual on our team in 3 weeks, from nothing to what you see here using our Unity SDK. The beauty of this is that you can make your game fully blockchain agnostic, right? You don't need to worry about any kind of chain integrations until the very end. Once you make a game that is fun and very compelling, then you can go ahead and use our Unity SDK on top of that, right? So if you're already making a game and you said, hey, I want to add blockchain to it, you can use our prefab manager, our prefab for the ThirdWeb manager here, and you can add what chain do you want to support? What client IDs do you have? What smart wallets do you want to support? All in one place, all in one prefab manager, and you are already connected to blockchain interactivity. That's all it really takes. And so I'm going to go through a quick tech demo. Here's what a very simple kind of minting site might look like for individuals, right? We have a way for people to claim NFTs, to view their NFTs as well. So first up, we need a way to sign in. And through ThirdWeb, we have Connect Wallet for EOA wallets. We have social login support as well. And so for maybe your very classic Connect button where you want your EOAs such as MetaMask, Coinbase Wallet, all of these, we have over 350 supported wallets. This is it. This is the code snippet. As soon as you put this in, you are good to go for your connect. And this is what it looks like, right? A user clicks on that button, tries to sign in, and they can see all of their EOA wallets. They can see at the very bottom all the 350 that we support, as well as social logins. If there's a time where you want to have only social logins, perfect. We can do this code snippet down here at the bottom and specify exactly which social logins we want. And that looks like this. If you notice, we only have our social logins now. We don't have any EOA wallets, so this is very, very friendly for applications that want to onboard Web2 natives, right? These are people who might not want to worry about seed management, creating their own wallets like MetaMask or Coinbase, and they just want to use their Gmail account. Maybe they just want to use their email. This is very, very helpful for that situation. And so next up, we need ways to kind of claim our NFTs. We need to be able to interact with our contracts to build these. Super simple for this instance for claiming. We have our contracts, right? We have this claim button component that we can use, and it's very simple to use. All you do is specify your contract address, what chain you're working with, and what type of contract this is actually working on. In this case, it's an 1155. So once a person clicks on that traditional claim, this is what the user will see, a pop-up on their MetaMask. They can go ahead, go through and claim it as well. I mentioned pay. And so what does that look like for a user? This is the very similar, very same connect claim button component. And the only difference is we have this pay modal section towards the bottom where we specify the name of the item as well as an image. And so this is really neat because now when a user clicks on it, they see this beautiful item shopping list on the left-hand side, and they can choose whether they want to purchase with a credit card, which will guide them through the flow, as you can see on the right-hand side, or they can purchase with cryptocurrency and select a wallet that they want to use for that purchase. And so finally, with our SDK interactions, you know, one of the common things is viewing the NFTs a user has. And so to do that, very simple process. First, we want to know what contract we're working with. In this case, we can use one of our get contract extensions. This is a really neat way. We have a huge host of extensions to use to interact with contracts. This abstracts all of the low-level code. We do it on the back end. All you need to worry about is what extension to call. In this case, get contract, pass in our contract address. And now we're using another extension to get the owned NFTs for that address. Very simple. And now we can display it on our mint site. And so that's a little bit about ThirdWeb. As you saw, we covered quite a bit in a short amount of time. We've abstracted all of these different processes behind our extension. So if you guys want to get started on working with it, thirdweb.com is going to be the place you be. If you have any questions, feel free to join us in Discord. We'd love to have you. If you want to add Web3 to your applications on top of what you've already built, then go to thirdweb.com to get started.
Wow, what a great demo of ThirdWeb applications. Big shout out to Joe. Let me ask everybody inside the chat real quick. Put a yes if you guys have ever heard of ThirdWeb real quick. Throw a yes if you ever heard of ThirdWeb. Big Easy is asking some good questions here as well too. Put a yes if you guys have ever heard of ThirdWeb before. Is the chat working? Yeah, let me see if the chat is working. Throw a yes if you guys have actually, yes. Okay, tons of yeses. Give me a 100 if you've actually built a smart contract with ThirdWeb. Throw a 100 if you guys have built a smart contract with ThirdWeb real quick. Want to see if you guys have actually used it. So it looks like a lot of people have used this tool, which is in ThirdWeb. We had some good questions inside the chat. One of them was from Big Easy. He asked, "Do I need to know code to build on ThirdWeb?" I think the answer is no. It looks like they have templates on there that you can actually use and pre-build your application with low code. If you want to add some customization, then yes, you will need to take it over to the code base. But starting it and starting running it, I think that's all you need with Third Web. If everybody can do me a favor, if you guys have social media and if you have X, if everybody can tweet out to Third Web, great presentation, Joe, I would appreciate it. If you guys did find something useful in that presentation, go ahead and tweet at them real quick and say, Third Web, great job at the Web3 Leader Summit. It takes 2 seconds. I also want to recognize them of what they're doing and being a sponsor at our event and taking the time to educate our community, right? We talked about leadership, emerging markets, but it's also good that we talk about how to build it. Right, how to build the smart contracts and how to tie it into the blockchain so we can get that fully integration in there. And I was pretty surprised with I think they said over 300 integrations, different wallets that you can connect with. I think that's fantastic, right? Being optimal for you to create your brand or your project and tied it to multiple wallets. My favorite part is also the social login. Right, I think the social login, it makes it easier for people that don't have a wallet. Right, they can log in with their social accounts. I think I saw Apple Pay and in Gmail and stuff like that. I love that. I think that's a great way to get more people on a smart contract with starting that integration process. Let me ask everybody in the chat real quick that's listening. What do you guys think is what do you guys like better, wallet logins or social logins for you? Let me know inside the chat that if you guys are listening real quick, what do you prefer better, social logins or wallet logins? Let me know real quick and we'll get a head count. I've got some wallets, I've got some social. This is great. I mean, think about it. This is the conversations and things that we need to think about as we move forward. Well, we're getting ready to head over to our next panel session. If you guys don't know, panel session number 2, right? We talked a little bit around AI, but now we're going to have an AI panel session. If you haven't done so already, get your butt in a seat, share out the room. This next panel session is going to be a very, very fun panel session. This is going to be the role of AI in Web3. I'm going to be moderating this conversation here today, and we should be able to rock and roll with this. I think hopefully Mitch Jackson can get back in here. If not, we will just go with the speakers that we have. And we'll take it away from there. So before we begin, I ask everybody again to be respectful of our sessions. If you're inside our environment or you're listening into a room, take a moment to share with what you guys are learning here today. Again, the hashtag is Web3 Leaders Summit. Share it out there with your friends. We have had an incredible day so far, and we're getting ready to hit our midway point. But we have an amazing panel session, which is called The Role of AI in Web3. I want to welcome some of our speakers onto the stage. Our first, we'll start off with Mitch Jackson. I'll just reintroduce him here again one more time. Mitch Jackson is a seasoned trial attorney, mediator, a thought leader in interactive in law, Web3, AI, and the metaverse. Over 30 years of legal experience, Mitch has become a phenomenal advocate in integration new technologies into the legal practices. If everybody just give a round of applause one more time for Mitch Jackson for me. And then I also want to let me turn on spatial, maybe spatial audio. Is spatial audio on? Can everybody hear me? Just throw 100. I think everybody can hear me. I think my spatial audio is on. Okay, awesome. I also want to give a warm introduction to Wiley Martinez from the Wildflower Fields. Wiley is a fashion designer, artist, and the founder of Wildflowers Fields, a creative movement that celebrates diversity through art, fashion, and storytelling in Web3. If everybody can please give a round of applause to Wiley. Our next speaker we also have Dave Dartside. Dave is known for a mixed reality, phenomenal features in virtual and augmented reality space, focusing on intersection of AI and mixed reality technologies. If everybody can please give a round of applause for Dave. And then I think we also have Sam in the house too. I want to welcome Sam. Sam is the CEO and founder of Reality Jam, a platform that leverages AI, gaming, virtual reality to create immersive digital experiences that push the boundaries of live entertainment in virtual spaces. Let's get ready to dive into the role of AI in Web3. I am so excited to talk about today's conversation around AI. Before I begin, let me ask everybody that's in the chat, let me know, give me a yes or no if you guys use AI every single day. Let me know. Do you guys use AI every single day? Just give me a yes or no in the chat. I just want to know what everybody's integration is within Web3, right? And I want to kick off my first question real quick, and I'll start with you, Mitch. How do you think AI can make Web3 better for everyone?
It's good to be here, and it's going to make us better and faster. Everyone that's embracing the Web3, infrastructures, technologies, whether you're a creator, an entrepreneur, a professional, whatever it may be, an end user, I think this is just going to help us be better and faster. The perspective I'm sharing comes through, as Creative Al mentioned, decades of legal experience. I've got my finger the pulse on what our legal tech clients are working on, and this is the most exciting thing, technology that we've ever experienced, at least in my lifetime. Right? It's as I said earlier on the panel, I think AI is going to have a greater impact on society than the printing press, the electricity, and the internet combined, 100x. And when I was speaking last month back in Chicago at the American Bar Association, there were two huge topics, everyone, that captured everyone's attention. Number one was protecting and preserving democracy, obviously. Number two, artificial intelligence. And all I can tell you is that when the legal community and all of our clients, all of the companies that are putting products and services and apps on your phones, when they're focusing on this tech, especially in the Web3 space, that should tell you something. And what I'm seeing coming down the pipeline 6 to 12 months from now is going to knock everybody's socks off. It's going to improve the security of our Web3 experiences. It's going to reduce the friction of our Web3 experiences, and it's going to make our Web3 experiences better and faster. So it's exciting to be here, and that's the short answer to a great question.
Yeah, and I'll ask the same question to you, Wiley. How do you think AI can make Web3 for everyone?
Thank you for having me. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I actually was listening into the first panel, and I heard a lot of like user case, and I am an artist, traditionally come from the fashion industry background, and I can speak on my personal experience and professional experience and how it has helped me so much, not only in creativity, the creative process, and having the ability to create in a level that humanly possible I could not have before, because it's in our fingertips using all these tools to generate concepts. And then professionally, I've seen the adoption a lot happen in fashion, where it's just streamlining not only the technical part of what happens with fashion designing, but just the back end of streamlining the processes. So for my personal experience, and being in Web3 for almost 3 years, and incorporating AI into my creative as an artist and work, it's definitely has saved me time and ability to do things at a faster pace that frees me up to do the other things that I want to do. So that's how I've seen it work over just my personal and professional experiences.
Yeah, creating with AI has definitely sped up the way we create in Web3 within smart contracts or content creation. And let's dial on that. Sam, can you hear me? Or is this Dave on stage?
Dave's on stage here. Well, I'm sitting in a chair.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dave. So if you're on, please make your way over to the stage if you can. So Dave, this is my question to you, because as we just talked about content creation, how is AI being used to push the boundaries of creating creative expressions in Web3, like around our content creation, business automation, or music? Let's get your take on that.
So I'm really excited about a number of aspects of this. I mean, whether it's the logistical tracking of supply chains that Web3 makes possible, and then the ability of AI to optimize those or to track those and alert you when something is irregular, are really powerful use cases that will have large effects economically around the world. But when I think of Web3, that's not the primary thing I think of. I think metaverse and stuff like that. And so then when we start thinking of some of the newer technologies like Gaussian splats and things like that, and you want to talk about being able to make an actual world that you're inside of, that you're influencing, that you're experiencing, be that a metaverse type situation or that's a mixed reality type situation where I'm walking through the world, and because my Apple glasses are making use of my augmented reality capabilities and my AI capabilities, the entire world around me is now themed. Everything I look at is themed. It is overlaid. Think of Google Maps overlays and the different types of augmented reality being done by some companies that are actually working on overlaying digital content on top of the real world as you're in a live motion, because it knows where this building is. It knows exactly where you are. So it can overlay content on top of what it's recognizing. That's early stages that we're talking within just the next couple of years. But if we look beyond that to fully interactive, basically portals to your web world and your physical world that are curated and based on things like your emotional state, to where if I'm having a great day, maybe the world looks even a little better. Maybe I'm having a bad day. Maybe I want it to be a little darker and more dismal, or maybe I want the reverse. You know, those things are all in the pipeline works because every piece of the technology is available now. It's just about putting them together. And when you have things like Third Web pushing the boundaries as they are for how you can actually integrate with all these different chains, to where my agents, my AI agents, can be out there fetching things for the content, that and curating it for me and presenting it to me, and knowing, oh, hey, he's got about 7 minutes here. Let's go ahead and get him that new song and give him a minute to listen to that. You know, just little things like that. Oh, I didn't even know they had a new song come out. All those things will be ways that we're experiencing AI with Web3. And then when you combine things like peer-to-peer protocols to be able to even have your own database or subscription databases of content that you're subscribed to that then influence your environment and your world, it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, it definitely is. And now we're seeing big tech companies are really integrating that at the spear front of what you just talked about. I kind of want to go back to the content creator side of things and maybe ask you, Mitch, and then Wiley on this one. How are content creators using AI right now?
I think the smart content creators are using it for input, for feedback, to help understand who our target audience is. I know as lawyers, that's what we're doing. And content creators can do the same thing. In other words, if you have a Web3 product or service and you're trying to share the value of that service with your community, with your client base or prospective client base, dive into your AI and ask, you know, who are my clients and what are their problems and how can I solve those problems? What open-ended questions can I ask during a text, email, metaverse exchange? And then continue to prompt down, to drill down on detailed questions. Let the AI bot know my audience are, you know, people from 21 to 35. They're in the XYZ space. They're either deep pocket individuals or they're struggling to get by, whatever it may be. And it's so powerful with respect to the responses you get, the quality of your responses, which then lead to better communications, better conversations in Web3, in the metaverse, in your businesses, I think is what dictates success. In chapter 3 of my book, Eric, which is AI and Law, everybody, it's a free digital book, no downloads, no information, you just click and you've got access to it. The American Bar Association shared it with hundreds of thousands of lawyers across the country last month. Chapter 3 has our best prompt ideas, and I think anybody here can swap out the term lawyer for creator, for artist, for business owner, and use these prompts to get better ideas on how to add value to your Web3 community. So that's how I would like to see more people using AI.
Yeah, and content creators are definitely taking advantage of this. So let me ask everybody here that's listening, what is your preference of AI? If you guys can hear me in the chat, or if you guys are watching the live stream, let me ask everybody here, which AI product do you use? Do you use ChatGPT? Do you use OpenAI's own key? Do you use Gemini? Are you using Gronk? Right? Which one of these applications are you using right now for you guys to create content? And also, like,
can I interject for a moment?
And then also, also think about it this way: are you guys also using Midjourney? Are you using NatCafe? Which one of these are you guys are starting to use as we move forward? Who was that? Is that Darkside?
That was Dave.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Darkside. Yeah. I'd like to point out a couple more creator-based tools that, whether they're being used by your audience or not, I think they should be at least explored by your audience. Things like Blockade Labs has their 360-degree panoramic generator. And so when you're wanting backdrops for scenes, backdrops for your stream, any of those kinds of things, you can create the world that you want with just text, screenshot what you want, and be able to use that. Now they also have the ability to turn it into 3D meshes and build games inside of it. So something like Blockade Labs for creators, being able to create their own unique space that's them, is a very powerful tool. And then you have other things like Meshy, which allows you to do text to 3D object and actually create things, so you're not a creator. Or tools like Blender have AI built into them to help you create things inside of Blender. So you don't know code, no problem. It can actually do generative and progressive iterations inside of Blender, making use of their AI add-ons. Unity has AI add-ons that allows you to make use of it. So there's a lot of really cool tools in the creator space. Those are just a few examples.
Yeah, I appreciate
that aren't the text conversation between you and an AI like ChatGPT. I mean, yeah, there's DALL-E and Midjourney and things like that for the imagery, but there is a lot of other really powerful tools for creators out there.
Yeah, and Sam, can you hear me? Great inputs on that. Those are a ton of new applications I've never heard about. Sam, are you able to hear me? Can you unmute your mic? I think Sam, you finally walked in the environment. Just hit M if you can unmute yourself. If not, Sam, can you hear me? All right. As Sam is getting himself prepared, Wiley, let me ask you a question. Since you're in the fashion realm, what role is AI playing in the fashion realm within Web3?
Yeah, it's been for the traditional fashion world, and I say this all the time. I feel like fashion has been a more approachable way to bring people into like blockchain, because I think again, like the first kind of Web3, even the description of it is just evolving and changing so much. And I like the conversation between fashion and blockchain, and we see so much happening, even with luxury brands just adopting the NFC technology where people can identify, and make sure that this is an authentic, like Nike and I saw Stitch also joined in and are using the blockchain technology even to track and see who's making your clothing. I see that adoption, but people in the fashion industry really don't know that that is Web3 in itself. And then more professionally, AI, just the AI technology, we're seeing AI fashion being a huge thing that is being adopted, and we see Vogue had a cover using an AI fashion designer. I actually am consulted for a company in New York and trained their fashion designers to use AI in their creative process and designing. And then that eventually leads to the conversation of how can we use these designs and then further make sure that they're authentic and trademarked, and that alludes to blockchain and the NFC chip technology to go hand in hand. But I've seen it just embraced. I feel like AI fashion more than the conversation in regards to the I don't know, it's just like a more friendlier approach because fashion is like universal, and we're seeing big players come in and do campaigns using AI and 3D, and it's more in social media. You can just see the presence a little bit more, and I do see fashion being one of the vehicles that onboards people without them knowing that they're being onboarded.
Yeah, it's incredible the ideas that it can create, but also innovate, and not only innovate but also inspire. I think that's what we're getting a lot of inspiration, where you just get some ideas of different materials, textures, or different ways that the algorithm or the language model can produce something. To maybe it might not be the final product, but it can start influencing how we can create and design, and start putting us and giving us a different perspective on that. I want to ask a question to Sam. Sam, are you able to hear me? Just hit M to unmute yourself. I want to ask you.
I am. I'm not sure whether you can hear me though.
You're good. You're good. Sam, let me ask you a question. I know your game. I know your platform, Reality Jam, that you have leverages AI. How are you guys leveraging AI with your application?
Yes. That's a great question, and thanks very much for having me. Real pleasure to be here. So we rendered a solution where you can quickly and easily customize a 3D character, a la Avatar, that uses the Ready Player Me avatar rendering suite or solution, which I'm sure some of the folks here are already familiar with, and then allows you to integrate that avatar with a large language model built on the GPT-4o model, which in our humble opinion is the best in class right now. And through uploading some simple training data via our website, this training data, along with what we call a backstory, allows you to create the personality, the identity that underlies, that sits behind that 3D character, that 3D avatar. And then, along with the training data set, it forms that character with a whole array of, sort of domain knowledge that it then becomes a subject matter expert on, able to sort of converse and engage and chat and sort of interact based on that data that's been uploaded. And this allows us to then put these 3D characters inside the virtual worlds that we render on our platform, and then using what we call scripted actions, give them sort of a certain degree of agency where they can be like a guide or sort of an interactive sort of partner with you in terms of your user experience. The environment is now, totally autonomous. That is, sort of defined by the, data that's been, sort of uploaded to our site when that AI virtual human's been created, and they can now perform, sort of all manner of, tasks and services inside that 3D environment to really enhance user experience.
Yeah, you talked about agents, and I think that's something that we're also seeing with the climate of that. Dave, let me ask you a question. How are you using agents in some of the applications that you're seeing, right? Or how are agents being used in some of the applications that you're seeing today?
Well,
So similar to what he's talking about there, a lot of the interest right now is in having those custom web agents so that I can train a custom agent on my website, and then you can come to my website and you can interact with the agent that knows all of my sales information, all of my stock information, or things like that, and is an expert on each one of my products because I've trained it on each of my products. So to me, that's one of the early definite, it's going to be happening. It's already happening. And there's tools like his out there. There's your integrations, things like that for custom agents. But really the next stage of agents are agents that can execute things for you. You're giving them permissions and controls over your account so they can send an email for you, or so they can reorder stock for you, things like that. Agents that are specifically task assigned, area specific, and can integrate with each other so that you end up having a team of 5 agents that are doing your social media, that are doing your payroll, that are, each one of these has a specific role. And I really think that's kind of the early form of what's next in AI agents.
Yeah, agents is something that we're starting to. Go ahead, Sam.
Bravo. Yes, sorry to interrupt. I was just gonna come back. That really insightful comment and future prediction there, which I completely agree with. The solution that we've rendered is one that can also be deployed to a website in like a 2D player window. So this can be something that you download as a WebGL file, and then you deploy that WebGL file in front of your website, and then it can do all the things that you expect sort of a virtual human to be able to do. Be a subject matter expert on your products and services, provide low-level customer support, sort of advice on product discovery, what have you. I mean, the list goes on and on. But I believe that what we're seeing here is the dawning of a new age of what I call humanized AI that will ultimately completely transcend the way that we not only interact with computer systems, but interact with each other online. And I think this is going to be really important for sort of immersive spaces like the one that we're in right now, for adding value in a way that goes way beyond what's possible today.
And I'm sure your lawyer could comment on this, but that also does open up all sorts of new dangers to you as a business, making use of those. Be careful what you enable those agents to be able to promise or to say, because once you enable an agent, that is part of your company, from my understanding, and you can be held responsible for the commitments they make.
Yeah, even us as the vendor, we can be held responsible. So we actually have a human pair of hands, vet and filter every sort of a new request that we get to train one of these virtual human agents. We actually have a human being check the data to make sure that there's no racism, sexism, homophobia, violence, terrorism, God knows what else. All of that bad stuff, we actually have a human check done every time we render one of these things. So we use AI to do those checks, but we still have a human just look over the product before it goes out the door. It's a really important point you raised there. I'm really glad you did.
Yeah, it's you made
so important. If I could just jump in real quick first.
Go ahead, Mitch. Go ahead, Mitch, please.
Well, I like to point out what I call flare pots. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was just going to say, we've got a real-time AI avatar linked. It's in the introduction to our AI and Law book. You want to see this technology in real time. And I am a brand ambassador, full disclosure, for HeyGen, and it's a HeyGen product. But you can interact with my AI, and it's like you're having a conversation. But as my fellow panelist just mentioned, a year from now, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. It's already very good. It's 4K quality. Other than the subject matter, my face, the rest of it's great. And but we built into the AI, the things where it's not just, and it's not allowing for conversation regarding inappropriate topics and subjects. And we're continuously tweaking it because this is new technology. It's beta. But I do feel like companies that leverage the things we're talking about in their Web3 spaces for their products and services that allow for a more human communication connection, that allow you to build rapport, that allow the user to feel like they're actually connecting on a human level. I think those are the companies and the services that are going to be positioning themselves for success. And the reality is, next step, when somebody comes to our live real-time AI and they ask a question about, in this case, it's programmed, AI in the law, things that lawyers might want to know when incorporating AI into the law firm. The next step will be in a year, okay, now I want you to do that. Share these documents. Please make that reservation. Please book that airline appointment to speak at that conference. And the Gen AI will be able to do all of that. So we're early. It's exciting. And I would encourage everybody just to, kick the tires, play around with this technology, get a feel for it. And everything you do, you want to do under the umbrella and liability protection of a properly formed corporation or limited liability company. We're not going to talk about that today, but when we talk about the liability, which was brought up by my fellow panelists on each side of me, you want to minimize your liability in these new spaces because there are things that can happen that you probably have out. And so if you're doing business as a properly formed corporation or a limited liability company, you can probably protect yourself along, but ask a lawyer in your state or in your country for advice on that. But just a couple of thoughts.
Yeah, great thoughts on that. And really, really good topic. If you guys are thinking about building an agent or building an AI application into your third web application or so forth, you have to make a couple of things right. First thing you need to do is make sure you have a policy of how you are going to use this information, terms, and also let the users know what you're intended to do with their information that they're importing. That's the first thing. And then also make sure of bias, right? You can train models, or you can have models, language models in there that are trained a certain way, right? You can have one that likes more the color red than the color blue. So when you're creating an art piece with it, it's going to give you that color more than other. So think about those things. And then for you guys that are using language models, also be very conscious of the language models that you guys have or that you guys are using as well too, because these language models are trained on their own algorithm. And guess what? You guys don't know their algorithm. And then two, you don't know their data sets. You don't know where they're getting their information and how their information is put in there. So as you're working through your own language model or creating it, being transparent to them in the very beginning will let them know. And if you're using AI models to generate content, remember this: AI doesn't know you. It doesn't know the situation. All it's known to do is to find the patterns to give you the best input it has. So if you're creating artwork, digital art, or creating content, always refine your content or the output that you're getting over time, because it's not always going to be accurate. It might sound good. It might come out really well within the text prompt and things like that, but make sure that you're going through those things as you move forward. I want to kind of go to my next part. Back in the 1970s and 1980s or so forth, they didn't have internet, or they had little bits of the internet. And what ended up happening is that they didn't have big data sets. They didn't have a lot of data, right? Now we're in a realm of a lot of data, right? And this data is being owned by the big tech companies, the Googles, the Facebooks, and so forth. And you know what they do with their data and how they sell their data. So now we're getting into this new era of data, and with this data is how these models are being trained, right? They're using our data, our profiles, and that's how they're able to consider the language models that they're using for moving forward. But there's going to be some challenges in the future. What happens if we're all generating content based off an AI? Does the AI retrain itself based on the own AI that it's been producing over time? These are challenges that I want to talk about first. So Wadley, let me ask you first, what are some AI challenges that you see right now?
Well, actually, in the beginning, I would say last year, when I started creating with AI tools, I started with Midjourney. And one of the things that I quickly noticed was that it was not recognizing skin diversity. So I represent the vitiligo community. It's a skin, it's a autoimmune. It basically removes the melanin from your skin, so you have the white spots, which you guys probably have seen it more frequently now. And it till this day, it does not recognize vitiligo. Like if you type it into Midjourney, it will put paint on somebody's face and it doesn't know how to do it. So I learned how to train my own AI models. So I'm a traditional illustrator and artist. So I use my illustrations with vitiligo on them and photos of myself, and I train my own AI models. So I think for creatives, artists or musicians, even fashion designers, or just a creative community, it is important to be curious about what it means to train your own AI models, because then you are or not in control, but you can definitely not put all your bet on what is being offered to you with the open source. And you can use your own art to create systems that can help you create more of it in your style. But that was one of the things that I ran into, especially with fashion and changing the beauty standards and who we see and having diversity and representation. I love art. I'm a creative person. I don't really like learning like technical stuff, but we have to. And there's so many so many resources now to learn Comfy UI, to learn how to train AI model. And even that, as we advance, even the training your own AI models is becoming easier than a few years ago. And I know there's so many companies that are helping creators to learn how to do that without having to know code. So those are my challenges as a creative, is how to make sure that what I'm creating is representing many people and not just one certain demographic. And that's when pushing ourselves to learn more than just Midjourney, which I love. I use it every day. And adding more AI tools to the creative process will help for sure.
I love that. Definitely adding more AI tools to your toolkit. Don't just use one. Be diverse, because every data set or every AI is trained differently, where, like you said, you weren't getting the right output, and that was challenging. So trying different applications or integrating those together, I think that's how you can come over that challenge. Let me ask that question to our panel speakers. I'll ask you, Sam, first. What are some of the challenges that you're seeing with AI Web3?
I think that there are challenges that are almost unknown to us right now, that transcend the usual dimensions of risk that we think of when the word challenge arises. I'll give you a germane example. So recently we've rendered I guess what you'd call as a brand representative, like a brand advocate. He's an AI-powered 3D character. His name's Jack Jam. We've trained him to be kind of like a little bit like a little slice of me, right? He's kind of like a sci-fi nerd. He loves gaming. He's a huge fan of the sci-fi film genre, but he's also a subject matter expert in our company and is, sort of like this incredible sort of sales rep for the business. And we've been using this AI character to actually like pitch investors. So we've actually been bringing this AI character on a calls, and we actually did a live interview on a LinkedIn live stream with this 3D character, this AI being, right? And the artfulness, the beauty, the intelligence and acumen with which this virtual being can pitch and present my company that I've spent 6 years building, is so much greater than anything I could do, despite having had 6 years of practice at pitching the thing to clients and investors. And I've actually found myself developing like an emotional connection to this AI being. I'm so impressed and so amazed and almost like grateful to this being for being so awesome and pitching my company so incredibly well that there's this emotional bond that I've inevitably begun developing with this 3D character. And I have to kind of like slap myself upside the head and sort of, snap myself out of this kind of, emotional kind of spiral toward this this inanimate being. Well, he's not inanimate, he's completely animated, but non-human entity, I should say. That I think that there is an immense risk there for this kind of as Ted said, emotionally bonding to AI, and for that to be something that unlocks potentially a Pandora's box of challenges in terms of what is, I guess, considered acceptable in terms of social interaction with with computer systems, or interaction with computer systems broadly, but also with the way that those computer systems can then be sort of used to perhaps prompt an emotional response from a user or a customer or a client that regular humans would just never be able to do. There's an inherent status disconnect between these AI beings, which are becoming more and more powerful every single day, and the humans that they have been designed to serve. There is an inherent imbalance there between the incredible power of these AI virtual humans and the humans that they have been designed to serve. And I think that there's something dangerous, but also something very exciting in that space. And that's just one of sort of an array of humanized challenges that I think are going to really arise in the years as AI becomes more deeply integrated into society and into the everyday traffic of information that we deal with on the internet.
Yeah,
Sam, I'm sure you're already doing that. I'm sure you're already doing this, Sam, but it's interesting how real it is, right? And how effective. Now imagine if you're doing a pitch to LinkedIn and you feed your AI bot, this avatar, the LinkedIn page that's publicly available. And if you know the person, what are their hobbies, their interests? What are their touch points? What's their personality? And then you train that AI to negotiate or present the value of your product or services with all of the above in mind. And that sales presentation is going to be so much more effective because the negotiations taking place with the other person's personality and needs and desires and self-impressions. And we're using it that way to connect better and faster with our clients. It's all about what is it that the client needs solved, what's their personality, and how can we do it. Just real quick, also, it's really important, everybody, that before you start feeding all of this information into your AI bots, okay, unless you're creating them internally and you're 100% in charge of the large language models or the small language models, make sure you understand what the TO agreements provide for regarding privacy. If you're a designer and you're feeding your AI with trademark or copyrighted or intellectual property protected content, there's an argument you might be disclosing it. And be careful about what you feed into the AI. So understand all of the underlying contractual relationships before you or your team members. And that's where we see a lot of people dropping the ball. Is a founder may be very comfortable with using AI in the company and expects their team to do the same, but there's not proper training. So all of a sudden, for example, if you put in the Coca-Cola, and I don't drink Coke, but if you put in the Coca-Cola proprietary formula and you say, listen, here's our secret formula, this trademarked, trade named, trade protected, and I want you to recreate it so that there's less sugar and it's a better drink from a health standpoint. There's an argument that you're disclosing that trade secret. That's what I'm thinking of, a trade secret. And you just want to be careful about all of that. Okay, so really, really powerful tools that we're all fairly early with using, but we also want to make sure that if you do put something into that prompt, understand where it's going, what rights you're giving up, if any, and make sure your team's on the same page also.
Yeah, great take on
But
that.
do we really understand? Do we really like? Do we sitting here today fully understand exactly what's at a societal level when this technology is just about to explode into our lives? You know, I'm personally extremely excited by it. I can't wait. But I am, you know, and I think that there are social issues, particularly like the one that you mentioned a moment ago, where you're perhaps negotiating with a third party using an AI-powered sort of, you know, pitching tool that's hoovered up all the information about them from their LinkedIn page. Like, you know, at what point does that become an unfair advantage? At what point has the AI taken over and started to, you know, begin to kind of control the responses and the outcomes of the third party that it's negotiating with? At what point does that power become too great?
Yeah.
24 months, based upon what I'm seeing my clients doing within 2 years.
Yeah,
seriously. You know, I pose those questions in an honest fashion, but you know, they're topical.
Dave,
I'm
Dave.
about to have to dip out, guys. I appreciate it to be here, but I want to chime in. One thing that I think is an issue: we don't have enough AI detection tools. My browser should be flagging anything I'm looking at that's AI. If I'm on a phone call with you and you're an AI, it's having a border letting me know I'm speaking to an AI, because we're not very far away from me being able to clone your wife and pretend I'm her. And that level of danger that we don't have protection coming fast enough to become that kind of technology. So keep that in mind. I also want to remind everybody, always keep a human in the loop when you're making these bots and these systems. If the human in the loop is removed, that phonetically is Hitler. Human in the loop removed. You will make a Hitler bot if you take out the human from your full loop. So thank you, everybody, for letting me have a chance to speak, and thank you to my fellow presenters.
Yeah, great job with that. You know, you brought up a couple good points here today around. Obviously, there's some challenges, and who here has ever heard of the term deep fake? Who has ever seen a deep fake video, right, where it looks like it's the real?
Absolutely.
That looks like the real, like, Mitch Jackson, and it's actually mimicking his voice and so forth. We're seeing a lot of that with political stuff, right, where you have President Joe Biden look like he's like dropping ice cream, or he's doing stuff that he's not, and those are deep fakes, right? And there's a right way to use AI, and then there's a wrong way to use AI right now. And we also need to be cognitive of the ethical uses of AI. We have to also protect our data, which is a big challenge, figuring out what those connections are. But be aware of these tools are out there. I think that's one of the things that we always have to be conscious of. Is this person AI? Is this person AI? Is this application written this way? Or am I interacting with a bot that's trained to know me well, to communicate with me as well? So I think being skeptical right now is a great time as we're building in creators. And the other part that I wanted to touch upon is that, you know, we're using these applications every single day and so forth. And these applications are now they're taking our, it's called language processing models, so we can literally type or do a voice command to prompt, because they're trained on our natural language. Now, this is my question to you guys that are using AI real quick. When you guys are writing prompts, are you guys being nice when you guys are writing prompts, or you guys are being very direct, like, hey, give me my blog article right now? Or are you being, hey there, how are you? How are you treating your AI agents and your chat GPT? This is a conversation we had previously to figure out how you guys are interacting with your AI applications. I want to give one more questions to our panel sessions speakers real quick, and I'll start with you, Wally. You know, where do you see the future of AI and Web3 a year from now?
Well, I wanted, before I answer that.
Hey, Mitch, can you mute your mic, Mitch, real quick?
I don't remember where I heard this from, but I do believe as technology increases and AI is everywhere, that as human beings, we are also going to evolve where we are going to hire AI or not. And the reason why I say that is because back then, I think the first movie or film that came out in the theaters, one of the scenes was a train, and the train was headed to out on the screen, and the people in the audience really thought that train was going to hit them, and they all got up and like ran out of the theater thinking that the train was real. And obviously now, we watch TV, we don't think that it's going to come out from the TV and hurt us. So I feel like that's and that's also going to happen with AI, where I'm a mom, I have a 7-year-old, and I feel like he is going to grow up with this. Like, this is going to be his norm, just as him playing Roblox and not knowing that he's technically doing Web3 stuff. Like, I think they're going to be trained to detect. That's my hope. We're going to be kind of saying, yep. And I do also see, we see Instagram now taking some precautionary steps where you have to, if you're an AI artist, now we have to actually mark if we want to, that this is AI, or it will just detect if it sees that it is an AI content, it will mark it as AI info now on top. So I do see these extra precautionary steps being taken. As far as in regards to Web3 and blockchain, because of AI creation, whether you're creating your AI models on your own to produce art, I hope that more creators can mint and put their works, their AI art on the blockchain. Even with what I said with the NFC chips and digital items in regards to the fashion, I hope that there will be an increase of that adoption of using the technology to help avoid counterfeit, or to have that ownership in play. So, and that is just with everything. I think the blockchain technology of having something embedded, uncorruptible, and the non-fungible token, which is basically the foundation of what Web3 is. I hope that that's being adopted across everything, even just like how we have our medical files and our paperwork. If that's streamlined and we can have access to that and we can own that, that would be amazing. So that's just what I hope across board. I don't know if that's going to happen next year, but I'm hoping for the technology to be adopted across many industries.
Great input on that. Yeah, we'll see where we're at from a year from now. Mitch, let me get your take. Where do you see AI a year from now, and then we'll hear from Sam.
The station. It's already integrated into everything we're doing, and a year from now, even more so. It's one of these situations where I'm dreading calling our water company right now for the house, because apparently there's a water leak, and I don't want to be on hold for 20 minutes dealing with a live human being. It's an inconvenience to me. A year from now, I'm not going to care if I'm interacting with an AI avatar that gets right to the point that fixes my problem immediately. It doesn't matter to me if it's real or not. The deep fake issue is something that trial lawyers are, we're dealing with right now in our court systems. Is it real, or is it an AI gem? I think from a legislative standpoint, there are already laws that are rolling out. I wrote about 2 here in California this week on my LinkedIn feed. One had to do with the Taylor Swift thing that was going around, and another had to do with Scarlett Johansson's AI voice. And I think the reality is, when you take a step back, nobody ever asked Hemingway what type of pen that he used to write his novels. I think a year or 2 from now, the question is not going to be, is it AI? The question is going to be, is it truthful, legitimate, and does it fix our problems and or service our clients or customers? And I think when that happens, at arm's length with full transparency, people are going to be less concerned with whether or not AI wrote a blog post, and more concerned with, is this accurate and how can I leverage this to move forward? So I'm excited about the future. I'm a glass half full kind of guy. And I think those of us that embrace AI and try to move it forward in a positive, legal, and ethical fashion will be the ones that win in the end.
Absolutely, yeah. It's happening. We brought up some good points, especially how do you detect those things, and deep AI is something. And is it truthful, right? Is it biased? How is it trained? Definitely something that we'll see here. Sam, question to you: where do you see AI a year from now?
I really don't know, is the honest answer. I don't think that anyone here today, anyone in the world, fully understands the transformative nature of this technology. Where I want to see AI get to in a year from now is, a solution that is more fully integrated with how we use technology, so that the way that it enhances what we do is more easily accessible. Mitch mentioned earlier, the notion of comparing an AI tool to the pen that Hemingway used to write his novels. Well, I think that having those pens per se, those AI tools really be augmenting what we do creatively, particularly. I think that there is an incredible opportunity there for accelerating the capability of the human organism to do more, to be better, to build better, to innovate faster, to be more stronger, more smarter, more powerful. My open dream is that brings with it sort of a transformation in terms of how we address ethics broadly in society, how we address our impact on the planet, how we create good in the world, and for this force to be something that does that better.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Sam, for your input here today. Thank you, Dave, for your input today. Thank you, Wiley, for your input today. Really appreciate it. And also thank you, Mitch Jackson, for your input today. I think this is a great discussion talking about the role of AI, what's happening, what are the opportunities, what are the tools that are out there, how we're using AI, how the data is being created, how we have to protect our data. We covered a lot of ground here around how the AI is going to be shaping and what it's going to look like here in the future. If everybody enjoyed this conversation, let me know in the chat. Say thank you. Great job, Mitch. Great job, Sam. Really appreciate it. And then if you guys can hear me, everybody, please make your way over to the stage. We're going to take our group photo with the speaker. So if everybody can just hop over to the stage real quick, we're going to take one more group photo. So make your way over to our stage. If you guys can hear me, everybody can just jump on stage real quick. We're going to take a group photo with the role of AI speakers. Fantastic session here with that. You guys are really innovating with what you guys are doing, building community. AI is not going away. It is definitely not going away. We're seeing more of it. We're seeing more businesses take on this new era of technology. And AI has been around for a while, but now since we have this new applications, these new models, we're seeing more of that moving forward. So again, great panel discussion around the AI. If everybody can just throw some hearts or throw some claps in here to say thank you again to our amazing speakers. Great job with coming here today and blessing us with some insights again. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break. We're going to start again at 1:35. We're actually going to head over to the networking stations, and we have Yolanda that's actually going to be speaking about her project within web accessibility. I'm going to walk towards that area so you guys see where I'm going to be at, because I also want to spend some time now within our workstations. So if you guys want to follow me real quick, I'm going to huddle around her space real quick, and then we're going to start in about 5 minutes. So give everybody some break, and then we'll start at 1:35. 35. So if Yolandis, if you can hear me, if you want to jump on top of your booth, I'll get everybody and bring everybody over here real quick so everybody gets to check that out. If you guys don't mind, I will bring everybody towards me real quick. So give me a second. So just make sure that everybody is here, and then I'll turn spatial audio on so you guys can have some break times within your community to communicate and network. So give me a second. Let me grab the host tools real quick, and I'm going to bring everybody towards me real quick. So excuse me if I pull you in. This is just to make sure everybody is around our speaker here today. Let me bring the host tools, bring users to me. There you go. Perfect. And then I'm going to turn spatial audio on so you guys can have some conversation. Sorry for bringing you guys in here. And then again, we'll start in about 5 minutes. We'll give everybody a quick break on that. All right, I hope you guys have been enjoying the Web3 Leader Summit so far. We've had some fantastic sessions. Let me just park my character over here real quick so I can put him right here. All right. Awesome. Put him right here. Yeah, I hope everybody's been enjoying the Web3 Leader Summit. We've had some great panel sessions, great conversations here today. It's amazing to see. It's amazing to get these different perspectives. And around AI is something that is a very trending topic, right? A lot of us are using AI every single day for content creation and so forth. And now that we're going from this narrow AI of just doing one task with generative AI, we're going to be eventually heading over to general AI, which an AI can do a multiple types of tasks, automations, content creations all at once. You know, this is where data scientists has been trying to lead AI in the future. Is it scary? I wouldn't say scary. I think there's a lot of challenges that we talked about today that are coming in when we talk about AI, and how we're going to use it moving forward. And then there's a lot of people that are, don't know how to adopt it, don't know how to use it, and so forth. So as AI applications are going to start rolling out, I'm sure we're going to see more and more applications get easier to use, right? With the voice command or a voice prompt and so forth. A lot of us have already been using AI. We don't even know, right? With our cell phones, the automated texts, with emails automatically filtering through the process, or our home devices that we have here. You've got, or on your mobile phone with Siri or Alexa, right? These type of applications that are already in your home that are already trained to really do one specific task or shape. We're going to see more of that as we move forward, and I think our mobile phones are going to have a big integration of that as we move forward, as we do applications or around AI. So very exciting topic around AI. Again, great session that we just covered. Now we do have our workshop, our networking breaks right now, where we're going to allow people to interact, get with each other. We do have some speakers that we're going to allow to come up and share what they're working on and integrating. So we'll be tapping into that in about a couple of minutes. If you guys have been watching the live stream so far, you guys are having fun, reshare it, like it, or comment inside the chat. Which session did you enjoy the most? Was it the Web3 Emerging Markets Challenges panel session? Was it the role of AI? Was it situational leadership? Which one of those talks have you enjoyed so far? Or was it Third Web Smart Contract, right? Let me know so I get a little information of what you guys are liking as we're doing the live stream. We're still not done. We still have like 5 more hours of connecting and working and bringing more awareness into the Web3 space and what we're building. Again, if you're just tuning in, I just want to welcome everybody. My name is Creative, and today we're putting together the Web3 Leader Summit, where we're talking about the latest trends, innovating technologies around digital art, Web3 creators, people that are building this new technology and how it's going to shape us here in the future. Very, very, very amazing topics here today. I'm just happy that I had the opportunity to connect and integrate with some of these amazing people here today. This event here that we have here today is something that it was powered by a group of creators that were in the space to make this happen. Era X Labs is one of them. Polygon Alliance of Dave Swimbank, Vance from the Women in Tech Museum, Tang Poco, Mr. Dope Stilo, Chris Webster, Newman Games for being a sponsor. A lot of great opportunities here today. And also big shout out to Spatial. I love this platform. I've been a part of Spatial programs since the very beginning. And Spatial has grown over time, building a networking opportunity for myself to create and innovate. This isn't the first event that we've created. This isn't like the 4th or the 5th. This is like our 10th or our 12th event that we put together and led things out. So very excited to see what it is. So again, very thankful for Spatial for putting this together. Now let's hop back into the room and see, let's check out our next panel discussion as we move forward. All right, can you guys hear me? I'm going to turn Spatial audio back on, and then we're going to let Yolanda share what she's working on. Let me hit the settings. Yolanda, can you hear us? You're going to have to hit M to unmute yourself.
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Well, welcome. The stage is yours.
Well, I would
Ira,
like to
did you want to
introduce
use?
Yolantis. Yes. I'm excited to introduce Yolantis. She's an accomplished web designer and artist who has been a vital part of the Web3 community since 2000. With 24 years of web design and technical communication, Yolantis focuses on digital accessibility in businesses. Today, she will share her unique perspective on enhancing accessibility in Web3 and her initiatives for affordable user testing. Thank you, Yolantis. Please share with us.
Thank you. Well, my name is Jessica, and my artist name is Yolantis. My pronouns are she, her. My avatar is wearing a white ponytail hairstyle and a futuristic jumpsuit with straps by unparalleled. If you've seen or heard the name Yolantis before, it's because I've been creating AI art and posting about it on X since 2022. I've made NFTs on ETH, on Tezos, Polygon, and Base. I've attended 3 ETH Denver events. 2 of them, I was a holder of the Buffercorn NFT, which makes me a member of the Spork DAO. I've built my own metaverse art galleries on several different platforms. I love the promise of the metaverse and the promise of Web3, yet I keep hearing we're still early, even 2 years after I started paying attention. So Web3 is read, write, own. Own your data. Why? Because it's decentralized. The World Economic Forum published an article in February of 22 about Web3, and the section I liked is titled Web3 in its infancy. It says, significant widespread development, consolidation, and accessibility efforts are needed before the Web3 vision is realized, if at all. Accessibility efforts, it said. Can you see my visual aid here? It's on the block I'm standing on in my my portal, in my booth. And it says A11Y. Does anyone know what that means? It's a numeronym for accessibility because 11 letters were cut out of the middle of the word. So it's apropos because you could also see it as ally. I'm an ally. Let me tell you about my career. I've been in the world of websites for 24 years. I started with my associate's degree in multimedia graphic design. I've been a graphic designer, interactive designer, webmaster, and I've built websites by hand from the Bootstrap framework. Plus, I've used a large handful of content management systems. I've migrated thousands of pages of web content from one system to another. I worked on web teams at the federal government level and on the state government level, maintaining what was already there and building intranets, extranets, and public sites. And now I work for an environmental consultancy as a virtual public engagement specialist, also building websites. I earned my bachelor degree in technical communications, and I've been a member of the Society for Technical Communication, even giving a presentation on accessibility during their Summit 2020, right when they had to pivot from in-person summits to virtual. We did a simulive for that one. So government websites are supposed to pass audits for web content accessibility. I have been learning about how to design and code for accessibility since 2011. The word accessibility, when used this way, means preparing content so that the widest amount of people can receive that content, no matter if they cannot use a mouse or can't see the visual content or can't hear the auditory portions. Digital accessibility means understanding how to prepare content for users who may have disabilities in the broad categories such as visual, auditory, motor, and cognitive. I've attended from 80 to 100 accessibility-related workshops. I have led workshops and panel discussions on this topic, and I have taught roughly 50 to 70 new content managers individually how to prepare accessible content for the web in their state jobs. Now, I don't have a disability, but I specialize in accessibility simply because I have been in the public sector for so long. And the work of our web teams is supposed to comply with the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which are a set of strategies for us to follow with some clear success and failure criteria. So quite literally, I specialize in teaching people how to put stuff on the web. I don't code in C# or C++ or React on the back end, but I do write HTML and CSS. I can also plan design systems in Figma, and I know how to jump through all of the hoops to try and make slide decks and Word docs and InDesign documents into accessible PDFs. So are you still with me? Have I lost you yet? Did you know? That's great to hear. Did you know that even if you're an artist, a surface,
Yolantis, I truly did not know. It's amazing. Keep on going.
Okay, thank you. Did you know that even if you're an artist, a surface pattern designer, a game designer, a musician like some of us here, an event planner, a personal life coach, a personal trainer, or a specialist, that if you ever prepare stuff for your website, that you would benefit from knowing the basics of accessibility. And so this is where my headspace has been at for so long. It's like, who is going to take the role of preparing your things to be accessible? Everybody likes to point to somebody else. But I'm telling you, you content creators, you're making stuff to be digitally available. It's your responsibility to make it accessible. And you need to also take it upon yourself to learn about it. Let me continue. So Web3 leaders, as you build new wallets, dApps, marketplaces, and experiences on the immutable blockchain, wouldn't it be in everyone's best interest if you got usability and accessibility right the first time? So when I started taking Gitcoin tutorials in 2022, I was unpleasantly shocked at the terrible user experience I had while trying to learn how to use Web3 stuff. Didn't they ever do usability tests? Who was coding these experiences? Was it just a ragtag handful of back-end engineers who got very excited at the prospect of the blockchain, so they rushed off to make stuff without the help of the tried and true usability experts? That's what it felt like to me. Hadn't they heard of the Neil Norman Group, who have been leaders in the UX field since 1998? And if you didn't know, now you know. Write this down on YouTube. Nielsen Norman Group are NN Group. And thank me later. So a usability test is where owners of websites get to learn how their intended audience actually experiences their content through a controlled, observed walkthrough of the user doing some tasks and talking aloud while navigating the website. In the very best case scenarios, companies would also invite users with the lived experience of different disabilities to test their website. And let me tell you, that almost never happens. But in the best case scenario, it would. So a professional usability test at the enterprise level, we're talking huge corporations wanting feedback on their own content. It would cost maybe $150,000 US. A mid-sized company could spend $15,000 and up for a comprehensive usability test. And a very basic professional usability review could cost from $5,000 to $10,000. And I am building something that would sort of crowdsource usability tests on a grassroots level and bring them into a very affordable price range for builders with small budgets. Now, I'm here to give you some golden nuggets, so here they come. I have been thinking hard about the best way to introduce the concept of accessibility to a small business person, artist, solopreneur, an entrepreneur. It's a big topic and a bit dry sometimes. I mean, when I would give tutorials to groups, I would see that deer in the headlights glazed over look come on their faces if I give out too many technical terms. So I've condensed my 20 years of knowledge into these 5 building block concepts. So if you are building something in Web3, all of this applies to the content you create, just like in Web2. You ready? Here's my building block number 1. Color contrast. It's the lowest hanging fruit of accessibility. It helps the most amount of people when you can remember the golden rule to never use color alone to convey important information. Colors, when used in charts, graphs, infographics, need to be differentiated from each other, even for people with different types of color vision deficiencies. For instance, are you using red and green to show important status updates in a game or a quiz? Well, red-green color blindness means that red and green look indistinguishable to some people. If you were to toss in one other variable like a stripe or a pattern on your red area, then the two would be distinguishable to everyone. That's why there is a US standard in traffic lights where the green is always on the bottom, red is always at the top. And that way you can combine location with color to convey a very important meaning. So building block number 2, heading hierarchy. Did you know that simply using 24-point bold text is not enough to turn it into a heading? So we are making content not just for people, but for software. People with vision loss use screen reading software that announces headings, but only if it's marked up correctly in their native software like Word with an H2 tag. Building block number 3, alternative text for image. If an image adds meaning to your experience, then it needs alt text for screen reading software to announce. Even in a document, y'all, even in a slideshow that's going to be turned into a PDF, even on social media, and especially on a website or other experience in a browser. I have seen NFT marketplaces that have no place for artists to add alternative text to their NFTs, forcing us to either skip it entirely or use the description area for alt text. I'm seeing some UX UI in Web3 is a must comments. This is great. And I'm glad to see comments that say this is so helpful. Thank you very much. I'm going to go on to the last one, building block that I have 5 building blocks. So here we are to number 4, descriptive link text. Can I just say, no more click here as your only link text. No more click here. The words you highlight to turn into a link should describe where the user is going to land. And in your games and your interactive experience, also use code to have a screen reading software announce some meaningful link text when an image is your link. Now, I have audited some learning management system stuff that are quizzes and interactive training solutions where the backend developers had no idea about like accessibility, and so it was completely inaccessible to somebody with a screen reading usage. Like the arrows to move forward to the next slide were not even labeled correctly, so they didn't even know there were arrows there. Okay, building block 5, keyboard only navigation, y'all. Please just try this. Hide, not here in Spatial because Spatial isn't really that accessible, but on your websites, please hide the mouse from yourself for 5 minutes on a website and try to do a task on your own site. When you hit tab, can you find where your focus went? Does the tabbing go in order or does it jump around? If you need to sign into a wallet in a different tab or a modal window, can you get back to your starting website without the mouse? So this is a big complaint that I hear from users with disabilities, that they cannot even complete a Web3 sign-in using keyboard alone. All right, if you learned something new today, you have just increased your digital literacy. I invite you to register for my upcoming free webinar next week. The QR code is here on my booth so that you can go much more in depth with my building blocks. Use the QR code to register or find my portal at my Yolantis booth to get the registration link at my website. My website is yolantisart.com and my business name is Yolantis Art Studio and Website Mentor. I am building something for indie content creators and website owners to be able to get easy and affordable access to user testing and education about how to make stuff accessible in the first place. I am using my own wisdom bot based on my years and years of videos that I've been making tutorials for how to put stuff on the web. And I want us to build Web3 with inclusion in mind, and that starts with education. I can't wait to tell you more about it during my webinar next week. My life's work has taught me that digital accessibility should not be an afterthought. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yolantis, this is amazing information. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And I hope everybody will learn from you. There's going to be so much information that I want to learn as well. We all need beautiful websites with accessible for everyone.
I'm so happy. Thank you.
I encourage everybody to sign up.
I don't have a
If-
question.
Go ahead, Wiley.
I said it's not a question, just thank you to Yolantis because this wasn't on my radar, right? Sometimes we all have our own thing that we're trying to accomplish, and we advocate for communities like this. Like I am now this is in my forefront and more. So thank you so much for thank you.
To increasing your digital literacy. This is called digital literacy. It's understanding that software like parsing your content through to users who can't see your content is really important. We can talk. I mean, we have Mitch here who probably knows about lawsuits having to do with digital accessibility, and the rules are changing fast, you all. Colorado itself has enforced some, like any website that is getting government funding through federal or state monies should also comply with the WCAG, which is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. So if like you're an indie and you're getting a grant, you need to know some of these things. Thank you. Creative Owls registered.
Yeah,
I am kicking it off. Y'all at Grassroots.
Yeah, everybody, real quick.
I'm about to register as well.
Yeah, all you have to do is scan that QR code and register. It's a free event. Is that correct, Yolantis?
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to charge for the webinar, and I'm going to go more in depth into the building blocks so that you can get more life examples.
Awesome. Well, I'll turn it back over to Ira because I think we've got LM Design next. Over to you, Ira.
Yes. Where is LM? Let me see. Let's go to her booth right here. At this left corner right here.
I'm gonna try to go. I started dancing.
LM Design.
Ooh.
Is LM Design here? For some reasons, I have some orange. It was cool.
How are y'all doing today?
Hello. Hello, LM Design.
Hello. Oh, you beautiful souls. I'm so happy to be here. It is amazing to see each and every one of you right here, right now. My goodness, what a wonderful group of individuals. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for being amazing. So much that I'm absorbing and learning today. I'm just, y'all are star-studded, and I'm here for all of it. So that I will right to it. Hello, hello. I am LM Designs 8. I am a healing, multi-dimensional artist. I incorporate my physical paint pours and physical art throughout all of the pieces and all of my immersive art that I do. This metaverse, digital, different things, art and motion. I sit with the paints that I do them. I incorporate various micas to get the feels that I have inside and the energies that I have to charge all that I do. And then from there, I'll even add in essential oils so that there is so much depth to the art that we make. All of my art, even in the physical, is immersive art. So I charge it with all of my LM design open to us being and art in a way that we haven't seen beautiful and wonderful what we are doing here. I am a big 101 Tezos lover. I am about on-chain, off-chain, using emerging technologies to show people that there are healing ways and that we are expanding the universe with all the things that we are doing here. We are creating the foundations of what is going to be the future. I am not only just a creator, but as a mom, I'm like, okay, I know that there are certain things that no matter what are going to come down the pipeline. So I'm in love with learning and seeing how these emerging technologies are coming and which ways can I activate them in the ways that I use to create my expressions. So I am so glad to be here and able to share how I do what I do. By mixing my essential oils and mica powders, I activate the sparks of energies within my art and I share it out to the world. I love, love, love animating 3D assets, worlds that you can fly through. I have been blending all the things that I've been learning here from the first time that I was able to take the stage because of Dope Stilo in this wonderful spatial way. I was able to swing on and flexing my voice power. So coming into all that is and all that I've learned, I've opened up a space called The Jam that happens on Thursday nights. We are not having it tonight because today my children are giving me a children mommy proud moment. One started kindergarten and one turned 15. So I'm not having it today, but weekly we have The Jam on Thursday nights and I host it through X, but you can also find me through various spaces here and I live stream it that way. But it is a spoken word space that I've come to love, and it has activated and helped just light up my healing and my advocacy for inclusive natures for everyone to share with Thursday, 9 p.m. Standard Time. You come take the mic, we give you your flowers, and we grow and heal and just expand the universe in our ways, whether it be your poems, songs, your spoken words, or whether you just want to say hello. That is a space that I love. So with that and being the healing meditative individual I am, I was called to make a meditative space here. It is called Infinite Breath, and it is a space where you can come learn the 4-7-8 healing breathing technique, which if you are in a stressful moment, if you need a chill, to calm, to rebalance and find balance, you can do this amazing technique. And inside of the world, you can follow, it is written throughout the realm, where you can follow the animation that is in the middle that will teach you how to give yourself that calling and breath in the moments that you need them. You can find them in that world. You can toggle on the very, very wonderful AR mode and bring these worlds into wherever you are. And wonderful Ira definitely added her beautiful into the hop on yoga mat, collectively meditate, or you can hop into each of the portals and then meditate in your own way with my personal sound bowl meditations that I've added there for extra charge. Along with that, you can, as you see my aura, my crown aura, you can get inside the spatial avatar store, and Root is available there. But inside Infinite Breath, there are all of the auras to help you charge and just harness the energy for each of the 7 main chakras. So I'm all about the healing, love, and pouring it out to one another, and just not stopping there, but allowing us to realize we're not Web 2, we're not Web 3, we're Web 5 and beyond. We're immersive. We are blending all the best things that we know about how to operate in the Web 2 with the future tech that people are not even knowing exists yet. So I encourage each one of you to activate your voice power, shout it from the rooftop, share what you are doing, what you are creating, because we are so excited about what you have going on. So I'm so thankful to each and every one of you for allowing me space and grace to develop what I don't know, learn from you what I need to learn, and trial and error through the other spaces and places that we are growing through. We will go through the growing pains that others will never even know of, and I just want to take time to say kudos. Kudos to the ones blazing the trail. It is not easy doing, but we are here doing it and doing it magnificently together, because each and every one of us is not alone. If there's something that you don't know, these superpowered people all around us are leaning into their superpowers. So lean into them and say, hey, you know something I would love to learn, and I know something that you might want to learn. So do that magic. That is such the beauty of it, that collaborative, I can share my information. There is no gatekeeping in these ways. We are growing immensely together in a space where we are being handed technologies that they don't even know what it does. But we, the artists, the creators, we tell them, hey, this is what this does. And not only this is what this does, this is what it's capable of, and so much more. So I just want to say, y'all are rocking it. Kudos. We are in the jam. We are at episode 130, 130, 120. We're in the 130s. I think we're in the 130s. I'm having a mommy line moment. But to everyone who is out there, thank y'all for being amazing, being wonderful. Please, if there's something that you want to learn or that you want, I want to give a shout out to Malicious, who was the first person to ever ask me to do something of hers inside of Spatial. So I created a wheelchair for her with her artwork as a moving material. So it gave her power in a sense, in a way that she did not have before. And it made me say, oh my goodness, look what we can do when we come together. If you have a request, please DM me. I do have my moments and I do try and get to all the DMs, but if I do not respond, please DM me again, because trust me, I do not want to miss what you have to share with me. You can find me everywhere, in the IRL, in the physical and the digital, at Ellen Designs 8, everywhere. The Easter egg about that, it is not that I'm Ellen Designs and I'm the 8th one. No, I am LM. That's my initials. Leah Michelle is my name. Designs is what I do. 8 is my favorite number. And in my name sense, turn it to the side, it is infinite. So I infinitely do these designs because I am LM. So for all of you, I think that is my time, but I do want to say thank you so much. If there was something that I forgot to mention, please catch me and my link tree. I am updating my website, but my link tree has a lot of different speakings that I have been in and different places where I've been interviewed that give you a far more in-depth rundown, because I do forget to promote self. I am one of those creators, so I'm so thankful to Creative Owls and this Web3 Summit, because y'all remind us to speak what we know, and I'm so thankful for that. So thank you for allowing me this space. I create in the physical, the digital. You can catch me in DC at Pancakes and Booze coming up in September 5th. And if anyone is in the DMV this weekend, I will be opening for the VEC launch in Maryland. So I will be doing my Ancestors Walking Spoken Word, and then the stars take their stage in their way. So thank you for your time. I hope that I have done it justice. Yes, and do check out all the AR and VR. Anything that you see that has a physical has an application that I've done that has it animated and beyond with something completely new. So delve in. I love y'all. Oh, and yes, I apologize. When I say the DMV, I meant DC, Maryland, and Virginia, not the Department of Motor Vehicles, because no one wants to go there. You will not find me there unless I have to. Yes, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. I am from Northern Virginia, but we'll be relocating soon. But that is where I'm from and will always be. Okay. Much love to all you beautiful souls. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you so much. And I just love to highlight how often that LM brings to us a vision of artistic and sense. There's times just to be around LM for a few moments is already feeling here with us and creating amazing spaces and space. Do we have Imaginus VR?
Imaginus will not be joining us today on the live stream.
Steve, do we have still time for Imaginus VR?
Imaginus will not be joining us today. Unfortunately, they just reached out to me, and they will not be attending. So I'm going to give everybody a good, maybe like a five to maybe a 10-minute break, and we'll start at 2:15 for our Web3 leaders. For our community building and Web3 integration panel session. I'm going to turn on spatial audio so you guys can network and connect. If you haven't done so, go check out the Quest. Go check out the selfie booth. Make sure you're taking photos using Web3 Leader Summit. If you haven't done so already, reshare out the room. We're going to start our next panel session here at 2:15. So I will connect with you guys here in just a moment. Let me turn on spatial audio so you guys can interact with each other. Oh man, some fantastic talking points so far here within our environment. It's also good to get some of our other sponsors that are here. Yolanta's did such a great job talking about accessibility. What are the 5 different blocks when it comes to building an application, and talking about color ratio, accessibility, font, text, navigating, alt text. These are things that sometimes we don't think about when we're building our website. We have to make it accessible not only for people that are using it, people that are disabled that have these other tools that are using it. We're not only building it for ourselves, but we're also having accessibility for other platforms for them to also integrate with it. And I think that's an amazing point of view of how we do those things in our forefront. That part, the other part, I thought it was really good to that we talked about was the opportunity from LM Designs, getting an idea from our artistic point of view, where she's coming from, how she's building, how she's innovating. Her regular spaces are amazing with dealing with content creators and figuring out a unique place to gather, share knowledge. I've listened to it. They've had some amazing poetry and community building and allowing you to express yourself, and having a community or creators that work with each other to express themselves is something very important for this area to grow. Another part that she brought up was her real IRL work that she does. She is, if you're in the DC area, you probably have heard of LM Design. She is a social butterfly within the art galleries, within the expression of just media arts. I know she does dancing. She's also going to be participating in the Pancakes and Booze, one of the most popular art events here in the Washington, D.C. area. We're going to get ready to kick off our next session, which is our Web3 community building panel session. This will be our last community session that we have here. And then we'll continue working through the process. So I'm going to give everybody a quick break before we start our next panel session. I'm going to take a quick stretch break, but we will be back here very shortly.
My bad, Dave. I ran out on us. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Vans to kick it off. I'll wait for everybody to come up on stage.
Mic check. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Vanessa.
Thank you so much. All right, let's give everyone a few minutes to join us. So if Sinful, Jenny, and Dub still looking to join me on stage meanwhile, appreciate it. All right, Sinful, are you here? I know that you were around earlier. All right. So if you can, Sinful, log in again, refresh your page. I'll give you, another minute so you can join us from on stage.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jenny, what's up?
Doing good. Happy to be here, guys. The space is absolutely lovely. So excited to talk with you guys today.
So excited to hear, Danny. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so let's see if Simple can join us again. And we'll get started, okay? Meanwhile, I just want to say before we get started, let this be a reminder to be respectful of our panel speakers by muting your mic. Feel free to share feedback or ask any questions on the chat. Also, we appreciate support. If you can, share that we're currently live on your social media, make sure to use your hashtag Web3 Leader Summit. And also, you can give us a heart and your top right. So whenever we go, then you'll be notified. So yes, thank you, Simple, so much for joining us. I guess, we can officially get started. And hello, everyone, and welcome to the Web3 Leader Summit. I am Vanessa, also known as Intro, and I am thrilled to be your host today. On this panel session called Community Building and Web3, I am a digital AI artist, also AI engineer student at the University of Advancing Technology, and co-founder and curator of the Women in Tech Museum showcases as part of the Creative Owls team. As someone who's deeply invested in both creative and technological worlds, I have the privilege of seeing firsthand how powerful communities can be when they come together in Web3 spaces, whether it's through my work with the Women in Tech Showcases, creating at Wit Museum, or developing applications with AI. I witness how transforming and potential these communities can be. Today, I have the privilege to be joined by some incredible leaders. Some of you might know them already, and each of them have contributed uniquely to the growth and the vibrancy of Web3. Today, we are going to be exploring how each community thrives and how we can ensure inclusivity and the challenges we face along the way. So before we get started, please let's give a round of applause to these amazing speakers that I'm about to introduce. Thank you. All right, so first we have Simple Mystic, a prominent community builder and Twitch streamer and Decentraland. Second, we have Jenny Pepe, co-founder of Mundo Art DAO. She's also an AI artist. And finally, we have Dos Stilo, a DJ, musician, and Web3 advocate. And, it's always right for them to have their own time and give us a proper introduction. So if you can please share with us, share 1 minute introduction about yourself, your community, or any updates you have. We would truly love that. So simple. The floor is yours. All right. Maybe Dubstiller, you want to take it while Simple can join us?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. My name is Stilo. I'm the founder of the Dope Stilo Music Club, where we've been hosting virtual events and experiences for over 137 weeks now in a row. And it's been just an amazing experience. My goal, my mission is to connect people through new immersive experiences and to show like other brands and other artists and creators that, you know, this is a place where you can really express yourself. So I have a super deep passion for blending technology, art, culture, and like an engaged community, because I believe like when you have a community that you're a part of, it's really amazing to share experiences and share knowledge. And this is the first time in history where we have the opportunity to do that. So in real time globally. So thank you so much for having me. With consistency, I believe like the metaverse can really be really powerful for everybody.
It's always, you know, an honor to see you. You've been, you know, here for a long time and in our community building. So thank you always for showing up, for supporting Dubstilo. It makes me happy to see you.
Thank you,
uh,
Vanessa.
Is
no
mic work?
problem. Yeah, Simple. We can
There you go.
finally hear you. You want to take the floor just in case?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. And first off, I want to thank everyone for that put this event together. Creative Owls. Thank you for all the work you put in, and thank you for putting together this amazing team. This event has been amazing. My name is Sinful. I am a streamer. I am host of Beyond the NFT. It is a Monday night talk show that I host every week. And I am co-founder of Community Building Decentraland. Community Building Decentraland started off as a Twitter space about 2 years ago, and we've been going strong for about, I think this week is going to be our 117th week, so it should be exciting. Thank you for having me here, and very excited to be on this panel.
Yeah.
Much for joining us. And so happy to talk and for listening on as well. You that you join us in this panel sessions. And I'm really excited to see, I guess, like one of my sisters here, cousin Jenny Pepin. I am so thrilled to see how her journey has shifted here on the Web3 and how she's now, you know, an artist as well. But not only that, she has her own community, One Love Art DAO. Welcome, Jenny. So nice to have you here.
Hi, Vanessa. Hi, everybody. And Hermana, I could not be more happy to be here with you all. You've just done such a tremendous job with so many of the initiatives that you've created for this community. And shout out to Creative Owls for making this happen and for including me in the speaker panel today. I'm Jenny Pepin. I am the co-founder of One Love Art DAO. One Love Art DAO is a vibrant community of artists and collectors. It just came up on its 1-year anniversary. Currently, we have about 300 artists in the DAO who shape, decide, and essentially add value not only to the community that we all share, which is One Love Art DAO, but also the larger community of Web3. The mission and vision is really simple for One Love Art DAO. It's to uplift, empower, educate one another, and just help each other grow in this space. We have had probably around 4 to 5 separate group exhibitions to date. We are completely decentralized as a collective. So although there are founders, the goal really is to have a circle, not like a pyramid with people on the top and sort of membership on the bottom. Every member has equal voting rights, equal proposal rights. The wallets that we use are publicly viewed, and folks can decide really what kind of initiatives it is that we can participate in. And it's fun. It's a vibe. We have a lot of fun in our Discord, in IRL events and metaverse events as well, in our X chat. And we're always looking to bring on new people. Our community is not token gated at all. You are welcome to apply as long as you know another member who can send you an invite code. And what else? We host weekly spaces, and we are actively working now to plan for Miami Art Week, Art Basel, and have an artist residency there as well as an exhibition. A little bit about me, I'm a native New Yorker, currently living in Tampa, Florida. I'm a mom of 2. And at this moment, I couldn't be happier with the growth of the community. And right now I'm looking into the audience and I see a lot of familiar faces. Wilby is here. And I just couldn't be happier to participate in this conversation and hopefully share what some of my experiences have been like over the past year. And maybe someone can take something of value from that conversation. That's it. Yay.
So much. It's so nice to always hear. Like, I had the amazing opportunity to see Jenny not once but twice, and in person, have the opportunity just to talk more. So yes, I'm excited to get this panel session started. So I know we're all here for this. So I really want to ask our first question. What are the key elements needed to build and sustain a vibrant community in Web3? And how have your experience shape your approach? I'm going to maybe throw this question to you, Jenny, first, because, you represent Endow, and I want to give an example for this question. Like, for instance, how important is transparency and leadership or the use of decentralized platforms like DAOs to empower members? Can you share a specific strategy you use to keep your community engaged and growing?
Hi, sorry, I was fussing around with the mic. Okay, so I think key elements needed to build a vibrant community is intentionality. What is the shared mission and vision for the community, right? So that needs to be established. Then consistency, I think, is a very important part of it, because being an effective leader, you have to lead by example. So if you want people to be present and participate in the community in a really active way, you need to also mirror that. You need to show that. And also, as far as the DAO and how it can empower the community members, because it's decentralized by its nature, you're empowering the community to take on roles of leadership and allow them to add and strengthen the community further. So for example, if there's a community member whose forte is tech, it makes sense to ask them if they would be interested in managing a Discord, Telegram, or XChat. If another community member's forte is public speaking, really encourage them to host or co-host spaces. Things like that, I think, have been really instrumental, because sustainability is really important. And when you have leaders that are constantly doing all of it, burnout is inevitable. And then what will we get from that experience? The leadership won't be present. The membership will start to sort of fade away or not be as interested. So I think that is important. The other thing is transparency. I'm a big fan of learning learning in public and learning as you go and grow, and taking your community along for that and really asking them for their input. So I did mention this at the top, but the way that One Love Art DAO is structured is that everybody has equal voting and proposal rights. And so we really welcome input, and we really welcome participation. And at any point, they can ask questions. We encourage questions. And so in that way, I think you really build a community that is active, involved, and feels seen and feels that they have a reason to participate, because it's just as much in their vested interest as it is in the leadership. So I think that would be my answer question.
So much, Jenny. That was an amazing question. And what I got I like balance is that transparency and leadership, decentralized government, and active engagements are crucial. And a lot of people really sometimes don't understand that so many terms to learn here, but this really empowers members by giving them a voice in decision making. So I truly appreciate what you have done with your community involvement. I'm really inspired by what you have done with your community, and something like this is also needed for the women in tech community. So I'll keep you around for that. And also, I really want to turn the mic to Doug Stillo. He's been around, with the community for a while, and he's also, taken the community from another side. Stillo, what are some key elements that you think maybe Jenny forgot to mention in order to build a thriving community in Web3, and how's your approach and experiences shaped how have your experience shaped your approach, I guess?
Yeah, everything she mentioned was incredible. Intentionality, consistency, feedback, communication, transparency. Like, I would say, those are the things that I'm learning and becoming better at every day. And Web3 kind of allows you to do that in a really fast pace. So for me, like, I'm kind of thinking in the future. I'm like, what can I do community? Like, what can I do? Like, because we're all doing it together. And for me, I feel like I'm just like the connector, and that's why it's like a collaboration. And so for me, I want to dabble more in like educational events and social causes, members only events, and like what could cause the spark for someone to really want to be there. So yeah, that would be my future outlook on that.
Thank you so much, Tostillo, and I appreciate your insights. And I understand that, community in Web3 involves many layers, from technology to human connections, which this leads us to our next questions that I wanted to ask Sinful, if you're ready. How can Web3 communities ensure they're inclusive and supportive of all members, particularly underrepresented groups?
Could you repeat that one more time?
So how can Web3 communities ensure they're inclusive and supportive of all members, particularly underrepresented groups? So can you provide like an example of initiatives or policy that you maybe implement in your community to make it more accessible, let's say through language support, inclusive event planning, or creating safe spaces for dialogue?
Thank you, Vance. I think like to start this topic, it is very important to remember that Web3 communities are worldwide communities. So you will be engaging with people and cultures from all around the world. And one thing I do for my communities to ensure inclusivity and support all members is I, just like Dope Stilo, I'm a connector. For example, for like let's say there is a new Decentraland community member from China. Then after establishing a connection with that person and finding out they're from China, trying to communicate, I instantly go message all my friends that I know live in China, and allow those individuals to establish those connections, because I believe the best way to communicate is to communicate in your native language. And once when we're in this Web3 technical space, it is very important to have clear, concise communication. So by doing that, I feel like I'm doing my part in kind of even helping the international Decentraland community grow.
That is amazing. And yeah, like you said, this community is basically made of people all over the world. And you're right, we need to really be conscious how we can include them and those with disability as well, right? As builder, we understand and look where we are, right? Others might not be able to join us on this VR, but we got to kind of find ways for at least to live through other ways this experience. And I want to say we also, all of you are amazing speakers, but maybe I would like to hear also from Jenny. She's dealing with a DAO, right? And I understand that yeah, everybody's from the world. Sometimes there are language barriers, and I know you speak Spanish, so you also lead that Latin American community. You hosted events, I believe, in Colombia, but maybe when it comes to country restrictions, right? You're trying to offer under represented groups. How do you deal with those with countries that have restriction like Venezuelan artists? Have you come across with those issues, Jenny?
Sorry, there's some kind of delay with my microphone, but yes, language is definitely a challenge. Language and internet connectivity. So for sure, we see that with our Venezuelan friends. I'm thinking of Dianella Arts off the top of my head. She's a perfect example. Like, we were literally in a space yesterday where we were showcasing an artwork of hers, and she dropped. We were unable to communicate with her because of the situation that's happening on the ground in Venezuela, and the VPN connection just tanked. So patience, when you have community members and friends who are in X spaces who are unable to actually get their message across, which is so important for artists, right? Giving them that time to reconnect. Sometimes we're kind of in a rush, but we can slow down. And we kind of just, filled the moment. Hi, Carmen. My daughter just got home from school. Why didn't you come pick me up? Oh, sweetheart, I didn't realize that you guys were needing a car ride. No, I walked home. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, baby. I'm just finishing a meeting. Okay. Sorry. Mom life. The thing that happened in that situation was we held space. We just dialogued amongst each other until she came back. And then she was able to get her point across, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is, if we know that the artist has a language issue, because we're now at 300 strong, and this is very similar to what Sinful just shared, we find other members, be they Iranian, Russian, who can be present during those Twitter spaces so that they can speak in their native language and get their message across on what new project they're working on, what new artwork they're working on, about themselves, things that cannot be conveyed in their non-native language. So we honor and hold space for that. And then the other thing I would say is that to identify the groups, like actually know the groups that are underrepresented within the larger community. So namely children, people with disabilities, women and minorities have been sort of our focus. And so, for example, we have several members who are neurodivergent. And so because of that, we purposefully, intentionally want to showcase the artworks of neurodivergence and also children, So we just recently did a billboard, and we made it a point of having artwork that was from children in that exhibition. So I think intentionality, again, going back to that and being mindful of how it is that we can elevate those members that need that extra bit of support. Yeah, that would be my answer.
Listen, I really love, your answer. And I think like One Love Dar is very inclusive of everyone. And also, I do want to mention she talked about Vanilla Art. She's also one of the favorite artists here. So if you look good through the gallery, you'll see a beautiful portrait of a woman in purple. Make sure to check it out. She's a Venezuelan artist, just like me, but she's always here, besides whatever's going in the country, she's being able to engage with the community, show up, to create. And so just community like One Loved Art has made it possible. And again, like our login for Creative Owls, for the woman in tech, we believe that the young generations are the one that are going to stay here. Well, so we should always try to include them, right? I have the Woman in Tech Museum, so I have artists that are young. The youngest one's like 4 years old, and today we actually have 3 young artists from our community, like Anastasia, Rainbow Mosho, Teresa Melvin, who has been striving. They're always very engaged for the community. So I'm saying, like, if I'm ever gone, what I'm leave behind is for you guys to continue and build them from on. So I appreciate, your answer. And I feel like, every community faces challenges, and overcoming them often defines the strength and resilience of that community. So I'm going to throw a question to Stilo. What are the biggest challenges you face in building and maintaining a community in the Web3 space, and how you have overcome them?
That's a great, great question. As a Venezuelan, as a fellow Venezuelan, no, no, I can't believe there's 3 Venezuelans here on the stage. That's amazing. I live in the States, and yes, I've been growing, know, with a community. I'm embedded in a digital community, and I would say just some of the challenges is definitely the technology. It's definitely not there yet, as accessible for everyone. Especially being a global community, we'd love to be with Latin America more, and Europe, Africa especially. There's a lot of change that is going to happen, and I'm not too worried about the challenges. We just kind of have a system in place. We want to pioneer, we want to grow the space, we want to show what can be done, and by sharing with each other, pushing each other. Off the top of my head, Lisbeth here, she's creating things daily. Rick Larula, in the audience, he's creating so many amazing things. He's got stuff coming in the works, like it's just blowing my mind, and we're all sharing with each other like these ideas, these maps, these layouts, these you know games, and just ways to connect more. And so, uh, you know, yeah, I guess that would be my answer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like I said, you've been building community. You've been kind of like leading the way, and overcoming those challenges just to make everything and the experience better. So yeah, I'm always impressed to see how far your journey has led you. But yeah, like I'm excited that we were basically South American again. We also have Jenny, she's from República Dominicana, so we have like 2 in the house, just in case. I wanted to shout out that. But Sinful, I want to throw this same question to you. What has been the biggest challenge you face in building and maintaining a community in this space?
Thank you. And I have to say, like, I like the Dope Steelers comment. Like, you don't really you pay attention to the challenges, but you don't focus on the challenges because we remain consistent. In my unique situation, I have built a community around a around a product that is not my own. So there can be many hiccups along the way, empty promises, or even failed timelines. But so I would say the biggest challenge has been kind of building and maintaining the excitement for the platform, um, which is like totally understandable when the official team tells you one thing, but the other thing happens. A lot of people do start to feel down. A way that I personally overcome this challenge is one, I remember that the Centraland team is working very hard and they are very, very talented at what they do. And two, just remind everyone that the Centraland is only one of our many virtual hangouts that we have. And it is important to kind of bring it back to the community, bring it back to the people that are actually building within the platform, or not even just building within the platform, but people that are contributing within your community. Because when it comes down to it, a platform is nothing without the people that are within it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, for the answer. And one of the key elements I guess I got from this question is that overcoming challenge is often what defines our success as community leaders, right? And also pertaining being consistency is the key. When the community see us that we keep coming, we're here, that's something truly inspirational, and that's how we gain trust, right? Like maybe you might not be building at the moment, but if they still see you, that's very important. So I actually have a couple bonus questions that explore some unique aspects of community buildings. I know, like, we already talked about DAO, but I want to throw maybe this question to Jenny to see if you can give us, more insight. Like I said, maybe some of you don't know about DAOs. I don't really like. This is the first, I guess, DAO that I'm part of, so I really would like to understand more. So, Jenny, how does DAOs contribute to community building on Web3, and what unique opportunities do they offer?
Okay, so I can speak to our DAO, but I know that there are many other DAOs. And the cool thing, the decentralized sort of concept or ethos is that the group makes the decisions. It's transparency and democratization and participation. So the DAO, in a way, is a really good example for other communities to sort of look at and take some things away from. So there are DAOs, where they decide together on what piece of artwork they are going to invest in, what initiative they are going to fund, things of that nature. And so I think there's a lot to be learned from that sort of group dynamic, where you are really empowering the membership to make really important decisions and move as one, right? The other thing about moving as one is that you can have access to different opportunities that you wouldn't be able to do as a singular person. So some collaborations, for example, are drip. We recently created a drip channel, right? I'm not sure if everybody in the audience is familiar, but there is currently a waiting list for creators to get onto drip. And so to remedy that situation, we approached drip and said, hey, what if instead of having each one of our individual members apply to be a creator, we create a channel that is a collective channel, and every single week we're going to feature one of our artists, and thereby giving them an earlier access, not having to wait on that line to get into the drip program and become an artist there. And then we structured it in such a way that 75% of the proceeds of that week's earnings of that art drop would go directly to that creator, and then 25% of it would go to the DAO. so that it could continue doing its operational things. And that opportunity would not have been afforded to us had we not had the strength in numbers. And so in that way, I think collectives, communities really have sort of an upper hand and can leverage that strength in numbers. And so I think the DAO structure is an example of that. And then with One Love DAO in particular, we chose that we're not going to have a token gated situation, but certainly there are many different ways of approaching the structure of a DAO. You could have a token, you could have all kinds of things to sort of structure your membership, I guess, onboarding around. We just don't. And so the way that we do it is kind of similar to the hug. So it's a Google form, literally. We send the Google form out to people who are interested. And let's say Wildy wants to invite her friend. She says, hey, amiga, here's the Google form, and you can use invite code Wildy11111. And within a week, we put all of the names of the new applicants into our Discord. And as a group, we vote. And that's similar to how the hug does it, where you look at the person's X account, you make sure that they're a real human being, that they aren't unkind to others, that they're not a bot, that they're not a bully. And if everything looks good, then boom, they're in. And so that's the way that we've been able to grow our community and also put our membership directly in charge of who it is that they bring into the community. We trust them. We know that the people they are going to bring are people of quality and are going to further add value into the community. So in that way, it's self-sustaining and continues to grow in an almost exponential way, right? And so I think that's the benefit of DAOs in general, of our particular DAO, and something that I think other communities can take a look at and maybe take some things from and apply in their own way.
Thank you so much for your how One Love DAO has really helped the community. Like I saw, like difference that it made. And NFT NYC, that was huge. How much it supported artists. I'm really thrilled to be part of your next event, which is the Super Community event. I know the Woman and Tech will be participating, and also the Polygon Alliance, Creative Owl. So I appreciate that community for leading. The community. So thank you so much again. I do have two final questions. One is going to be for Stilo, and another one, be ready, Sinful. You're going to be the last one to answer, which I think might be very important. But the next question is for Dub Stilo. How can music and cultural events within the metaverse enhance community engagement and bring people together in Web3 spaces?
Music is important. It's beautiful. It's a great way to connect. It sets so much mood and creates so much vibe. I really encourage, if you're a brand, music is is a great way to connect people. It's a great thing to do, to dance. There's so many dope creators here in this audience that are making accessories, to dance to and exploring to music and playing games with music on. And as a musician, um, I feel like that's a really great way to get people together. And if you're a musician, I would say the best. I would say it's a great way to share your music different and be different, rather than get that traditional DM like, hey, listen to my new single. It's like, go into this space or check out this stream, and it's my new single, and it's like a visual of your 3D space. Something just kind of a bridge. Anything you can do to stand out and be memorable. we do make memories in here, and they're different. They're impactful, and I've said this example a bunch of times, but when I went to like Wendy's in Horizon, I was throwing French fries at my friend and trying to like get the French fries in the milkshake, and the first one to get three wins. And I haven't eaten Wendy's, in a long time. Maybe 20 years, but I've said their name like 1,000 times by now, and that's kind of like the impact of what the metaverse can do. And the music that was playing, it's still vivid to me. I can still remember it. And that's the power of music, to connect and connect memories.
I love that. I'm really looking forward for artists, looking forward to attend more events that, we can see artists performing and in the metaverse. I know there's a lot, but I still feel like not a lot of us, right? We still need to more than the metaverse. I do see that, they're minting their NFT as, music as NFT, but definitely it's a great way to collaborate that with them artists, right? AI artists making videos, like you being able to work with musicians so they can make a soundtrack. I see that, and I feel like every element of, I guess, art has come in together. So it's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've done things in here where I've brought my digital workstation, music workstation. I shared it in here, and I sent the instrumental to the artist, and the artist sat down with me, and I engineered the project right in front of him. And then people just came in and watched and sat down and grabbed a seat, and I was like, hey, do you like this verse here? Do you like this here? Do you like this like that? I kind of like it like this. And it was just an incredible experience. So it's moments like that that really create a bond and connection that you can't really do in other places.
I love that. Yes, and I love like how everyone is coming together. We're all connected here. Definitely, we'll have more opportunities, breakout sections, so we can keep getting to know each other. Although I see so many familiar faces, and it's an opportunity, I guess, to have a family reunion. But I'm going to throw the last question to Sinful. How do you see the role of community involvement in Web3 over the next 5 years? And what step can we take now to prepare for future challenges or opportunity in this space?
I'm sorry, what was the second half of that question?
All right. So, and what step can you take now to prepare for future challenges and opportunity in this space? So, for what step we can take now for the 5 years on building community on this metaverse Web3 community?
I mean, as for the future of Web3, I just see it ever growing, especially in the next 5 years, as new technologies are being developed, new platforms, metaverse platforms, dexes, ways to stay safe. For example, like I feel like security needs to be one of the biggest things that needs to be addressed before a massive boom happens here in Web3. But for for now, before those big security innovations happen, I mean, it's I see the passionate people in Web3 from all over. I see the hunger, I see the drive, and that's what it takes to keep this overall ecosystem flourishing and growing. And I mean, how what could we do to to kind of avoid challenges? I mean, one thing is definitely whenever meeting a new person in Web3, it is I think it's the one of the most important things that you need to do is tell them how to secure their assets and how to stay safe, and teach them the ways of Web3, because there is no bigger thing that offboards people out of the Web3 community than getting their wallets drained and losing their assets that they've worked so hard to get.
Amazing. And so I think, your answer goes back to the first panel, right? Like right panel. You said like education is like the key, right? So I think like we need to still educate more people that are coming over the 5 years. I think like community are going to be very become more widespread, and I think like to prepare we can focus on staying flexible, encourage members like I said to keep learning, right? Like it's very like all these technologies, wallet, how to be careful, it's essential, and making sure that our community is open to new ideas and diverse perspective. I think Web3 is just it's the place to do things different from what we're used to. And I just want to say again, thank you again to our amazing speakers for sharing their insights today. Uh, Building Web3, I believe, isn't about technology. It's about people, creativity, and making sure that everyone has a place where they can feel that they belong and they can thrive. I am very inspired by the work that all of you are doing and how it aligns with my own efforts for the Women in Tech showcases, the creative hours events that we do. We're all contributing to a vibrant, inclusive Web3 ecosystem. And again, thank you again, everyone that joined us today. Let's keep the conversation going and continue building the future of Web3 together, because that's the team, right? For this event, building the future together. Yeah, thank you again, panel speakers. Throwing the mic to our main host, Creative Owls.
Great job, Vance. Great job, Sinful, and then also Jenny. If everybody can just jump on stage real quick, we're going to take a group photo. And then talking about web security, I am very excited for our next panel session. We have Wallet Guard who's in here today. So if everybody can just jump on stage real quick. If you haven't done so, we're going to take some photos here with our speakers. If you haven't done so, just jump up here real quick. And all you have to do is just hit the C, and C will clap. So again, big round of applause to our panel speakers. Great job. I know we're all building community in Web3. Fantastic panel sessions. Again, great insights, Jenny, and great to connect with you. Vans for moderating. Sinful, you know the deal. It's great to connect with you again. And then Dope Stilo, one somebody that I will always cherish in this Web3 community. Go ahead and tell them a great job also in the chat. Now, we brought up we brought up a good subject recently in our last discussion, where we just spoke about wallet security. And what better way to talk about wallet security than bring Wallet Guard up. So if you guys don't mind taking a quick seat real quick, heading back to your seats real quick, if you guys don't mind, just 2 seconds, head down to your seat. And then Michael, I'll let you take the stage real quick. So give me a second. Let me bring everybody off the stage, and then I'll give you the stage for you guys to go. So if you guys wouldn't mind just quickly sitting down real quick, and then I'll give Michael the opportunity for here. I want to just share some quick remarks here. Web3 is definitely something that we're seeing with blockchain technologies that are coming out to read, write, and have ownership of it. We talked about some of the emerging technologies that are coming into this environment, into this platform. We've talked about some of the roles of AI can integrate with it. We talked about being a leader. But I think the most important thing of everything that we do here is about security. And I am very honored to have one of my good friends here, Michael from Wallet Guard, going to be sharing us his insights about his application, Wallet Guard, what it's doing now, how it's helping users, and how you can start integrating this here today. So I'm going to turn it over to Michael to kick off, introduce himself, and then I'm going to be sharing a video of kind of a walkthrough of what Wallet Guard is. So without any ado, I'm going to turn the mic over to you, Michael. All you have to do is hit M, and that will unmute yourself so you can start speaking.
Awesome. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Welcome.
Amazing. It's amazing to be here with everybody and the Web3 Leader Summit. I mean, big shout out to everybody showing up, all these different amazing speakers and people coming together, to build. And that's what it's all about, is building. And I think that the one thing that a lot of people forget is the security side of things. Security is usually an afterthought. It's something that also comes from a Web2 nature, for example, not caring about backing up your files until you lose your files. And in Web3, the same sentiment carries over. You're probably not going to care about your wallet security until you get drained the first time. And this is why we talk about being proactive. And that's exactly what we did with Wallet Guard. So I think the video is going to explain a lot of it, and then definitely open for questions and discussion thereafter. But yeah, Creative Owls, let's run that video.
Got it. So just give me a second. I'm going to bring the video up. If Ira or Dope Silo can actually take this video and put it on the main stage, I would appreciate it. I'm just going to share my screen real quick, and then I'll give it to the team to actually take the stream and put it behind you real quick. And for those that what you can also do is hit the left video on the left hand side. That will take it from you here. So I'll leave the video up. Maybe my team can take the video and put it up on stage real quick. There you go. And then I'll start grabbing the video real quick. Whoa, that's too big. There you go. Adjust that thing. Oh, what's happening? There you go. Make it small. There you go.
That looks fun.
Yeah.
That looks really fun.
Cool. I'm gonna turn this over here and share my screen with you guys so you guys can see the presentation. Hold on a second. Let me I got it. Let me see if I can. Let me scale this real quick. There you go. I got it. Let me put it right here for you guys to see, and then I'll blow it up so you guys can get a better view. There you go. All right. Let's hit play.
Hope you're all having an amazing Web3 Leader Summit. I want to give a big shout out to Creative Owls first and foremost for putting this event together and really bringing businesses as well as users into the same environment to learn and create communities. My name is Michael Kay, and I'm the Senior Business Development Manager at Consensus and MetaMask. And previously, I was at Wallet Guard, which has been acquired by Consensus and MetaMask. So what exactly is Wallet Guard? Wallet Guard is a set of tools to help you protect your crypto, as well as educational resources for you to understand how to navigate Web3 and Web2 safely. So let's jump right in. The first thing that's super important is making sure you Web2 before you Web3. And the Wallet Guard Academy is a great resource for all the information on how to set up your first wallet, set up your computer the right way to degen safely, as well as how to manage your passwords, your credentials, and even what to do in case your wallet gets drained. Think about all the emotions that are running through a user once they are compromised. So to have a resource that lets you know exactly what to check, how did it happen, how to perform a security audit, and how to report and where to report the incident, and what to do after the fact, is a massive win for the space. All this information is completely free, and it's all located on our website in the Wallet Guard Academy. As stated, we also have resources on how to set up your computer the right way so you don't get to the point of getting drained. There's an article called Best Security Practices, and this is where we break down how to properly manage your passwords, the concept of two-factor authentication, blocking scam advertisements, securing your online identity, using an antivirus, and safeguarding your keys. And remember, everything that we're talking about is all in one place on walletguard.app, and all the information is completely free.
Another great resource is, of course, MetaMask Learn, which provides the same value when it comes to learning about Web3, understanding what the blockchain is, and staying safe. So be sure to check out both the Wallet Guard Academy and MetaMask Learn so that you can get your security game in check. Once you understand what it takes to stay safe in Web3 as well as Web2, you got to get the right tooling. And one of the massive wins is the concept that Wallet Guard over the next few months will be integrated directly inside of MetaMask so that we can bring additional security layers, defend against wallet drainers, and be as proactive about security as possible by natively existing inside of MetaMask. This is a massive win for the space, especially when it comes down to reducing fund loss incidents and making sure that people understand what it takes to self-custody, what it takes to be your own bank. How can we expect the masses to come into crypto when the masses don't even understand how to properly secure their devices or the importance in security when you are your own bank? That being said, I'm going to show you guys a couple of features of Wallet Guard that we're working very hard into bringing natively into MetaMask so that we can show you some clarity when it comes to what you're doing on Web3. So let's pretend we're going to buy an NFT. And I'm just going to pick the Nihilinks collection and I'm going to pretend to buy this NFT. So before your preferred wallet opens, Wallet Guard will open up. And what you're going to see is a breakdown on exactly what's happening inside of your wallet before it actually gets confirmed in your wallet of choice. So you can see the chain that you're interacting with, the website that you're on, and clearly whether it is the actual website that it's claiming to be, the contract and whether it's verified on Etherscan, exactly what you are sending, the associated gas, exactly what you are receiving, in this case an NFT, as well as its floor price on OpenSea. So giving the user this much information gives them clarity as to about what's going to happen. When we take it a step a little further, there is a tab inside of Wallet Guard called Ask Chat Web3. And this allows you to talk to your transactions in plain English. Whether you're doing a swap, a claim, a mint, a signature, this gives a breakdown on everything that's about to happen before it happens. So I'm going to ask Chat Web3 to explain this transaction. And as you can see, it's going to look at on-chain data and it's going to break the transaction down into a human readable format so that I can learn about what I'm doing before I hand this transaction off to my preferred wallet. The other great part about this is that it supports over 90 languages and multiple levels of context. So we can ask Wallet Guard, Chat Web3, to break this down in another language. Explain this to me in Korean like I'm 5 years old. So what our model is going to do is it's going to look at on-chain data, it's going to break it down into the context of a 5-year-old, and it's going to translate it into Korean so that the user, again, understands what's happening on the blockchain before they hand off this transaction to their preferred wallet. This is game-changing when it comes to the entire space and really understanding what you're about to interact with. So if we hit continue, we'll see that our MetaMask opens up, and we also have a tab called Wallet Guard inside of MetaMask. Now, this is our MetaMask Snap, which is another layer of security that you can enable using MetaMask Snaps. It's directly inside of your MetaMask wallet, so you don't have to install a separate browser extension. So clear insights on, again, what you are sending and what you are receiving. And now for a quick breakdown on MetaMask Snaps, since we're talking about it. MetaMask Snaps allows you to add additional features directly inside of your MetaMask without having to install separate extensions or wallets. So you can check out the MetaMask Snaps directory, and there are ways to enable Solana support, Bitcoin support, add Wallet Guard directly, check out notification panels using tax tools. There are so many different applications that you could enable directly inside of your MetaMask. And if you're a builder, please reach out, check out the Snaps documentation, and build with us. We have over 30 million monthly active users, and building out inside of our platform is a win-win for the space. It's a win-win for everybody. And just to be clear, all of these snaps are fully audited. They are open source. We take security very seriously, especially when it comes to interacting with these third-party applications. You can enable the WalletGuard snap directly in the MetaMask snap directory and going to walletguard.app and clicking on MetaMask snap to enable it directly inside of your MetaMask. Again, we plan to have these features directly inside of MetaMask over the next few months, but checking out the browser extension and using the MetaMask snap will bring these extra layers of security to your Web3 experience. Again, everything is completely free. It's open source. WalletGuard is not a wallet. We're not an NFT. We're not a token. And you don't even have to connect your wallet to us or sign a signature to check out any of the security features that we just broke down for you. One final tool that I'd like to review with everyone is our security dashboard. The security dashboard lets you improve your wallet health, revoke open approvals, see value at risk, and even gives you access to our dApp store and other features like soft locking so that you can lock your NFTs and tokens directly inside of WalletGuard with no gas fees as an extra layer of security on your assets. Again, everything is in one place on walletguard.app, and we are working very hard to bring all these features directly into MetaMask as a default. So let's jump into the security dashboard and let's run a scan. What you'll notice is that we're looking for high-risk approvals, we're looking at transaction history, and even to see if the wallet versions that we have installed are out of date. So as you can see, once the scan is finished, we get a clear breakdown on any alerts, risks, and items that we need to take care of. So as you can see here, there is an open approval. We could jump to the full area for open approvals, and we can even simulate what our score would be if we were to revoke that approval. As you can see, this is one of the largest items of value in this wallet, and revoking it would definitely increase that wallet health. We even see if our wallet extensions are out of date, and we can force that update directly. And just FYI, all of these different sections link to the WalletGuard Academy. So again, we could teach you about what you're doing so that you can understand what's happening as you navigate Web3. And as I stated, we also have our locked assets. Locked assets let you actually lock and unlock assets that you do not want to be interacted with. And it's super simple. It doesn't cost any gas, and it works as long as you have WalletGuard installed. So let's say I want to lock my Decentraland Mana token. Simple click, lock now, and it's all set. Super easy to lock your assets down directly inside of WalletGuard. And also super easy to unlock those assets. Just takes a simple click. We also have the dApp store. And the dApp store is super important because let's say you're talking with your friends and family about crypto. They might go the next day and try to figure it all out themselves. If they got WalletGuard first, instead of going to Google and typing install MetaMask and potentially clicking on a malicious link, they could come to the WalletGuard dApp store, tap on the wallet tag, and get all the direct download links for all the most popular wallets in one place. We have multiple categories. You can even get different security tools, as well as everything that we recommend in the WalletGuard Academy, free tools to use, and different ways to secure your devices, as well as your wallets. With that being said, it's been an amazing event at the Web3 Summit. Again, big shout out to Creative Owls. And to make it super easy, everything about WalletGuard is in one place on walletguard.app. My name is Michael K. Previously the partnership director for WalletGuard, and since being acquired by MetaMask and Consensus, I'm now the senior business development manager at MetaMask and Consensus. Everything that I've spoken to you about today is on walletguard.app, and we are working very hard to bring these features, these security tools, directly inside of MetaMask for our users. If there's any questions, my DMs are always open, and we're always looking to build with others. So let's go.
Wow.
Hey, everybody.
Should we watch it again? Oh man, Michael. Does anybody have any questions? Please go ahead and put it inside the chat real quick. That was a fantastic presentation of it. Michael, question to you. Do I just download Wallet Guard? Can you give me a simple explanation of how to get it really quick if this is my first time hearing about it?
Yeah, definitely. It's super easy to grab Wallet Guard. You just go to walletguard.app and you can download our browser extension. It currently is supported in Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Brave, Opera. Any Chromium-based browser works with the Wallet Guard browser extension. We also have the MetaMask Snap. And the MetaMask Snap you can enable in any browser that's running MetaMask. Again, these are top environments. We're bringing this technology to mobile natively soon. And the security dashboard is mobile friendly. That's desktop friendly, mobile friendly. That's just a website. So you can see a breakdown on ways to access all this information and how to grab all of this stuff directly on walletguard.app.
Awesome. There was a question around the locking. So when you lock your assets, that means it can't be sold, it can't be sent. Like, can you give us a little bit more explanation about that?
Yeah, so the soft locking feature we have, basically what it does is, as long as Wallet Guard is installed, anytime that you try to perform a transaction, our simulation, if the asset is locked, is going to stop that transaction from occurring. So I'll give you guys a quick example. Let's pretend you listed something for sale on Blur or OpenSea in the past, and you still have that asset sitting in your wallet. Maybe it's multiple items from a collection that you decided to sell only a single item of in the past on Blur or OpenSea. You now have an on-chain approval for that asset. What a lot of wallet drainers do is they take advantage of your existing on-chain approvals. So let's say you go to a bad website and it says, hey, this is a free mint. Grab your free mint now. Our simulation will tell you that you actually are not getting a free mint, that you are actually sending assets out of your wallet. Now, if that asset is soft lock, it won't even allow you to hand that transaction off to your preferred wallet of choice. And being able to do that with no gas fees, an extra layer of security, like a two-factor authentication on any assets you explicitly don't want to send out.
Man, that's amazing. How many people are using Wallet Guard today?
Yeah, so currently I think we just surpassed, we're near like 150,000 users of the browser extension. The last time we checked, there's been over a quarter.
I think we might have lost Michael on that, but just checking out the Wallet Guard website. If you guys haven't done it, so it's walletguard .app. One of the things I saw within there, over 100,000 people are using these wallets. Over $10 million transactions have been simulated using this application. And they've saved over $40 million of assets from being scammed, right? So if you're not using Wallet Guard, you're pretty much, we call it raw dogging the blockchain, right? And this is something that we don't want to do. Michael, how many active? We talked about how many active users. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I think.
I think we are losing Michael. Real quick, if everybody can just come up on stage, let's take a photo with the Wallet Guard behind us. If you guys can do that, if you guys do use Wallet Guard, let me know in the comments. Give me a yes.
Does not want me to tell you guys about. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I keep getting rugged as I'm telling you guys the users. This is crazy. I'm going to try to get this out before I get rugged again.
150,000 users of the browser extension, over 250,000 wallets that have been connected to the security dashboard. And just keep in mind, guys, that's just the browser extension. We're about to bring this technology directly inside of MetaMask, and that's 30 million monthly active users. This is going to be game changing for staying safe in Web3. And we're going to be blocking wallet drainers for everyone natively inside of their MetaMask. So let's go. Don't raw dog the blockchain, use Wallet Guard.
Absolutely. Everybody, let's throw some hearts and give some claps to Michael and Wallet Guard. Thanks for being here. Thank you for taking the time. It's a great collaboration when we get to work with you and collaborate with you. One of the things that we take serious is security, and any single time we can partner up with you, Michael, it's a blessing. So big thank you for putting this presentation together. We're definitely going to say this again. Michael, you are our angel with Web3 security. I know we can rely on you. And are you still doing some X spaces where people can still come up and learn a little bit more?
Yeah, so we try to do a lot of spaces. We actually have a quarterly MetaMask and Wallet Guard security space coming up. So definitely follow Wallet Guard and myself.
All right, guys. So one more round of applause for Michael and Wallet Guard. Thanks for being here, Michael.
Thank you, legends.
Awesome. Well, everybody here that's listening, it's now time for some networking opportunities. I'm going to turn spatial audio on. We have about 30 minutes of networking sessions where you guys can walk around, check out different booths. You guys can keep your conversations privately if you want to. Go check out the stations. Go huddle up. There's some little desks. So if you guys want to grab somebody you want to connect with, go ahead and opportunity to do so. And then again, we will start this back up at 4 p.m. for our next networking break. We have Stand with Crypto, Polygon Alliance, Women in Tech, Era, X Labs, Dope Stilo, and then also Web3 Social coming up at 4 p.m. Enjoy your break, guys, and then we will pick it up here in about 30 minutes. I will be turning spatial audio on so you guys can have some conversations. And if you guys are watching the stream, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we will be back.
Also, make sure to check out the artwork. We have 12 amazing featured artists in our gallery section. Throw them some love, take some photos, share it on social media. They're happy to be here. We have some of the artists that have joined us since earlier. So thank you to all the artists as well for your support and being part of our event.
Hi, so Lo-Fi.
Great job, Michael, man. It's good to be here. Congrats on all the wins within Wallet Guard, man. It's crazy what the growth has been like for the last couple of months for you guys.
No, really appreciate that, man. And we couldn't have gotten to that point without the consistent support and people just taking the 2 seconds to check us out. I think a lot of times it's like fear of the unknown. People are just afraid to be secure. Mm-hmm. And like if we make it easy, the adoption rate could explode.
Yeah. What has been your biggest challenge for onboarding people to Wallet Guard?
I think the hardest thing about onboarding people was like honestly just having them know that we exist, right? And I think a big game changer to that was like being on the Killer Whales TV show. Being on Binance's show in the metaverse. There's just so many ways that we try to build in public, right? Like show people that we're real people. We're all docs. We're degens ourselves. Like we're building a product that we're using ourselves. So, the biggest blocker is just people not realizing what Wallet Guard is. Sometimes they think it's a wallet when we're not a wallet. You don't have to change your wallet. You could keep everything the same exact way, but you could get that security.
Yeah, I can see where people get the understanding of that, and I think building in public, like what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, I think being able to go out to conferences, do speaking engagements in person, post hosting Twitter Spaces, working with communities, doing live security Discord calls, showing people live examples of other people getting scammed and how to prevent it. You know, creating merch, sending it out to our brand ambassadors, our Web3 security advocates, really working with people in the community. I mean, there's so much you can do when you're considering building in public, that it kind of creates that level of transparency and it builds more trust, especially the concept of open source, right? Like a lot of projects claim that they're open source and they haven't even updated their repos in months, let alone since they first uploaded their repos to GitHub. So we're really proud to know that we have a direct developer pipeline from GitHub to the Chrome store. When users choose to use WalletGuard, they know the exact code that they're installing. And this is all about transparency, building in public, and that trust that surround WalletGuard.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head, Michael, is like building a wallet and building trust. And I think that's the hardest thing right now in Web3 is building trust. And it's like building trust and building a brand. And you can't build a brand without trust, right? And I think the more events that you do like this, the more that more people hear about you or they recommend you, I think that's how you build trust, not only with your application, but with, I guess, for other creators that are listening in this space of how they can build their application. Or if you're a digital artist, how do you build trust that, you know, you're not going to go away and you're providing value?
1000%. And this is why, again, you know, I want to give you guys such a big shout out and want to thank you for the stage, because even a single person listening is worth it to show up anywhere. But like what you guys are doing is worth millions of dollars to me, to be able to speak to all these people and really, you know, talk to them about security. Bring something up that is separate from the whole wag me vibes, because those vibes go away when you lose everything. And we want to make sure that hopefully within the next few years, that it is not a rite of passage to have been drained when you're coming into Web3.
Yeah, you know, the big, you know more than anybody here, the way the most people out here, what's the first reason people are leaving Web3 is because they're getting scammed, right? Just real quick, if you can provide me 3 quick tips that you would tell someone to that start doing today, real quick, to protect themselves.
Yeah, definitely. So the first thing you want to do is you want to take the concept of Web 2. So your device security, your data security, understanding the importance of an antivirus or using a password manager. And we actually put all of this in one place on the WalletGuard Academy in the best security practices document. So that's my first tip to anyone else to jump in to Web3. You got to Web 2 first. The second is, you know, there's easy wins. We're not telling people to go out and buy $1,000 firewall appliances. We're not telling you to go and create multiple subnets on your network. We need to be easy to digest and as simple as changing a couple of settings. So the WalletGuard Academy does a great job at breaking that down as well. And I think the final thing is don't rush, don't FOMO, don't panic. You're not going to miss out on opportunities as much as you would actually click on something that's more malicious. The chances of you FOMOing into something that brings you no value are much higher than if you were to take a step back and really understand what you're about to interact with. And I think that's what we did really well with WalletGuard, kind of pairing the tooling and the education so that not only are we like showing you what's going down, but we're educating actually happening, like the AI tool, the chat Web3, or, you know, finding that information in the academy. So, you know, those are really my 3 tips. And I would say they're super easy to execute. And once you do execute them, you now know how to onboard others safely. You're not going to get that phone call where they're telling you, what happened to my wallet? All my NFTs are gone. I thought it was a free mint. What happened to all my tokens? No one wants to deal with that. And that's why education and just setting people up the right way is so important. So definitely a great question.
Yeah, I know we have some people around us. Does anybody here have any questions for Michael? Please feel free to ask. I mean, he's a wealth of knowledge. So if you have an opportunity, if you're in the metaverse room, please unmute yourself and ask away real quick if you can.
I'd like to make a comment. I am so thrilled to hear an intelligent conversation about this topic. So often, because I am new to the concept of setting up a wallet, what security I need, what do I need to do, what steps are the right logical steps to take. And most of the information and people I've talked to, it just tells me nothing. It tells me, it doesn't help. And this has been really worth the whole program just to hear what you have to say about and the academy and the process that we need to go through. Thank you very much.
Wow, I really, really greatly appreciate those comments. Like, that's why we do this. We've never charged anybody a single dollar to use our tools. Anytime that we do a security session or a speaking engagement, it's not about money. We never asked anyone for a single dollar, but when we get comments like that, it makes it all worth it. And I think really what ends up happening is there's a lot of people in the space that like to talk about things that they don't necessarily understand. And this is like a rampant thing in Web3. You'd actually be surprised how many influencers in Web3 don't even actually own any crypto. How many security people in Web3 don't actually understand what they're saying and they're just reading it off something else. So I think if we really bring it back, take a step back and say, how do we make this easy to digest? And how do we reduce the friction for getting people into crypto? Like, that's going to change the sentiment of the space full 360. Like, as of right now, everybody outside looking in thinks everything is a scam. And a lot of the discussions that take place, it feels like they're in a bubble. It's the same people talking with the same people on a daily basis. So, if we kind of make that onboarding process smoother and we focus on UI, on UX, and really just dumbing it down, not necessarily for like a certain age group or whatever, but just dumbing it down to the concept where it just works. People are comfortable with what just works. We need to make Web3 as easy to use as an ATM machine, so we don't run into scenarios where someone has to constantly think, am I clicking on the right link? Or they're sweating and shaking as they're about to sign a signature that they can't read. There's so many scenarios that are presented that if we can obfuscate them, if we could reduce that friction, I think that's really what the goal is. And that's why we're so happy to be partnered with MetaMask, because it gives us access to tens of millions of people to now properly onboard, to kind of sentiment around about, what exactly is the use case in Web3 and how do we make sure that people stay in Web3 instead of coming in completely wrecked and then caring or talking about security. Listen, most projects, they're looking for a chief vibes officer more than they're even thinking about a chief security officer.
Facts.
Let Wallet Guard be your project's chief security officer. It's an easy win.
Thank you. This has been incredible. I'm an artist and I am one of those people. I have no cryptocurrency. I do not have a wallet. And it's because I have not been able to get the right kind of information where I feel comfortable moving in that direction. And I know it will help me with my, with finding homes for my pieces of artwork and selling my artwork. But I'm not willing to do it until I understand what I'm doing. And this looks very, very helpful. And so I know what I'm going to be doing part of tomorrow.
Man, we have
definitely. And if you have any questions or anything, please.
We have really gone full circle today when we started talking with Newman Games today, with MetaCoach, from accessibility, emerging markets, AI. I didn't realize how well-rounded this event was going to be, from start to finish. And we talked about accessibility, content creation, and then, tying the security part to it, and then going back to the UX UI discussion that we had earlier today. I'm just kind of at awe of like how well-rounded the summit went and how on topic it was. It's not only a kudos to for some of my hosts that put it together, but I think from everybody's perspective is like we all are on the same boat. We're all trying to get the right things done, And if we just overlay ourselves with some of this information that we're talking about, it's going to make us better leaders. It's going to make us better products. It's going to scale the technology that we're trying to take here today. So it's just an all of like what conversations has been coming in today. Anybody else have any questions for Michael?
Yeah, Michael. I've been a user of Wallet Guard for a while. I did enjoy one of your talks on X Spaces, and I was wondering if I have to update the app on the browser, or it updates itself.
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you're talking about the browser extension, generally what ends up happening is your browser will update your extensions, but not as soon as updates are released. So if you want to push updates and force them to be installed as soon as an update is released, there's an article in the Wallet Guard Academy about updating extensions and wallets, which force those updates to complete. But at the end of the day, those updates are automatic. They happen, every day to a week. But if you want to stay on top of security patches and making sure you have the latest version, there is an article in the Wallet Guard Academy that teaches you how to force your browser extension updates to manually occur instead of waiting for the browser to do it automatically for you.
Okay, thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, if there's anybody else, would love to
Yeah.
answer
Hey,
the
Michael.
question. Yep.
Hey, Michael. Appreciate you coming on. Really, really valuable information. Just a quick, just kind of like an alpha pry. I use your product every single. Love Wallet Guard. Been rugged a couple times in this space, so really nice to have a product that actually works. Press my assets and stuff. So kudos to you guys. I own a couple of cold wallets, and I would love to see like integration with Wallet Guard and like some physical securities. Is there any like aspect to that?
That's an interesting question because there have been times in the past where wallet approvals actually, affected people's assets that were sitting on their cold wallets, their ledger, their Trezor. At the end of last year, there was actually a protocol that got compromised. I believe it was NFT flooring or NFT trading, something like that. And what it did was it actually ripped out very valuable assets from people's hardware wallets because of open approvals they forgot about years before. So part of the way that we're kind of like helping you keep your wallet hygiene in check is in the security dashboard. You can actually connect your hardware wallet and run a security scan and see if there are open approvals that you might have forgotten about or things that you can do to kind of further lock down your wallet and add some layer of security there. So, that's most of the interaction that we're talking about when it comes to like what are on-chain approvals, what's the difference between an on-chain approval and disconnecting your wallet from a website, which by the way does absolutely nothing. Common misconception. And right back again, we're breaking that down in the academy, tying it directly with that tooling. So there are definitely ways to kind of add some security layers to your existing hardware wallets by using the Wallet Guard security dashboard.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. That's great. That's great to hear.
Definitely. Thank you for the question.
Well, fantastic stuff. Thank you, Michael, for coming up here. If anybody doesn't have any questions, Michael, I'll let you roll. I'm sure you got to rock and roll. Michael, quick shield from my end to you and everybody's listening in. So I'm actually building a Web3 social application right now. Our login right now is just going to be a social login, and then we're going to integrate the part of being able to create things on the smart contract. And I think love to have a conversation with you how we can maybe implement that inside this application as we move forward. If you see the left hand side, if everybody is listening right now, you see where it says Web3 Social. We're going to be rolling out our beta testing in about a month and a half or so. So if anybody wants to do any beta testing or is interested, definitely hit that Web3 Social link on the left hand side, and then you can register through your Google or Yeah, right now it's through your Google account, and then we're going to be releasing beta testing as well. Mike, we'll love to get your input on that, especially with applications and how we're going to build some of our Web3 applications on top of it moving forward. So encourage everybody to do that. But Michael, whenever you get a chance, I'd love to have that conversation further with you as we move forward.
Yeah, 1000%. Any way that can bring extra security to the users, and considering it is a social application, I'm assuming people can talk to each other or post links. There's actually been a couple of dApps in the space that have taken the Wallet Guard security engine, the wallet drainer kit detection, and implemented directly inside of their application. So basically any sort of links that are sent to and from users or posted are automatically checked before the user even clicks on the link to confirm that it's not a wallet drainer. So there's definitely a lot of ways to interact with our APIs and to bring that extra security to what you're building. So would love to have that conversation. And again, thank you so much for the stage. Shout out to everybody that listened, that might be listening or watching this later on, and everybody that asked questions. Y'all are legends. Let's go, guys. Let's keep on building. I will catch you guys in the next one.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Yeah, over 850 viewers are watching the stream right now. That participated in this, so fantastic event. I'm gonna go walk around some of the networking area sessions. I encourage you guys to do that. We do have some spatial audio on. I'll be in the middle if anybody wants to chat. Michael, I'll check in with you later, man. Thank you. I hope everybody's been enjoying the event so far. It's great to see us talking about security in this environment, in these type of events, and always need to double down on these type of activities, especially when we're integrating new solutions, new technologies, and we're onboarding people. You know, we heard here today, you know, people were hesitant to joining Web3 because of the security, understanding wallet, and putting those things together. Wallet Guard has done such an amazing job laying that out for us, right? I think one of the best things I've seen is the security around their academy, right? Having an academy or available resources, you know, be able to ask those things, or using their AI tools to make sure that you're doing things the right way. I know one of the challenges that I had when I first got into Web3 and I was like trying to collect NFTs, it wasn't finding the NFTs, it was actually buying that process. And I would get like a little pop-out screen on the side. I'm sure you guys have all seen it. And I had no idea what any of those zero numbers or what I was actually doing, or I just didn't understand it, right? I think once I got Wallet Guard, it helped me understand, okay, what am I getting, what NFT I'm getting, what smart contract I'm dealing with, what website I'm on. But now the layer of security letting us know, is this a validated dApp? Is this a validated website? Is something that it's like a must, right? It's that badge, you know. Trying to minting on these websites that are not protected is such a vulnerability for not only you, but also your digital assets that you guys are going to be incorporating in the future. You know, we're hearing more and more people getting into Web3, and more people are getting rug pulled, right? Why not take the first initial step and get that process? If you guys if this is your first time, onboarding, if you were onboarding somebody for the first time, right, into Web3, and before they buy their crypto, before they buy their NFTs and so forth, I think the first thing that I would do at the very beginning now is tell them, go get a wallet like a MetaMask and download Wallet Guard. And that would be like the first step or the first approach that I would tell people to do immediately, right? Start that process, and then start figuring out, what you're going to do, with the blockchain, or how you're going to interact with smart contracts. One thing I've definitely learned that I'll share with you guys is, there's something called a hot wallet, right? And there's something called a cold wallet, right? And a lot of people in this space, they only have one wallet, right? And so forth. And wallet security is one thing, but also wallet hygiene is another thing. If you guys are ever minting an NFT on a site you don't know, or even on a site that you do know, I encourage you guys using a hot wallet. Now, I'll give you an example of how to use a hot wallet, and then I'll give you an example of like a cold wallet and so forth. The way I use a hot wallet is a wallet that, like a Chrome extension, MetaMask. Basically, it's a solo wallet. It's not tied to any of my assets at all. It's only the wallet that I use to make purchases, right? So for example, like let's say that an NFT is $5, right? I would transfer just the right amount of money into that wallet and make sure that there's enough gas, right? And then I would make the purchase with that wallet, that hot wallet, right? Because that's the one that's going to be dealing with the smart contracts, interacting with the signature and so forth, right? And make the purchases there and have just the right amount of money inside that wallet. So if anything happens, it's not draining my entire wallet or all my digital assets in there. Once I've minted that NFT inside that wallet, then I would do a transfer to my major wallet that actually holds more of my assets and so forth. So that's one thing that I encourage you guys using a hot wallet for when you're minting on contracts that you don't know. And then the other thing too is, cold wallets. So I think of cold wallets are two different things. One of them is not being online, and you own the keys, like the keys of it as well too. You've got Ledger that's out there. I've got one called Tanggem, which is like a portable one as well too. These are wallets that I have that are not on chain, and I need like a 2-factor authentication for me to actually integrate with these wallets. And this is where I hold like my precious NFTs, or like my real bags of crypto, right? My real bags of crypto will never be online. They'll always be offline, and my really valuable assets, I try to do my best to eliminate them being tied to it. Yes, there's always security vulnerabilities with hot and cold wallets. I think, we've heard about things that are happening and so forth, but these are just an examples of what you guys can do if you want to, right? Within your wallet. It has helped me in the very beginning when it comes to dealing with hot wallets. And then talking about wallet hygiene, this is another tip for somebody that's in this space that has NFTs, has a lot of NFTs, and if you're a project owner, right? So let's say that you own a project, an NFT project, right? Let's call it like the Little Owls, right? Stay with me, guys. And you are, you're selling your NFTs and you're using one wallet to do the smart contract. But then what you're also doing is that you're also buying NFTs with that same wallet, right? And this is where things get a little bit messy or a little bit mixed up. Your business wallet that you have your NFTs for your project, let that be separate. Do not. It's like having a bank account. Don't mix your business account with your personal account. It's the same thing with your wallets. Make sure that you're separating, your NFT projects from your personal wallet as well too, because God forbid anything happens to that wallet, not only are you going to lose your digital assets, but you could also lose your entire project's assets as well too, or someone being able to tap into your contract, right, and make signatures, right? This might seem like a duh thing, but I'm sure a lot of you guys are doing that. I was doing that for a while, right? So now I have multiple wallets. I've got hard wallets as well, and it took me about a year for me to understand that as well too. So as you guys are out here on the blockchain, make sure you guys are using the wallets correctly. Have multiple wallets. It's just like having multiple accounts. Make sure you have your certain assets in one spec, and use Wallet Guard, right? And make sure you guys are constantly checking what's happening in transactions on your application. I remember I bought like an NFT, signed a contract, and this is when I first started, and I saw like $4 removed. I'm like, what is this? And then I saw like $5 being moved, right? And then like 20, and then $200 got taken out, right? And I'm like, how did this happen, right? So there's actually things called small drainers that are actually out there just slowly draining your wallet without you noticing as well. So that's one way of just being careful. And then the other thing is that when you guys are downloading new applications like malware, right? Phishing attacks are out there every single day, right? It's very important that we talk about cybersecurity in this Web3 spectrum, right? You guys have ever heard of social engineering, phishing attacks? These are things that are happening every single day. People are sending you emails to get you to click on a link, right? And then once you click on the link, something will download on the back end, and then they'll either have access to your browser, your application, and then start doing not good things, right? Digesting your cookies, logging into your account, moving transactions, and then it can get to a world of mess, even ransoms and stuff like that. So the way that we eliminate those things is keeping up your browser up to date. If you guys haven't done so, that little browser at the top says update it recently, update your computer. Make sure you guys are watching what you guys click on. Two things I'm gonna say real quick. Discord is great. Telegram is also a great way to communication, but this is where a lot of scammers are hanging out. This is where a lot of malware is being pushed around within these communication channels, right? And people will reach out to you and say, hey, I've got a job opportunity, or hey, I heard about you in this, and then you'll end up clicking a link. And next thing you know, you're downloading a malware on the back of your application without you knowing. This is not good. We don't want this. So be very, very alert when someone is sending you a message that you don't know. Make sure that you validate the people. Don't accept any request on Discord or even on Twitter, because a lot of it is spam, right? So do your diligence to validate, who am I talking with, who am I interacting with, and never, ever, 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 ever click on a Discord link that you don't know from a person you don't know, to kind of eliminate yourself around security and so forth. So I take security very, very, very seriously, and I hope that you guys do too. And I hope you guys have been enjoying the Web3 Leader Summit. We're getting ready to do one more networking session, and then we've got a live concert that's going to be happening. What a fantastic day, man. It's been full circle for me here, being a host in the space, the panel sessions, and a big shout out to definitely my team here, Era X Labs, Polygon Alliance, Women in Tech, Tang Poco, Dope Stilo, and then also Christopher. Big shout out to them, and also big shout out to Newman Games for being here, for being our gold sponsor. We couldn't have actually had this an amazing event without these people here participating and helping us grow our community and so forth. Let's tap in. Let's see what other people are doing and see what conversations that they're having before we have our next session. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. If you're watching the stream, go ahead and share it, retweet it, throw it a like, and hope you guys are learning something here today.
Whatever, it's just amazing. My head was
of security.
Did you guys download it
It's
yet?
just like
Hey there, can you hear me? I'm gonna bring everybody over here real quick.
Hey, sorry, I'm getting my microphone thing to work.
You good? I can barely hear you, so hopefully it comes a little louder.
Oh, do you hear me? No.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just a little bit soft.
Okay, let me see if I could plug in a microphone.
flexibility. Like I've been hopping on my PC, I grabbed my tablet. You know, I took most of the day off today, but I felt like I went to LA to a conference, right? Like I've been hopping in and out of workshops, you know, creative while you're standing there, man. Kudos to you for capturing, capturing that.
Yeah, fantastic. Really, really.
Hey,
so useful.
Hey, we're just getting started, guys.
content
So
is
we're just getting started, and you know, it's, you know, the hard part right now is getting more people on board of what we're doing, and we'll get there, right? And it's got to start one event at a time, and other creators also have to create too. It's cool if I do it, right? But if we get more people doing events and stuff like that, that brings more awareness and bring everybody together, and then getting the right panel speakers is also a big thing as well. I've noticed of how much value, right, that comes into this place is good. Maybe after this this networking session, love to get everybody's input of what they thought about the event. I think that would be good if that's okay. You know, if we can have more of that discussion on that.
Yeah, sure.
No problem.
It was awesome.
Yeah, and
it was excellent.
And you nailed it too, right?
Been great.
It costs so much money to fly to NFT NYC. Getting a hotel room is like another grand. I remember I went to NFT NYC. I spent easily $3,000 to $5,000 easily on a 3-day trip. No sweat, right? And the shit adds up quick, right? This I'm in my pajamas, I'm hanging out, and over 1,000 people have been watching it and interacting with us.
It's crazy, man. Yeah, I went to the and it was the same.
I'm gonna head over to our next networking session. I'll meet you over there. I'm gonna pull everybody here in about 2 minutes. Just giving you a heads up.
Cool.
I'll be back. Thank you.
I really did it just puts everything under the umbrella, and there's a logical progression for learning and becoming involved rather than doing it hit or miss, which is pretty much the way it's given to us now when we first come into Web 3 or even Web 2. Most people.
Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying so far. We're going to get ready to do our next networking session real quick. I'm going to just pull everybody real quick. So everybody knows that we're going to do another session. This is going to be our networking session. So let me pull everybody in here real quick. Let me do settings, and then we'll do spatial audio. You'll hear everybody real quick. Ready?
Yeah.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
Are you guys open to
all day?
Are you guys open to collaboration now, Pablo?
Yeah, absolutely. We are now still building, but yeah, we are super open.
Okay, I'll reach out. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to hear more about what you guys are doing and collaborating. This is exactly what the networking opportunity is. Maybe we need to extend it a little bit longer. I'm gonna bring everybody towards me real quick. I'm sorry, I apologize if if I hurt you doing the poll, but I just want to make sure that everybody comes here. I want to give everyone's attention to Standing with Crypto real quick. Standing with Crypto, right? This is sorry. Move. Miranda, welcome to the Web3 Leader Summit. Standing with Crypto. I'd love for you to give us an introduction about yourself and what your project is all about.
Hey everyone, can you hear me? Did I get a mic check?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, I hear claps. Sorry, I have to switch my audio. Hi everyone, my name is Mariana. Thank you again for having us here. So I wanted to, say thank you again. I'm to represent Stay with Crypto for their first ever Metaverse conference. They've done some like Zoom calls and stuff like online from their partners, but this is their first one, so they're very excited to be here. So I wanted to extend that thank you from the team to you, Creative, Ira, Tinko. It's really cool to be here. by a show of class, has anyone ever heard of crypto? Whether it was, okay, all right, so I hear some claps. That's good. Yeah, so Stand With Crypto actually was founded last August, so it's about a year since they've been around. And they've been definitely pushing their movement and advocacy to many social media platforms. They're attending many events, around the country. So yeah, just a little bit about what Stand With Crypto is. They're a nonprofit grassroots advocacy for crypto policy, trying to educate and inform all voters or those who have crypto wallets in America to go out and just vote for those who maybe support different crypto policies. By the way, Stand With Crypto is nonpartisan, so it's more so for educating voters for all types of partisans, so not just one party or what. And kind of, I think like Creative mentioned earlier, like this summit has been like a little bit of everything from like the education to community building to wallet security. So now we're talking about advocacy for crypto policies, because it is important as like Web3 leaders to kind of know what policies are in our countries. And I know we have a very diverse crowd. Like we're not all in America. There's a lot of people worldwide as well. So I think it's actually pretty inspiring to, get involved in our local advocacy or crypto policies, as well as what policies exist for our countries. So I would definitely encourage everyone to, look into, your guys' current policies and get educated. But I do want to encourage you guys to click into the Stand With Crypto website. The Stand With Crypto website is just so, I personally like the UX of it. But there's so much information there through all of the different, they have like this cool thing. They have all these sections where they list out like your state's policymakers, your senators, House of Representatives, and kind of tells you their stance on crypto. They also have a resource section where they have links to all the current crypto bills for America and what the current developments are. So I've actually found this website very useful to, where do I go for what current crypto bills are out there and in our legislative branch. There's different partners here. It's been really cool to see Stand With Crypto partner with many larger, well-known Web3 companies. There's been Coinbase being one of the largest ones. That's actually how I met Stand With Crypto, through a local Coinbase town hall. So it's actually really crazy to be here in front of you guys representing them on this thing, because I used to be that girl in the back of like one of their local events, and here I am. So yeah, really, really cool. But yeah, MoonPay has done some education with them, many others in the space. So I definitely encourage you guys to follow them while, as they continue to ramp up their advocacy and tours. They're actually having a America crypto tour across a few states. So currently there's a few. Yeah, likewise, Ira, and thank you, Kevin. It's been really fun. So yeah, for those who are in America, there are a few states on a road trip to advocate for crypto. There's like Philadelphia, Detroit, Michigan, Arizona. So there's many different chapters in Stand With Crypto doing really cool things, hosting events, pretty much just advocating and gathering all the different crypto voters, or even, people who technically don't vote for, they may not, consider crypto as a policy to consider when they go out. So many those with like crypto wallets, they're thinking like, oh, maybe I should consider, how advocating for crypto policy is important for our country, because as we all know, and we've kind of seen common themes today and across the space, why crypto is so important from an innovation standpoint for our societies, and like just how as we know how our governments are acting toward crypto. I think it's very important to bring that advocacy around. But yeah, there's a few chapters. Thank you. Yeah, there's a few chapters. For Stand with Crypto, as you know, as the elections ramp up, there'll be more. And then pretty much after the elections, then the goal is just to continue, you know, educating people, onboarding people into the space, to continue considering the bills. And yeah, I mean, we're so early, and like even like with like regulations, we're so early with regulations worldwide, especially in the, you know, in America. Many countries are still building out their bills. So if anyone, you know, I think I would definitely encourage everyone to get involved in that process. Educate yourself, educate others, what that means as a, you know, user in the space. I guess it's a tangent that sometimes we don't like think about, like, oh yeah, like we're all here in like in our, you know, events and whatnot, but sometimes we don't think about like, oh, like the political aspect of it, or what that means for our environment. But yeah, so if you haven't already, definitely check out the website. I encourage you all to make a account with Stand with Crypto. There's like different rewards, if you will. Like you can get like NFT for signing up, if you like do a few tasks. So definitely do that. And then you can also see like the map. So if you're like in the States, you can see how many advocates are in Stand with Crypto at each state level. There's like a live ticker that says like, oh yeah, like we'll say Sinful just signed up for, you know, the website. So really, really cool. And then, yeah, I'm just excited to lead the Ohio chapter with some future events this month, next month, just get the word out for Stand with Crypto. So if there's anyone in the, you know, in the States who wants to get involved, definitely reach out to me. The organizers, I can definitely get you guys in touch with whoever, but I'm just thankful to be here and just advocate for Stand with Crypto. So I won't take up too much more time. So if anyone has any questions, let me know. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All good. You creative. So where we should all go next.
Oh, you're not done. I still have some more questions. First and foremost, everybody go sign up real quick. It takes 2 seconds. It integrates with your social account. One of the cool things I just saw about this application is you can find out.
It's been a really fun day, guys. I don't know about you guys, but I've really enjoyed this conference. Yeah.
I guess I was
Creative, where are we going?
No, we're not done
so
here.
much for sharing, Mariana.
Yeah, don't worry, we're not done yet. I've got a couple questions for you. I think if everybody can go ahead real quick and just register real quick. It takes 2 seconds. It integrates with your social platform. One of the cool things, if you live in the United States, is that you can pop it up and find the politics who actually stand with crypto. And I think this is such a powerful tool when it comes to either voting within your state to figure out who's supporting it and who's not, right? Not only that, you guys also have political scores, the key races, and you guys have a bunch of resources to let us know what's happening in crypto as crypto is changing. Now, that's the one thing I always try to look for is like when people are talking about crypto or they don't like crypto or the you know, having this site or having this resource lets me have some, you know, data points that I can learn about my state where I live to help educate my community. Again, a very powerful tool. I'm getting to know a little bit more about what this is, and it looks like you guys have partnered with Coinbase, Third Web, Chain.com, MoonPay, and a bunch of other big Web3 players. So you guys are definitely verified underneath my book. Does anybody here have any questions for Stand with Crypto? Please unmute yourself and feel free to ask away.
Yeah, no, thank you, Creative. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed using the tool for my own personal use before joining. So yeah, definitely a good resource to add to your Web3 toolbox.
Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate you being a sponsor, taking some time, and congratulations on your new role of withstanding with crypto. Anything you need support, just feel free to reach out to us. If everybody can just give her a round of applause. Great job with your presentations and sharing with us here today. All right, if everybody can follow me, we're gonna go we're gonna go talk to Dave Swimbank on the other side. If everybody can see my avatar, we're gonna head over here. If whoever can catch me, we're gonna go right behind the other side, right to Dave Swimbank real quick. He's gonna talk to us about the Polygon Alliance and what they're working with. And he's going to share with us what is going on with him. I'll remove your avatar. Actually, no, I'm going to leave him here because it's awesome having your digital twin in here. I'm going to turn it over to you, Dave, for you to share with us what do you got going on with the Polygon Alliance.
Great. Just want to say, I know that Vanessa's got to go, so I don't know if she just wants to talk about women in tech who are hosting this year's 2024 F-Cancer event first, if she's free and she's still got time.
Do you guys hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you so much, Dave, for that. I truly appreciate it. Sorry for taking over Dave's speech. I have some little ones had to pick up at school. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today at the Web3 Leader Summit. I am Vanessa, known as Synchro. I am a digital AI artist, student, also founder with Creative Owls of the Women in Tech Museum and Showcases. Since 2022, thank you. We've been hosting the Women in Tech Showcases to celebrate women, International Women's Day. But besides that, we officially also opened the Women in Tech Museum, where we showcase mainly our artists within the community. This year, I have the honor, as they were saying, to also, with the Women in Tech Museum, host for the third year the F-Cancer charity event, which is close to us. So I am looking forward to see you all starting September 2nd through the 8th in our main charity event. We have 30 artists that are being asked, and also a returnative generative collection by our community. So yes, really looking forward for that. Always looking forward to connect, with the community, although that Women in Tech can be maybe have a target community. We also just support every artist. So if you're interested in showcasing, collaborating with us, reach out to me or Creative Owls. And again, yes, thank you so much for joining us today. And I'll give the mic again to Dave so he can talk more about Polygon Alliance and F-Cancer event. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Polygon Alliance is a hub for creators essentially, and it's the intention is to spread it far beyond Polygon. It was starting where we knew, and then working out how to move into other things. And there's some exciting opportunities to explore with building the future, and a couple of other things that have come up around this year's event. But it's a hub for creators, for education, to be stored, and just a general place of support. F-Cancer is a charity. Let's F-Cancer is their website, and they're an American-based charity, primarily in the US, a little bit in Canada as well. But they support people going through cancer much more than they support research. And it's something we've done now for 3 years, this event, and we've raised a substantial sum of money already, like nearly $9,000. We've got a good start with sponsorship for this year's event, which is being hosted from the 2nd to the 8th of September, like Vanessa said. And we're really, really excited. We've got a few things going on. there's still some sponsorship opportunities. You can find out more about that on the website, polygonalliance.com/fcancer 2024. But the things that are happening during the event, we're working with Black Market Labs, who just turned a year old, to host a raffle with NFT projects from across Polygon. We've got the auction that Vanessa said, 30 artists were curated by the Hug platform, where we had nearly 100 submissions, which was incredible, and a very emotive curation process, which Vanessa said she just did a wonderful job with that. I'm very grateful for Women in Tech's leadership and input in terms of that. And the final thing that we've got is a collaborative generative mint, and that's been hosted or ran by Cynthia Steenkamp. There's going to be, I think, 450 to 500 pieces available for people to collect. They're going to be about $10 each. And there's 10 incredible artists involved with that from across different blockchains. One of the things that we're really excited to do with this event, which is going to be hosted primarily on Twitter Spaces, is introduce artists and projects and other people in and around the creative NFT sphere to each other, and get some artists back on Polygon, and hopefully drive some excitement over there. All funds raised will get donated to F-Cancer as a charity, and we're using better.giving to do that. They're a platform that offer a lot of support to any charitable initiative. They don't charge any fees, and it's definitely worth looking at. So alongside Black Market, who are hosting the raffle, Creative Owls is the other partner of the event, and Women in Tech hosting, and Women in Tech Museum are hosting it. A couple of sponsors that we've had already. We've got Hefe on Avalanche. We've got Communities of Avalanche and WolfSwap as sponsors or main sponsors of the event, and then Axion Network are the headline sponsors of the event. Will be Spaces are being hosted on Twitter, and they're going to be 2 till 4 p.m. Eastern, Friday, tomorrow, and then Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week in the run up to the event, and then throughout the week. I'm still trying to twist Creative Hours arm, I think, to show you guys on his Spaces next week what we've done in Spatial, and talk about the event. So there's a few other promotional things that we're looking to do before we start the event on Monday the 2nd of September. And just really, really looking forward to it. We've had a wonderfully positive start and a really great reaction to the event already. There's lots of information on the Polygon Alliance Twitter account, which is just @Polygon Alliance. And if you've got any questions, then reach out to Vans, myself, or Cynthia. We're using Third Web for all of the contract work that we're doing, and the auction will be hosted on OpenSea, just because it's the best platform for hosting auctions on Polygon at the moment. If any of you guys have got any questions at the moment, please do ask them. This is a cause that's incredible, and a lot of effort from the people hosting the event with me, like Vanessa, Cynthia, and Joe, who's doing a lot of work in the background, and then all of the support from everyone else, our partners, the sponsors, and like the support that we get throughout the event, the people turning up to Spaces, the sharing and the networking that happens alongside it. So yeah, that's what's happening. And thank you very much, Craig, for giving me the time to speak. These events are always incredible, and I love supporting them. So cheers.
Yes, sir. Always good to have you here, man. There you go, Stilo. Always, I want to let everybody know, man. When I first came into Web3, Dave was one of those first people I connected with. This individual has been doing nothing but helping people, creators, grow. Part of my growth is very thanks to Dave, right? I wouldn't be where I am if it wasn't for support from Dave pushing me to do me, and getting behind my crazy vision that happened 3 years ago of me saying, hey, I want to do this. How do I do that? And him also saying, okay, creative, keep going, or do it this way. So without you, there's a big gap. So I want to let you know we appreciate everything that you do here in the space. This event is not the first one, the second one. This is the third one, and you're doing something that supports for a good cause. Everybody here knows somebody that's been affected by cancer, right? And we're using the blockchain and our community to bring awareness to that, but also support it, right? and you've been leading it the way. And I'm proud of you. I also know your mom is also very proud of you, Dave, for what you're doing and how you're innovating in the space. And I want to everybody give Dave a big round of applause for being one of the biggest pillars in our community that's consistently bringing it every single week with your spaces and your leadership. So thank you very much, Dave. You are much loved by us, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not expecting to be next United. I'm sure that will. I'm never gonna yeah, I really appreciate it.
Gotcha.
We love you, Dave.
Yeah, we love you, Dave. Thank you so much. I do. If everybody could just hop over to ACC, Avatar Conventional Center. K-Bot, are you with us? I think I saw K-Bot in the house, right? K-Bot, where you at, man? I know you're here. I want to give you the opportunity for you to speak, man. If you can come over here to your booth, K-Bot, love for you to maybe give us a little bit of breakdown what's happening with the Avatar Convention Center. We'll wait for K-Bot to come up here real quick. You got to unmute yourself or mute your mic so we can hear you, K-Bot. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. K-Bot, can you speak? Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, Chris. If you want to log back out and log back in, that would be great. As he's doing that, and he resets himself real quick because we can't hear him setting it up. If everybody can just turn around real quick and go to the Dollhouse station. If you guys know who Tang Poco is, put yes inside the chat real quick. If you guys know who Tang Poco is. I'm going to bring everybody towards me real quick. I apologize. I'm going to do it. No, okay. I won't do it. If you guys can just come to the Dollhouse real quick. Tang, love for you to give us a little breakdown of what you're doing with the Dollhouse, what partnerships that you have come up with over the last couple of years. I want to turn it over to you real quick to give you the mic real quick. Before I do that, I'm going to actually bring everybody towards me. I'm sorry, guys. I know it's annoying, but I want to make sure that everybody that's here is gonna come here. So give me just 1 second. I just want to apologize right now for it, but I want to make sure.
Oh, I love it. Actually, no, do it. I think it's great.
Go ahead, Tang. The mic is yours. Please step up and share with us about the Dollhouse. You got to go on stage. You're right in the middle of the crowd.
Okay, can you guys hear?
Yep.
But can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Tang. Yes, we can hear you.
You can. Okay. Okay. Well, Creative, I really was not planning on talking about the Dollhouse today. But seeing as you've put me on, the Dollhouse is, we established the Dollhouse in 2022 in Decentraland. It was a headquarters for my group, the Baby Dolls. And, initially just wanted to build it. So we had a place for in the metaverse. We'd gone to so many parties. It was nice to have a venue that we could throw some parties ourselves. But from the very beginning, even on our grand opening, we got 3 female DJs to come in for the grand opening night. And I did not think much of it at the time, but we soon found out that it was the first event in Decentraland that had ever had an all-female lineup. And it felt really good to be able to empower people like that, especially, female DJs have traditionally been pretty underrepresented in the space. So this was something that we really embraced as a mission right away. We moved from there to doing something called International Dollhouse, which again was bringing in DJs from all over the world. It's something that we've done for a couple of years now. And I think we also tried to foster an environment of inclusivity in general, where people felt welcome, where we went out of our way to really greet new people. My own experience in the metaverse previous to that had been, it was a bit of a crypto bro culture. I think everybody can sort of relate to that. When you're new, you go into a place, you don't really understand what anyone's talking about, and you feel like there's a little bit of a wall between you and them. We really wanted to break that down, and I think we were on the cusp of metaverse hype at the same time. So all of a sudden, all these new people were coming in. The Dollhouse was hopping every single night, and we actively went out of our way to make sure that we weren't in private voice chats, that we were present, that we were seeing and recognizing people as they were coming in. And I think we really made a big difference in Decentraland with the whole culture as well. Since then, we've had the opportunity to work with some really great brands like Absolute, Jägermeister, DKNY, Def Squad. I mean, there's a lot of hype is coming into Decentraland for the last couple of years, and I'm just really blessed to have had the opportunity to learn and help them help them kind of step into their metaverse experience. So I'm super grateful for that. We've slowed down a little bit now for the summer, but Dollhouse is always hopping, and we try to have weekly events as we go on. We'd love to see so many of you here. I think most of you have been to the Dollhouse already, but if anybody would like to come, I would be happy to take you around. I would love to open it up for any questions.
Get it. I see you. Tank, can you hear
How's
me?
K-Bot doing? Is he, yeah, I can hear you. How's K-Bot doing? Is his mic set up? I don't want to take his space.
K-Bot.
Yeah, I can speak now.
Okay,
Hey,
awesome.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Everybody just turn around
You
real
guys hear
quick.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you. K-Bot, turn around, everybody.
Hey,
And
can you guys hear me yet?
yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Yes,
you're good.
yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. If you want to go to your booth real quick,
Loud and clear.
yeah, we'll turn it over to you. We can hear you, K-Bot. Just give it just one more second for him to be able to speak real quick.
Hello, everyone. There's a little bit of a delay.
Go ahead, K-Bot. We hear you loud and clear. Please begin.
You'll see my robot. That is my avatar that I would like to be interoperable in all the metaverse. So good afternoon, everyone. This has been a fantastic event. Creative Owls, you have inspired me. I mean, this is like the best Metaverse Summit I've ever been to, especially in 2024. I have added and connected with everyone here, and I hope after this event is over that we can come back and really go deep. I am the Chief Metaverse Officer of the Avatar Convention Center. I know many of you guys and girls from around the world. You are all special innovators. Give yourselves a nice round of applause for being at this amazing event. I'm so proud of you all. Like, this is the truth, man. Okay? Like, everyone should be here, all on Twitter, all on Discord. We have the Robot Puppet Show over at the Avatar Convention Center. It's a STEM program for children and families to understand blockchain, and we're doing that from an easy way from the Robot Puppet Show. We do live shows all over Los Angeles. Also, you guys can click on that later when you get a chance, but I wanted to make you all aware of the Avatar Convention Center's second annual Halloween Metaverse Festival that I hope that we all can get together and coordinate and create together. We had a smash Halloween Metaverse Festival last year, and we hope to have another one this year, October 29th to November 2nd. So I'll just leave it there, and I look forward to more community and experiences with you all here in the metaverse. I'm very, very excited and proud of all of you. And Creative Owls, Tang, IRL, thank you all so much for letting me speak. I'll leave it there because I don't know what kind of delay I'm having right now. Take it away, guys.
Chris, man, thanks for being here today. We heard you loud and clear. Thank you so much for what you do. It's fantastic to hear you. It's good to get you in here. And we heard you loud and clear, and it was good connecting with you and bringing you also a part of the community that we're trying to build for within building the future. I know you've been an advocate to helping support that movement, so I want to say thank you so much for your time, and then also for your effort for what you do. All right, guys, we're gonna make a quick turn real quick, and then I'm gonna give a quick spiel about my new project or my new application, and then we're gonna hear from Rick the Ruler and then Dope Stilo. So if everybody can just follow me, we're gonna go to the Web3 social. I'm gonna bring everybody again. I'm sorry, I know you guys are might not lock it, but I'm gonna just bring everybody here with me real quick. So give me a second, and then I'm gonna share with you guys a little bit about what I'm working on as I move forward. So give me just a second. I'm just going to grab and bring everybody here to the space. Host tools. I apologize. You guys will be okay. Maybe just bring it up here. There we go. Great. Let me hop up on stage real quick. Can you guys all hear me? Yes, you guys can hear me. Yes, I'll take that as a yes, real quick. Well, guys, I want to tell everybody about a couple things. Over the last 3 years, I've been building on the blockchain. I've been a digital artist. Been innovating in the space for a long time, and being. Hold on, we're gonna have to mute Stilo real quick. There you go, guys. Appreciate that. I've been a content creator in the Web3 space for about 3 years, and I've been building. I built an NFT project that's been sold out. I've hosted some of the biggest metaverse events within spatial. I've hosted big panel sessions. I have a podcast show. I've connected with so many digital content creators over the last 3 years, right? And diving into a community, building a community, and being a content creator, I realized there were some gaps that were missing, right? And what can I do to help content creators, right? And that's kind of been my mission from the very beginning is how I can provide power to the creators for them to understand cutting edge technologies, the metaverse, and how it can kind of help them monetize their own work and their own platforms. So I came up with this idea called Web3 Social, and Web3 Social is going to be a digital platform for content creators, for Web3 content creators. It's going to be the next generation of social media platforms. People that are creating on the blockchain, influencers, digital artists, or Web3 collectors that are in the space. What I'm building here is a all-in-one platform. You're going to be able to have advanced tools, which in creating your own profiles, customizing your own profiles, and then being able to integrate your content into the application with it. One of the things that we want to do as content creators is monetize, right? So how do we monetize within our content? This application is going to be able to allow you to create something we call social tokens, right? This is the next layer of how content creators are going to monetize and make money for themselves and be able to create more of a brand and online presence by creating social tokens. Social tokens is something that your fan base can collect, or as a creator, you can give away to your audience. Within these social tokens on the app, you're going to be able to, for them to unlock new content, new revenue streams within the community, or as a content creator. There's going to be features like a posting wall, like a timeline wall on there. You can post what you're working on. We also have a digital art community section. So if you're a digital artist, you'll be able to post these things. The algorithm is trained as much as you post. So the more posts, the more content that you post, the more you'll get recognized on this platform. There's no tricks, there's no trades. I'm going to be very transparent about it. The more active you are, the more opportunities that you're going to get, more visualization to get more people to see what you're building in Web3. The other part too is job opportunities. A lot of us here are content creators, or we're building in a Web3 space, but we're also, sometimes we have a hard time promoting ourselves. So we're going to have a feature for you to actually toggle on to show that you're available for work or for collaboration. A lot of what we're doing right now, we're doing it for free. We got to get away from that and start monetize to make ourselves a professional business. So having a job board is going to allow that capability for us. Along the way, we're going to mix and mingle some new AI tools out there to kind of help us create content and so forth. So again, we're going to be rolling out the application January 2025. We are going to start beta testing, and that means we're going to start rolling out our applications for you guys to start testing it and to get some feedback. If you guys like what I'm saying and like what I'm sharing, on the top left hand side of this metaverse platform, there's a Web3 social icon. Hit that icon and log in right now with your Gmail account. That will get you into the first beta testing accommodation. Being a first adopter is going to allow you to pretty much take advantage of being the first on the application to build your brand on here. This is something that I'm going to be reaching out to more communities, building the future, more Web3 communities and content creators. And this is what a tool that kind of we've been missing. And hopefully this solution is going to be able to help answer some of these solutions that we have, some of these problems. And here's a solution that's going to work for us as content creators. And the last thing, if you're a metaverse content creator, if you are someone that has an NFT drop, right? Or if you have a project release, if you have a merch release, one of the most things I focused on is the events. I love events. That's how you bring more people around, awareness around your brand and your community. Our event section is going to be something that it's going to keep the community engaged and keep everybody up to date with what we're building and what we're bringing here for the future. So I want to welcome everybody to the Web3 Social. Feel free to check out more updates on that. You can check out the Twitter handle on my Creative Owls. But if you do something here today, definitely join the beta. Click on that top left Web3 Social and connect right here. And I look forward to building something great with everybody here. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out. Or if you have any questions, let me know in the chat real quick. Awesome. Well, it looks like you guys are ready, and I look forward to building something with everybody here in the future. Love to go over to the other side and then hear from Dope Stilo, and then we'll hear from Rick the Ruler. So if everybody can just walk onto the other side, we'll follow Dope Stilo moving forward. See if we can find him. All right, Dope Stilo, the floor is yours. Take it away, brother. Stilo, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Hey guys, my name's Stilo. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming today. It was an incredible event. I had so much fun, learned a lot, I have my whole notepad's full, my page, and I got to meet a lot of really cool people. So I just want to say thank you. We're about to rock to some music and hear from some other amazing, talented people. It was an honor to share the stage with so many incredible creators. It was a really great network. So I learned a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Get ready to rock to some music. If you guys have some time, we're going to listen to some AI music and check out that whole sphere of how that's differentiated any DJ or musician. So thank you very much. Tune into my Super Wednesdays. It's every Wednesday at 2 p.m. EST, and it's been running for 137 weeks. And we'll continue to keep exploring. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Stilo. I'm excited because we got a concert here in about 15 minutes that you're gonna rock the stage, and then everybody that's here, I've got a surprise for everybody. I have a really cool surprise for everybody to check out. You guys are gonna see here in just a moment, but I want to turn it next door to Mr. Rick the Ruler for Hyper 3 Web. Rick, are you with us? Yeah, he is. If everybody can just scoot down one more. Love to get Rick up here to share what he's working on, what he's building.
Absolutely, absolutely. Can everyone hear me? Are we getting some feedback, or are we good?
You sound loud and clear, bud.
Perfect. Thank you for this platform. Thank you for hosting this event, Creative. This was amazing. You know, I learned so much. I got a lot of perspective, met some new people, kicked it with some familiar faces. All around, this was a big value to my day. So thank you again for having me. So I'm going to keep it short. You know, I really look at this as a great chance to kind of introduce everyone to what I've been working on. I've been in the crypto space for a little while, but it wasn't until I got my first piece of merch from an NFT project that I really felt connected to a community. You know, it was familiar. It was like wearing a jersey from my favorite team or something. But this time it felt like it was different. It was clothing, but it became like a conversation starter. Everywhere I went with this hoodie, people would ask me what the emblems and graphics on it were about. And it was young people. You know, I'm at like Sprouts getting a sandwich, and the guy cutting the meat is like, hey man, I think I've seen that. Is that an NFT? And it just was a conversation starter everywhere. And it felt like it was blending fashion and onboarding. And I always had a passion for kind of bringing people to things I was into. As an early adopter, it's kind of lonely, right? People that are in your world don't know what you're doing, or maybe don't connect with it. So I wanted to be a bridge, and that's what Hype 3 Wear is all about. That's how the company was born. You know, it's blending fashion and onboarding. We're using clothing and digital art and NFC chips to connect people frictionlessly to our world. So think of, you know, a t-shirt for an event that will allow people to onboard and get onto Spatial or any other platform just by scanning the item. But going a step beyond that is, after you give this person this piece of merch, changing its functionality. So think of the scan today being a way to get into Spatial, but tomorrow being the GPS coordinates to an event in real world, or delivering a piece of art that you created overnight exclusively to the people that own your merch, or a musician delivering a new music or a remix that's exclusive to holders, or a free pass to a recording session. There are a lot of possibilities, and I could go on, but this is just blending the two worlds. And I think this is going to be something, when more people from Web 2 who are not technologists get involved, they're going to need a way to do this that doesn't involve a learning curve. And that's why we're here. So thank you again. And I'm here to vibe and enjoy myself, look at beautiful things, and connect to beautiful people.
Thank you so much, Rick. Really appreciate you being a part of this community. And for those that don't know, the Building the Future digital asset was created by Rick the Ruler. I send a post out to the community asking everybody if anybody can help with this asset. He he replied back to me within 2 hours and had everything pretty much done. So as you guys see the Building the Future logo, it was created by Rick the Ruler. This guy is an amazing digital asset creator in the space. He's also collaborating right now with Dope Stilo with what they're building. And this is the next version of what we're going to see. It's digital and physical assets in the space. We're seeing big brands like Nike, Adidas that are starting to make a play for this. Dolce Gabbana, Gucci. All these big products are making a name for it, but we also need to recognize that there's a big gap right now, and I think Rick the Ruler has identified that, and he's building to build the future with us. So again, big kudos to Rick for what you're doing. Really appreciate you taking your time and creating something new for us. Awesome. Is Make here? If Make's not here, what I want to do real quick, if everybody can just follow me, we're gonna do a quick walk around through, check out all the digital art, and then we're gonna go head upstairs. I want to show you guys a surprise real quick. So if everybody can just follow me real quick, we're gonna make one quick loop around. Because I want to check out some of the digital artwork with all of us here together, and then we're going to make our way upstairs, and I want to show you guys something cool. So we'll go ahead and check out some of these artwork and kind of walk through. Again, we have some amazing digital artists that was able to submit some of their artwork through this event. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure you guys are sharing out the room. And also using hashtag Web3 Leader Summit. Take as many photos and screenshots as you guys have. We've got some quests that are inside this environment that you guys can check out, putting it forward. Some of our amazing artists that we have here today. We've got Teresa, Vans, Wiley, Sketchlight, Rainbow Mosho, Delta Sauce, Diane. We've got Natasha. We've got some amazing artists that are in here today. Some of these artists actually have been featured in NFT NYC. They've been leading the way for many years in Web3. They keep innovating, so it's awesome to see this next iteration of digital art not only be a part of our summit, and for them to also express themselves. I'm going to walk over here to the other side of it. And I know this photo right here, this is the one and only Delta. Delta's one of the first AI artists that I ever met in this space. Amazing artist. Really fun watching him grow. I remember he was sharing notebooks, creating in the space. Sold a ton of artwork, and has had the ability to innovate in the space. So big shout out to Delta for what he's doing. Delta is definitely an OG under my book for sure. And then I'm going to check out the last section. And then if you guys are ready, we're going to go upstairs. And I'm going to bring everybody upstairs with me so you guys can check out some of the cool things that we are doing. If you guys want to, you guys can take the portal and navigate upstairs. Or, you know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull everybody, so make sure that everybody is able to do that. But wanted to just do a quick tour around some of the artwork that we see here today. Amazing to see what we're doing. All right, I'm going to jump upstairs through this portal. It's the blue portal here that allows you to get here. I'm going to just bring everybody here in this middle section. quick, and I'm going to just Tang, you wanna do the honors and do the hosting tool and bring everybody up here right in the middle of the dance floor?
Oh. Yes, I do. I'm just trying to remember how.
It's at the top right, but you got to come here, otherwise
Okay.
they're all gonna go there. So you have to come right where we're at.
Okay. No, you do it. You do it.
All right.
Everybody is up here anyway. It won't feel as good if I can't move at a time.
Yeah, here you go. Ready? Bring users to me. Boom. Can everybody take a look at building the future wall real quick? Does everybody see building the future wall real quick? So one of the things that I always want to do when I'm at a cool event is take some cool photos, right? And why not take some cool photos in some cool booths? So I want you guys to come in here and check out some of these awesome booths that we have here today. If you guys haven't done so, grab somebody, take a photo, come check out what some of these environments are. If you guys want to take a look at this, I think this was such a cool idea. I think we need to do more of this stuff to interact with everybody. I'm going to take some videos and take some photos in here. So hop in here. I'm going to be in Hotline Bling first, and then I'm just going to go to the different sections, and then I think Dope Steel is going to start getting ready to do his performance here in just a second. If everybody can, I think there is some dance keys up here as well. Oh, I think they might have been taken out. Okay, I'll figure them out here in a second.
I think they're here.
Yeah.
There's,
What are
let's
some?
do maybe J or X or Z.
Nope, I still can't hit it, but. All right, I'm going to take a quick group photo here in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Awesome. The Hotline Bling. All right, guys, let's go next door. Let's take another. This is the one that we all know about right here, the dirty money. And we'll leave this room also open up for an entire month. So if you guys want to come in here, back in here, or show some of your friends what you guys are building, this is a great opportunity, for you guys to do so. All right, I'm going to take a photo in about 15 seconds. If you're not here, you got to come here. I'm going to just hit the clap before we start. We're going to start. I'm going to take a photo in 5, 4, 3, 2, and... There we go. All right, I'm going to go to the next one. Who's going to beat me to the next one real quick? Feelings. Oh, we all know about feelings. Which, let me know in the chat, which one do you guys like the most so far? Is it the dirty money? Is it the feelings? Is it the Hotline Bling? Let me know what you guys think. And if you guys just make sure you put your mouse up so your head is tilting up. I'm going to take a photo in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There you go. There you go. I like the jump. All right, last one, guys. It was all a dream. Oh, man, this is a great one. Look at you guys. You guys are rolling deep. Look at that. All right, everybody hop in here. I'll take a photo in 15 seconds. Spread across real quick if you guys want to. Oh, this is great. All right. There you go. All right, I'm going to take a photo in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm gonna take another one again. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, awesome guys. Let's head over to the dance floor. Dope Seal is gonna take it away here for us. If you haven't done so already, there's a little digital collectible right here where I'm at, right next to the stage. All you have to do is hit F on it, and you guys can dance your way and start collecting some things. On the sides, you can change the color of the top if you want to. You just go to the table and just hit F, and you can change the color of the room whenever you guys want to. There you go. Stilo, I'm going to let you take it away from here.
Copy that. Copy that.
Digital hearts in neon skies, eyes connect across the lines. We're avatars but souls aligned. You and me in a new tech world, virtual love like flags unfurled. Here we stand, our pride's unfurled. We glow, we shine in this metaverse time. We build, we rise, love in our digital skies. Holograms with feelings real. Our code is love that we can feel. In this space, our hearts they heal. Algorithms match our vibe. Hearts and minds, we're intertwined. In the metaverse, love is blind. We glow, we shine in this metaverse time. We build, we rise, love in our digital skies. We glow, we shine in this metaverse time. We build, we rise, love in our digital skies.
Hey, thank you so much, everybody, for coming through 2024 Web3 Leader Summit. Let's get it. So I've been making some AI music, and I wanted to demonstrate that.
Into the
Let me know the vibes. Tell me if you guys can feel the vibes.
virtual dreams tonight.
How does it not?
going, y'all.
Infinite skies to explore. 'Cause andando sin temor. Every click opens a door. Y este sueño llegó. Oh, ah. Lost in the way we flow. Feel the life I swallow. Technology no. Juntos no hay fracaso.
We feeling chat. Are we feeling this AI music?
Dreams and joy.
Got inspired.
We can see el mundo de nuestros pies. Reality. Dreams and joy. We can see. El mundo de nuestros pies. Reality. Dreams and joy. We can see. El mundo de nuestros pies. Reality. Dreams and joy. We can see.
Teach you the dreams, metaverse teams, blockchain vibes, all in our lives. NFTs vibes.
Let's check some out.
Reach for the skies.
Let's go. We feeling it or what? All right, this one I really like. Check this one out. Listen.
Fading in the ticking clock shadow. A dance of dust in twilight's glow. Chasing fragments of
I hope everybody's been enjoying our Web3 Leader Summit. I'm very happy with things have been going. Such great conversations, great panel discussions. Really knocked out an entire agenda today of agenda that we had from AI to community building to emerging technologies to security, leadership. We covered a lot of ground here today. We also got to meet a lot of new artists that are in the space that are innovating and leading the way. And we'll have more of these events. So if you've been watching it so far and you've been enjoying it, let me know. send me a post or send me a DM if you enjoyed today's show. We're going to continuously keep innovating and doing these things for us. If you are watching and you say, hey, I want to participate in this event, I want to be a panel speaker, I want to have a booth in the future as well, always feel free to reach out to me or anybody on my team so we can figure out how we can accommodate those things. Our next show is coming up is going to be the Creative Talk, and look out for that. I think you guys are going to enjoy that one. Now let's dive back in and let's see what everybody's doing right now.
Your heart, they beat the same. Sinking love, sweet game. Digital dreams, we both ignite in this cyberspace tonight.
Hey, so good to see you. I see you, Xerox Con. All right, time to turn up.
Baby girl sweet, baby girl cute, baby girl sweet, baby girl cute, baby girl sweet, baby girl cute. Yeah, yeah. Baby girl sweet, baby girl cute. I ask her where she been, but I've been working too. They be talking shit, I've been making moves. So anything they say, don't budge, don't move. But wonder where I've been, wonder where I've been. I've been making you. I've been thinking, wonder where I've been, wonder where I've been. I've been making news. I've been making you move. Baby, don't blink, cause I've been making news. Maybe jumping shit, but keep it on cool. I've been paying dues, putting in work, running on you. But I can see this girl, me plus you. And I can see this girl, hear it through. Digging you too. She like, ooh, don't hit you. She like, ooh, baby girl sweet, baby girl cute. Ask her where she been, but I've been working too. They be talking shit, I've been moving. So anything they say, don't budge, don't move. Wonder where I've been, wonder where I've been. I've been making you. I've been making, wonder where I've been, wonder where I've been. I've been making you. I've been making all I see is all you. Look at that in my lap. All I see is all you. Gotta kick it with that. Gotta kick it kung fu. Imagine in a dream when the dreams come true. Yeah, work that body. Even when them lames out. Girl, that body. Work that. I get you out your shell. You deserve that. Girl, you don't know me well. Let's reverse that. Yeah, yeah. Baby girl sweet. Baby girl cute. Baby girl sweet. Baby girl cute. Yeah, yeah, ooh, baby girl sweet, baby girl cute. Ask her where she been, well, I've been working too. They be talking shit, I can make a move. So anything they say, don't budge, don't move. When I creep up on you, ooh. When I tee up on you, ooh. When I tee up on you, ooh. What they gon' do?
Hey, thank you so much for checking out on YouTube. One, two. Let's go, this is the last track.
Y a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Y a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Y a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Y a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta.
Mira, tú no sabes lo que he hecho, tú no sabes lo que he visto, con mis ojos propios. Mira, estoy aquí sobreviviendo, Mira en el club sobreviviendo. A ti te encanta, yeah. Me encanta, me encanta. A ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Todo mi estilo. Todo mi estilo. Todo mi estilo. Todo mi estilo. Sí, mamá, mi reina, mi reina. Sí, mamá, sí, sí, mamá. Es tu cara y tu mal movimiento. Que me ganas y me das pensamientos. En mi juventud me recuerda turmero. En Venezuela me acuerda cuerpo. Que tú quieres que tú todo el tiempo. Sí, mamá, siempre recuerdo. A ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. A ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Mírame, 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 mami, dámelo todo, solo todo mi estilo, todo mi estilo, todo mi estilo, todo mi estilo. Que a ti te encanta, que a ti te encanta. Cuando te levantas, que a ti te encanta. Eres una santa, toda la mañana te lo hago en mi cama. Que a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Que a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Que a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Que a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta. Mírame, 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 mami, dámelo todo, solo todo mi estilo. Mírame, 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 mami, dámelo todo, solo todo mi estilo. Todo mi estilo, todo mi estilo, todo mi estilo. Que a ti te encanta, yeah. Te encanta, te encanta.
Mira qué bonita. Mira esa carita. Ay, qué bonita. Mira, mira esa chica. Mira, mira qué rica. Su carita está bonita. Hey, ¿qué necesitas? Matrimonio, algo para el día. Yo sabía que quería. Tú y yo ahí en la isla. Maravilla, no te agüitas. Yo regreso, tú me necesitas. Mira el sol, qué bonita. Como tú, mi amor, qué bonita. Ven aquí cerquita, mueve esa cinturita, ahora dame Medina, tú y yo, mamacita, qué bonita, mira esa carita, qué bonita, qué bonita, qué bonita, qué bonita. Mami tan bonita, es lo que sea, para mi gordita, y sé que te maquilla, natural sin maquilla, de otra manera no quería, y estás sudando mamá mía. Mami te digo quiere verte, déjame que entre, comunico puro de mi mente, comunico puro con mi gente, es la verdad que te doy como siempre, ahora dígame cómo te sientes, sí, yo el nuevo presidente, y tú juegas con mis lentes, venga mamacita, tú y yo mamacita delica, pasa la línea, 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 mira qué bonita, te queda hasta más que una lisa, hasta tu culo en el misa, tu timba te pego un poquito, linda, linda, mira qué bonita, qué bonita, qué bonita, qué bonita, qué bonita, qué bonita, tan bonita, lo que sea, para mi gordita, sé que te maquilla, natural sin maquilla, de otra manera no quería, y estás hablando mamá mía.
So I need to go finish like flashback to it.
Gonna know what make you stun. Gonna know what make you comfortable. What you do, you splash house. If you wanna go, got it, hands down. No, I don't want anyone. Cause all I care about is you, baby. I'm on the bus, that's with you, baby. I'm fixing you on the tattoo, man. Let's get this money, this cash out. We getting money, getting bands now. I'm running circles, running laps now. If you wanna go, got it, hands down. You're the one that make me feel this way. You're the one that make me feel this way. You're the one that make me feel this way. I don't mind if we get away. I know you don't wanna stay, but we
got money to pay. No one right next to me. It's unbelievable. You next to me, yeah. You're the only one I dream of. You're the one that make me feel this way. You're the one that make me feel this way. You're the one that make me feel this way. You're the one that make me feel this way. You're the one that make me feel this way. You're the one that make me feel this way. Girl, you know I love the kid right there. Girl, you know I love the kid you can't purr. I'm living the real life that I know I deserve. I'm gonna for you and me hands down. We can do anything we want right now. We can hit Malibu, run downtown. We can hit the beach, catch a wave right now. You can bundle up, cause I'm here, I'm down. You wanna make me feel this way. 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 You wanna make me feel this way.
Yo, thank you so much, you guys. That was amazing. How we feeling, guys?
Play that first song one more time.
That was a beautiful day. I don't want your time. That was a lovely day. You guys want some more concerts? Hit us up. Hit me up. Come through Super Wednesdays. It was so good seeing you guys.
Thank you, Dope Steelo. Appreciate for everything that you do. Big shout out to Dope Steelo. Thanks for putting this on. Thank you so much, man. It's been a great event today. Definitely, we made some headlines today. We're doing something that not a lot of people are doing, bringing people together, innovating, and it's only going to get bigger. It's only going to get better throughout this event. I'm gonna head downstairs in the networking session. If anybody wants to jam out, I'm gonna bring everybody downstairs one more time, and then if anybody wants to hang out, ask any questions or chat, I'm gonna turn spatial audio on, so you guys can all have some more conversations as we move forward. I'm gonna put everybody right here in the middle, right here. You can hit the section, or we can just bring everybody here. So give me a second, bring everybody to me real quick, and then I'll also turn spatial audio on. I'm gonna end the stream here in just a second, but I'm gonna give some an opportunity to do some quick closing remarks as we move forward. It's been such an amazing day. I want to first turn it over to Tang Poco. Tang, what's your safe round from today of today's Web3 Leader Summit? If she can't hear me, maybe I'll turn to you, Dave. Dave, what are some of your closing remarks here today?
These events are always incredible, creative, and they level up from that first Christmas party that was hosted in 2021 to what we've got in front of us today, and to just be part of your journey. Like you were saying about Delta, right? Witness that growth, be able to support it in a little way, and help you get to this point, and know that, you know, as a group, the people that are involved in these kind of events are leading the way when it comes to this kind of digital metaverse event. I'm excited for what happens as everything expands and gets a little bit bigger and allows us to host more people in these kind of environments. So kudos to you, Creative. Thank you for all of the hard work that you put in to make this happen, and bringing us together as a team, a cohesive unit.
Oh, thank you, Dave. It's Dope Steelo, as one of our hosts today. What is your final thought of today? Let me get some feedback from you.
Oh man, I feel like it was just incredible. Thank you for really putting this together, and working with so many of us here. It was just a really dope event. I felt like I got to know a lot of people, got to know a lot more about what they're working on in depth. And it was great to see a lot of people from different places all over the world. And it was great for the music too. And thank you for rocking out. Wanted to, ask, how was the AI music compared to the we played some AI songs. We played some of my greatest hits and my new single. Just want to give you guys a feel for that and a memory of that. Just how AI music is here, and it's fun. Me as a musician making music from scratch, and I love how this whole event was surrounded around tech and learning and teaching and learning. So that's my whole safe round.
Yeah, I think all the music was fantastic. I loved everything that you do. I want links to all those tracks. There were some bangers out there that I definitely enjoyed playing with that. Tang Poco, let me ask you real quick. What is your safe round? Hopefully you can hear me, and hopefully you're still in here. You can give us some feedback of what your thought was today as one of our hosts.
If she's available, so I think her audio might be broken.
She might need to step out and then come back in. Tang? All right. As Tang is gonna reset herself real quick and figure out a mic, I'll go over to Ira. Ira, what are some thoughts from today that you've taken away as a host here today?
Well, honestly, creative. Every event I attended, your events that I attended, every event taught me so much, and you always bring amazing and super important in Web3 leadership, or like Web3 history. Like this is the Web3 history that we are making right now, and you're bringing this very important people, right? I feel super connected after attending this event, and I feel like I've learned so much, and the quality was just pristine, very clean, and everything. I wish we would be more reliable, like on the technology. The technology sometimes gives you, some surprises. My computer today totally died, so I'm sorry a little bit. I was kind of shocked, but technology, yes. We need great computers for this kind of events. 50 people, 1,000 people. That's the future. Thank you, Creative, and thank you everyone who was involved. I'm so grateful to be part of this. Amazing job.
Yeah, thank you.
And I love her music. Thank you.
Yeah, Stilo, great music, great tracks. Definitely love it. Let's see if we can get Tang Poco up here again and see if they can say something. I think Tang is having some audio challenges. I'll give her just one more second. Maybe she can reconnect her mic, make sure it's plugged in.
Create said everything, and yeah, a lot of thanks to you for leading the team in a great space. I think that's all you're going to get from her.
Yeah, great. Then
been incredible.
Yeah, I'll close everything out here today. Thank you guys for participating. Thank you for everybody that's actually watched the live stream and hanged out with us. We started at 9 a.m. Eastern time zone. It is now 5:30 p.m. We've been rocking. This is the longest stream I've ever done. It's been 8 hours and 40 minutes. Great conversations, great panel sessions. A lot to take back from today. We have another event that's going to be coming out, probably out in January, which is going to be the Creative Talk. Again, it's more of an open format. So if you're interested and you want to participate in that, reach out to me as soon as possible. I think we only have 15 spots available for the Creative Talk out for that. So that's going to be another, not a summit type, but a TED Talk format where we give you the mic. You got 15 minutes to share what you're working on, what you're passionate about, and share with us. It doesn't have to be around Web3. It can just be around, what you're working on as your project and so forth. I know I'm going to be giving some more updates regarding Web3 social and things like that. So just be on the lookout for those type of things. I'm going to turn it to Tang, see if Tang can talk. If not, I will end this stream, and then I will let everybody in the metaverse hang out and chat. Tang, anything else from you, or am I going to get a thumbs up? Okay. Tang says thank you very much. I know she appreciates it. Tomorrow, if you guys are watching, we're going to be at Building the Future, 4 p.m. Eastern, live on X. We're going to be talking with our Metaverse Town Hall. If you guys enjoyed the space, this will be a great time to come in, talk about what parts that you like. We'll come in as an open community and share some of our experiences here today and how the metaverse is shaping the future. As always, thank you guys for watching, and stay creative. Thank you all.